sad?
Yeah, a little bit. It's a bit of bias towards UCEI. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to welcome you back to the 2025 UCEI Invitational, presented to us by Xfinity. I'm Quincy PhD Stokes, and this is Daniel Golden Gad. Daniel, how are we feeling?
Oh, I'm feeling great. I'm back.
Yes, sir.
Notably absent for the last year. I've been graduated. However, I'm very still much in the scene. I've been casting pretty decent amount still, so I definitely got my chops for this, and I'm ready to get into it. This is going to be UCEI Finals for League of Legends 2025.
Yes, sir.
So I'm pretty interested to see where we're going. So which teams do we got on the docket
So
for this first match?
Match for us today, we're going to have UC Santa Barbara versus UC Berkeley is our first matchup of the day. These teams were here, as Daniel mentioned, were in finals. So winner of this goes on to losers finals, which will then fight the loser of upper finals, and then we'll go into grand finals, but we'll get into that later. Don't worry about it. We talked about how we're ready. These teams are ready, if nonetheless. They played their lower matches a couple months ago, maybe 2-3 months ago now, and now we're here in person, land for the finals at Red Bull North America headquarters.
Yeah, and one thing to note, we got a new season on our hands.
Yes,
So
sir.
the patch that they played on to qualify for this tournament is a completely different game compared to now. There's still some of the same power picks kind of flowing around as far as champions are concerned, but as far as actual gameplay in the game, let's just say it's very different. Early game champions are everywhere, and it actually definitely changes the momentum. Baron now pushed back 25
Yeah.
because there's a new objective. We got Otacon,
Arakan.
the bringer of ruin, I believe, is the title. And a very powerful kind of buff
Yeah.
arrangement. We will be seeing one more than the other, but we'll get into details when we get into the game, of course. But besides that, we're in the Noxus now. So welcome to Noxus.
Yeah.
Honestly, I think it's a pretty good update.
I agree.
It definitely changes the game, definitely needs some balancing, but there is no better time to be watching League right now.
Yeah, this is one of the first tournaments that's going on, like in the world, kind of on the new patch. Well, sort of. But yeah, anyways, we'll get into that later. It's a nice red shift in terms of the color. It really is a new feeling, new structures, and everything like that. If you guys haven't seen League of Legends, you got to check it out. But the players are going to be walking in real soon here, Daniel. We're going to see them.
I'm ready. We got new people playing League from Arcane, and now it's going to transition for this season for Noxus. And here, walking out right now, we got Cal Berkeley, with the roster being Dark Lord 10, Yilu Shangbei, Imp Tuo, Lincoln Rock, and Jay-Wei, all walking out on stage here in Red Bull North America. And, of course, their opponent's going to be walking out in just a little bit here. But shout out to them. Obviously, they had to drive all the way down from NorCal here to make it to Santa Monica in LA. So, right now, take your flowers. You've made it to the big stage, and honestly, it doesn't happen that often here in collegiate. So definitely something that you want to kind of stick around for.
Absolutely. Big round of applause for Berkeley here. Let's hear it up for Cal Esports. And nothing but smiles across the board, no doubt. But we see smiles. What do you think's going on the inside?
Oh, I mean, it's going to be nerve-wracking no matter what.
Absolutely.
There aren't as I said, there aren't that many LAN environments you're going to be playing on. It's definitely a different experience. Having the crowd in front of you, and most importantly, also, you're going to be having audio coming from everywhere. You're not in your isolated regular space, and it really does make a difference when you are on LAN, of course. And it seems like we may have missed the walkouts here, but here is UC Santa Barbara.
Your UCSB roster. We've got Fitz, Jason in the box, Poplar, Slunt, and Juicebox bringing in the roster. Let's get a round of applause for UC Santa Barbara.
Yeah, also here, this is a little bit closer than Berkeley's of a drive here. We're going to get the handshakes kicked off here as we go into this first match. These are best of threes, so they will be quite acquainted with each other by the end of this series. And this is do or die for them, as they do actually have the chance of just being eliminated right here. They need to win basically all the rest of their matches to be able to make it into the finals and potentially take home the trophy.
Absolutely. And it's going to be an upward battle for nonetheless, especially if they do win now. It's a lot of games throughout the day. So we'll see the winner of this again later on in the day. Speaking of the day, beautiful. We appreciate you guys being with us here on this Friday morning. And it's a beautiful day here at Red Bull headquarters as the players get themselves situated. Let's talk more about League of Legends.
Let's talk more about League of Legends. I mean, there's just a lot of changes with there's now the pedals going around. You got the boots upgrades, the feats of strength, especially is a real big conversion point here for basically all of the champion choosing decisions. Like, you want to have a very high prio bot lane, for instance. And I mean, if Otacon ends up on the bot side, guess what? You got it at 20 minutes. You're dealing with a dragon and an Otacon at the same time. And those could be really influential fights, especially considering we're probably going to be seeing the voracious version of that, which is the version of Otacon that you get when the kills are low.
Right.
It's not actually has to be that low. I've seen a game with 18 kills and have voracious.
Okay.
So definitely, I'd expect that more, but you really don't know. This is game one of a best of three. This is where you're going to be experimenting. You're going to be looking for things and angles that you can kind of take advantage of as the games progress. Maybe it'll get slower. Maybe it'll get more consistent. But that consistent smolder ASOL we saw last UCEI is not going to be what runs the show this time.
Thank goodness. And it's a new patch too, right? It's 2 weeks or so it's been out. So these players, they've been grinding away on the new patch, no doubt, maybe even on PvE before then. So there's also that little bit of uncertainty, right? Maybe one team has figured out something that the other one hasn't. So there's I don't want to call it a toss-up, but it's new and it's exciting, so we can see some different things going on.
Yeah. And I also want to make one quick shout-out. There is actually a Stream B going on right now for UCEI. It is currently playing the Irvine versus UCLA matchup. The winners semifinals/finals going, and whoever wins that obviously ends up straight into grand finals, which will be later tonight. So definitely a very important match for them. Obviously, they don't have the kind of stakes as this one
Right.
does because they still have their opportunity to lose and still make it back to that grand finals. But definitely, if you want to check that match out, it's on UCEI 2.
Yes, it is. Absolutely. Go show them some love. If you're a UC Irvine fan or a UCLA fan, go check it out. Yeah, and that's just all the content we got for you here at the UCEI Invitational, presented to us by our friends over at Xfinity. And Daniel, it's a little bit of an early morning, right? It may not even be noon yet. I'm not sure. I've been locked in the studio for so long, but I'm getting a little bit tired already, a little bit thirsty. I'm gonna have to crack a Red Bull here at the Red Bull venue.
Of course, and also they have sugar-free variants too for
Oh,
these flavored ones, which
I mean,
I'm rocking.
incredible, the flavor.
Okay.
Immaculate nonetheless, but we are very gracious to Red Bull for letting us host our event here.
Once
But
again, I mean, it's now
yes, yeah,
3 years in a row.
3 years in a row.
So, I mean, I couldn't ask for a better venue.
Oh,
Honestly.
much love, yeah.
I'll give a quick shout out if you've ever watched any of Red Bull X Ludwig or Tarek. Sometimes they will film in this very room. So
Yeah.
we're among some stars here.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. We're pretty cool, but yeah, we can take a look at all the players here waving hi, hello guys, and we get to see the action. Maybe a couple smiles, a couple frowns here and there, but nothing but love for all these players. They've worked so hard to get here, and these players are at the top of their collegiate game.
Yeah, I mean, this is the West Coast. I mean,
Yeah.
most other than the UCs, there aren't that many big schools on this West Coast side.
Yeah,
a
yeah.
lot of the best League of Legends teams are either East or Midwest area. So, this is the best of the West for collegiate here. So, this is where you want to be. Obviously, this is day one, so we
Yes.
still got Valorant and Overwatch, which those are bound to be bangers anyways.
Oh,
so
yeah.
This is I wouldn't say just an appetizer because it is League of Legends after all.
Come on now.
But definitely, we're in for a treat this weekend.
Yeah, a long weekend nonetheless. So if you've got nothing to do this long weekend, we'll be right here on this stream for like 8 hours a day, starting at 11 a.m. for the next 2 days.
You can
So
also come in person
that is true.
to Red Bull North America. There are seats in the crowd, which we might see sometimes on the camera that looks towards the crowd.
Yep.
So if you want to just check it out, you got an open weekend. I know it's a long weekend too. You got MLK Day. Some people get that day off, of course. Shout out to the King. And then, but either way, definitely check it out.
Yes, yeah.
It definitely is a different experience if you haven't gone to one of these LAN events before.
Absolutely. If you guys are here in the crowd right now, make some noise for yourselves. I'm right next door. I can hear it. No. Oh, we're not next door. Never mind. Can't hear it. Sorry, guys. But appreciate you guys all coming out and enjoying the event. We got some sponsors, activities for you guys as well. Looking forward to see all the signs in the crowd later.
Yeah,
too.
there's also once League of Legends completes on stream B, it'll be transitioning to just Smash free play
Yeah, yeah.
stream. So if you like playing Smash, you can also come down and just have a good time.
Show off.
Yeah.
Absolutely. But hopefully we get into some League of Legends here soon. I'm excited. I really do like the map changes, like visually, right?
Mhm.
We're in Noxus. We're a little bit paired with Arcane. We're maybe incredibly influenced by Arcane, but I think all in all, the world building they've got going on here is immaculate, and I just can't wait for Arcane also.
Yeah, we're waiting Mel Medarda next
Yes.
patch.
Yeah.
Ooh, I mean that's gonna be an interesting champion.
Yep.
Obviously, everyone's seen the kit by now. She does reflect projectiles, like a wind wall,
Like a wind wall.
and some champions get completely destroyed by that fact. We will see. I mean, Blitzcrank Hook, we saw that. That one was like the really funny one from the actual preview that they put out. So,
Right.
yeah, be careful when you are playing against that champion. And it's an AP mid mage, so when a support's ability with very high scaling gets put onto a mage
Yep.
with their own scaling, I'm just saying you're gonna get blown up.
Absolutely.
That's the Silas effect, and you'll see it again most likely with Mel.
Yeah, it's gonna be kind of insane. Have they released the cooldown on that ability yet?
They did, but I don't know it off the top of my
Okay,
head.
it's got to be over under 30 seconds.
I'm thinking no. I'm thinking like 15. It seems pretty.
15.
I'm thinking it's core to the champion's identity.
Okay.
Because I'm thinking about the rest of the kit, right? There's like a linear skill shot and then an explosion afterwards, and then empower autos. I'm thinking it doesn't have that much on base kit.
Okay.
So
Okay.
I think the W is actually the main show, which means for me, I'm thinking this champ's gonna get flex support. It's gonna get flex support.
Okay.
100%. Just because having that W is very good into certain matchups. Obviously, like if you're versing an Alistar, that's not gonna matter.
Right.
You're still getting knocked up. You're probably gonna go down.
Yep.
But in certain niche scenarios, I can imagine being a pretty good counter pick.
I think it's got to be longer. Imagine like
No,
the
no,
counter matchup into like Blitzcrank. If
No,
you can block every
I think
single
it's
Blitz
gotta
hook,
be. I think it's gonna be.
okay.
I
I
mean,
guess
what's
we'll see.
Windwall's cooldown?
it's like 28 seconds.
Yeah, it's 28 seconds, but
Crazy long.
you level it up all the way, it goes down to like
Yeah, you're not
18.
gonna max Mel W first. I think it'll be longer. That's my bet.
Okay, we'll see. I don't know. I just think Yasuo's got a lot more sauce than Mel does
Okay, all right,
without
okay.
the Windwall.
That's a good point.
You know?
Good point. Absolutely. But yeah, hopefully we'll get to see some fun action today. Let's talk meta champions right now. It's not the biggest shift from the end of last season, right? If you want to touch more on that.
Yeah. So, for instance, the champions you're all very familiar with are still good. So Ashe got some changes for Crit Ashe actually getting better in the actual preseason. Well, I guess. Okay, we're going now the new convention, season 2025. Well, not season 2025, year 2025, season 1, patch 1. Ashe got a buff. That champ's really good. So basically, the meta right now is okay. We want Prio on our bot lane so we can actually have some sort of pressure on objectives, especially for being able to take down turrets early. So you can maybe get Otacon on that side. And then you get to play for Drake and Otacon at the same time with no turret to deal with. So you're seeing a lot more Prio champs. However, things like Caitlyn just don't do enough damage right now, so that's not present at least. But it's a lot of Ashe, Jhin, Kalista,
Varus.
Twitch even a little bit. Varus. Twitch is more of the carry fringe pick, but because of the buffs, actually is kind of playable. And then on top of that, top lane. Very much so, bruisers.
Yep.
We're in the dust. We got Mbessa up there. We got Rumble, Jace, stuff like that. Definitely going to be played out. Another big shout I'll make is Cassiopeia, which everyone likes talking about how this champ's got a 57% win rate in 2 rolls.
It's true.
And I can't deny that is a little scary. I definitely ban it every game if I'm not jungle.
Yes.
Speaking of jungle, that role is mostly. It's going to be Engage. I've been seeing Sejuani again in pro play.
Yep.
LPL and LCK recently started up this last week. So I've seen a bit of play so far. Vi is still very high prio. Jarvan.
Yep.
Not as much, but just because not as consistent.
Got it.
Nocturne still getting played a bit. Some farming junglers, Viego popping in. Obviously, pro play is a little bit different because everywhere is going to be doing Fearless Draft, which we do not have today.
Right.
So no having to keep a running list of which champs are banned. We're actually just going to be free of that factor. It's actually just going to be normal old League of Legends. We got 5 bans on each side. You pick what you think is strong and move on with that. And I'll do a couple more shout-outs. Obviously, in mid lane, we have Aurora, who is or post-nerf. And actually, we're getting into champ selects. We'll see how this all plays out now.
Absolutely. As our first band got to drop here, Tom Kench. Tom Kench has been a monster in the support role. Talk about bruiser damage, bot lane prio. This man can do it all. But
also
yeah.
could be flexed. I mean, top
True.
lane Tom Kench into certain matchups is definitely still playable. It is very good into kind of poke heavier ones. But we're seeing Camille get banned here as well, which is kind of like one of the premier scaling tops.
Okay.
It definitely would be a specialty pick, I think, from Juicebox that they are banning it out. Tom Kench, I would say very good. It actually allows you to also play things like Jinx, which generally will not be playable unless you have some sort of supportive bot combo. Cassante, of course, mainstay, always has to be banned because you got to respect this champion 100% of the time. Still does exactly the same things as before.
Literally, rework after rework, does not matter. He feels like the same exact thing. Insane prio, insane damage, peel, you name it, he's got it.
1v1 pressure and you know that 1v1 pressure is becoming more influential. You know, with all the petals spawning after death, you can kind of snowball that lead if you do get a lot of solo kills.
Talk
on that
about
side.
1v1 pressure, Fiora ban.
Yeah, Fiora getting banned after the Xante ban. Kind of interesting there. But Fiora is a little bit more playable. I've seen it a little bit into like things like Ornn. So if you are a premier top kind of tank player, you definitely would be a little bit more scared of that pick. In particular, Poppy can be flexed. Pretty
seeing a theme here.
Yeah, can be flexed, very beefy.
Yep.
Tanks are strong this patch. I will not understate it, but there are a lot of other things such as Jace and Silas that are pretty strong right now. That can definitely be flexed. Also, in LCK in particular, a lot of Nidalee and Zyra prio, so like very fast clearing AP junglers.
Okay.
So that you can actually complement some of the AD mids that actually exist in the pool. And it's gonna be Wukong, which is also very common right now.
Yeah, I've seen him a lot in the jungle, especially. Not really top, mostly jungle. His clear is really fast. His ganks are good. He's just a good team fight champion. Staple dueling, really, really strong skirmish. So getting into it here. B1 picks. I think like
Ash.
Corky is insane. Ash is really insane. I'm really interested to see what we go with here.
Corky.
There it is.
There you go. Yeah, Corky. Oh, Skarner. That was left
There it
open.
is.
One of the
Ooh.
tanks. I mean, I didn't mention Skarner because I just expect him to be
To be banned.
banned.
Yep.
It's been a long time since I've even seen this champion in pro play because he just gets banned every single time. I'm curious if they have a carry jungler that they want to pair against it. In particular, because usually if you leave Skarner open on red side, you're expected to have some sort of response
Yep.
that you feel comfortable with. Could be something like a fast jungler like Zyra, or maybe I'm
Wow.
thinking Nidalee, but Victor is actually much more high prio. Obviously, got a couple of buffs over the
Yeah, yeah.
postseason. Got a couple nerfs as well, just to make sure he's paired in, and kind of controlled a little bit.
Mhm.
But Faker's still playing this champion, which means anyone can play it, right?
There it is. Yeah, just incredibly strong. He's good control mid, right? Staple at kind of everything you got. You do need a little bit of help from your jungle, though.
Yeah.
I think he struggles a little bit, obviously, mobility-wise. So you need some assistance, some vision around yourself to really stay safe, especially against Skarner. But I like the Corki pickup, too. I've seen this champion do insane amounts of damage. It's
Yeah.
going to be nice to watch.
Corky Victor, very, very strong damage. Now, I'd expect a lot of more supplementary picks.
Absolutely.
Stuff like Nautilus, stuff like another tank top Ornn, maybe. Maybe in the jungle, you could put something like... it's hard to think exactly, but I'd like something set up. But since you already drafted Victor, you can't pick something like Sejuani.
Yeah, you need a...
I have seen Zac get a little bit more prio, surprisingly, which could be a potential angle, especially into this double AP. It would be pretty interesting here. Hui obviously could get flexed, but Kog'Maw is going to be lock-in on the bot side. So that's one of those carry champions. Very, very low play rate, but very flexible nonetheless.
I think his win rate's been really insane for the past couple of whiles, especially when the season did first start. Kog'Maw was, I think, like the number 180 carry for a bit.
Well, 80 carry in quotes because he was building AP.
Fair enough. Good point.
Oh, Xin Zhao, I like that pick. Definitely does do extremely well into Skarner in particular. The early dueling power and some of the HP lifesteal shenanigans he can pull off against Skarner is really gross. And Skarner is one of those champs not exactly that strong early game. Actually does take a bit of scaling to really get into his own. So things like Heartsteel and some of the other kind of HP stacking items are important, such as Unending Despair, stuff like that. Maybe even you could put in the Sterax there. I've seen that one.
Yeah,
a little bit older of a build, but definitely still relevant. And we're going to see the Lulu ban. Obviously, Kog'Maw Lulu. If you've ever been stomped by Chinese boosters in solo queue, that's a combo they'll definitely decide
that
to
one.
go with.
That one will leave some marks in the old noggin.
Yeah. Definitely some scars there.
Yeah. Oh, easily. That's a lot of bot lane bans going to come out here. Support's not picked on either side. You're going to be seeing a lot. Rakan, great ban, great follow-up with something like Skarner. Can just really hold them down and peel Kog'Maw as well.
Yeah, Rakan also you never really want to be solo engage.
Right.
Banning it out is interesting just because they don't really have a good engage piece yet on the side of, I believe that is Cal Berkeley. So, yeah, I'm pretty curious. Oh, no, sorry. UCSB.
Yes.
On that side. So they don't actually have so that would be their primary engage, and that's not exactly my favorite, but seeing it banned anyways is good. And then here we have Melio getting banned, a pretty good pick into Xin Zhao. Very good at kiting him out.
Yeah.
I will say maybe struggles against Corki in lane. I'm not 100%
absolutely.
sure,
Yeah, I think Corki to me right now, even though he's kind of I feel like designed to be maybe late game scaling or used to be, he's just such a lane bully. His damage is just phenomenal. I'm guessing another support ban here, if I'm being honest. Top lane pool is already very, very pinched from the first round bans.
Yeah, there aren't that many top laners left. You have to play something a little bit out of the box. Besides Rumble, which is really a really high prio champion, and Jace just doesn't seem to fit in either of these comps that well, unless you want to just go full damage, blow them up from the side of UC Santa Barbara. So definitely a possibility. You could also go something like Ambessa, definitely on the table for, I believe, like Cal Berkeley, I think could play with Ambessa pretty decently. You have long range damage. You can dive these kind of tankier champions. And seeing the Gragas is extremely good because that does neutralize a lot of the kind of dive threats you'd expect from the top side. So now things like Renekton, things like Ambessa are just completely nullified by that Gragas pick. So I think it's pretty good here. I could see an Olaf here. Olaf would be pretty good for the side
would be interesting.
of Cal Berkeley.
I think Olaf gets blown up. I think that
definitely gets blown up, but you will win lane.
Okay, fair enough. Speaking of trying to win lane, at least, Aurelia.
This champ did receive some changes over the last couple patches, especially since the last time UCEI was played. Now has no delay on whether you can queue or not. which is kind of something you don't really you don't really care about until you play the champion, which is kind of how old Aurelia was, where you could just Q,
Yep.
and you don't really have to care about anything. That they've reverted that, so now you can actually do that again, which has made her feel a lot better for a lot of the Aurelia players. So I don't know how I feel about it against Gragas. You do have a long extended trade you can maybe play around, but if you get ganked after Gragas kind of forces you to burn 2 Qs to get the long trade going, it could definitely be a vulnerable champion here. And now we're picking our final support here, Braum, Kog'Maw on the other side, so it's going to be another supplemental pick, something with very solid engage, Maokai, of course, and what I'm seeing on this side for UCSB is definitely a disengaged comp. You have Gragas, you have Maokai, you have Xin Zhao. These are all disengaged champions. So the Skarner's going to have a little bit more difficult of a time to actually get in here. And I believe Gragas Body Slam still has prio over Skarner E. So
wow, okay. I wouldn't guess that. Interesting. Okay.
I'm pretty sure he does, so he should still be able to nullify that engage as well. So I think the onus is really on Cal Berkeley here to show their chops on these champions, because Kog'Maw, yes, does well in lane, but I'd say Corki definitely does better.
I think yes.
On the early portions, and Hui into Victor should be Hui favored, just due to the range advantage that Hui does have. But I'm a very outspoken Hui hater.
Wow, really?
Yeah, I think this champion, even in like very high levels of pro, very vulnerable on a side lane, and that's kind of always my gripe with it. Victor, you can side lane because you have movement speed. Yes, you have movement speed on Hui, but that's a 16-second cooldown. This one's a 4-second cooldown.
Okay.
So you just have a lot more flexibility with what you're doing when you are playing Victor compared to Hui. But if Hui gets really ahead, it becomes very difficult for the opposing team to actually play against it.
Absolutely. I really do. I think Hui's a pretty strong side laner. I mean, he's got the CC, the fear, right? The QW, you can toss the eyeball down. You kind of block off the passes. That's my most played champ last season. But
yeah, and here I am talking.
And here you
smack.
are talking smack. No, that's all right. I think both these mages struggle with side lane, especially against things like Xin Zhao Skarner.
Oh yeah,
like Skarner is going to feast on Victor. Right?
Yeah,
moving speed.
It's funny if you swap these two, they're both actually okay. Like
if
Hui's dealing into Skarner, hey, you're chilling.
Yeah, absolutely.
But now, because of how this pairing ends up, yeah, it is a little bit difficult for both of them. Obviously, when people heard a Victor rework, this is kind of why people were upset. Everyone's like, well, there's one ability that should be changed. It's W.
W, yeah.
Didn't get changed.
Nope.
So there was both the visual aspect of his rework and the actual gameplay aspect that people kind of had a bit of a disconnect with. I actually like this Victor, but obviously it's not the same Machine Herald as prior.
Arcane,
so
yeah,
I totally get the kind of disgruntledness that people did experience. However, this is a cool matchup. Top lane, honestly, I have no idea. Aurelia as a champion, you haven't really seen much since 2020.
Yeah.
Been nerfed to the ground, and then slowly every now and then you'll see a couple picks because people feel confident.
Yeah, they made a couple changes to her, like split pushing. Now her passive remains stacked when hitting towers, and I think she does a little bit more damage to towers as well. So she's a little bit more of a threat in the side lane.
Yeah.
But I think Gragas does a fantastic job at neutralizing it, right? As you said,
you have to go for a super long trade to actually get out on Gragas, and that's just so difficult, especially since Xin Zhao is going to be all over this map. I mean, pretty much uncontested across the board. You don't care about the Skarner. You don't care about this bot lane either. So really, Xin Zhao has the map to play with on early game. And we forgot to talk about one specific thing on this new season. The feats of strength for this season are really the name of the game. This is why people are playing early game champions so often. You need 3 feats of strength, which is First Blood is one of them. There's killing first tower.
Yep.
And then there's 3 objectives.
Yes.
3 monster
Epic
kills.
Monsters,
If you get 2 out of those 3, you do actually get feats of strength, which then unlocks boot upgrades, which is, let's just say, pretty good. They did get a bunch of nerfs mid-patch, but I'd still say they're very valuable to get here, and it sets you up very well for that early game. So that's why so much more action's happening, but not enough action to actually get the other version of Otacon. So we're going to be seeing the very OP revive every 100 for 150 seconds. Just wait and see.
I want to see it. I'm looking for, we all have the withdrawal buff, and we're going 5-man straight into that team fight, and nobody's coming out alive, and that's okay. That's what I want to see, and I cannot wait for it. I think this season's going to bring a lot of fun changes. Bot lane matchup, I like the Braum pick. I think Braum does a great job at neutralizing Corki, at least a little bit, unless he falls behind. Braum behind, not good.
Yeah, you have no setup CC.
Yeah.
And let's just say Kog'Maw, yes, if he's going on hit, which somehow I don't feel like he's going on hit.
Really?
We'll see. Definitely going to struggle to proc that passive.
Yep.
which is pretty much the only reliable CC you have down there. Most of your CC is actually just coming straight up from Skarner.
Yeah.
You do have a bit with Hui potentially doing the Crushing Maw.
Yep.
And some of the point and click, or not point and click, linear skill shot CC that Hui does have, but it's not that reliable. Skarner is definitely kiteable with the comp that UCSB has drafted here.
Yeah.
So not going to be the easiest on execution. And if I had to give a draft edge and who I think will win this match, I really do think it'll be UCSB. I like the Xin Zhao into Skarner so much. I feel like the early prio you're going to get from that pick is just going to snowball so hard with this new season.
Yeah.
Really definitely puts it into perspective. And now we are live into game.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the first series of the UCEI 2025 Invitational, brought to us by our friends over at Xfinity. UC Berkeley here, going to get spotted out by Victor in this mid lane so far, but they're looking for something. This is classic. You've got the Braum passive to go off of. You've got some Skarner CC. We're confident here.
Yeah, and now they're getting some deep wards here. Obviously, there are some new runes. Not seeing deep ward there.
Yeah.
That's a rune that just buffs the HP and duration on your ward if it is past the river line. As now they're going to be walking into a bit of a trap on this topside brush. Yulu Shangbei.
You've got to expect this. Juicebox walks in first. A double body slam from Gragas going to come through, and the double stun trying to get Juicebox out of there. He's going to have to burn his flash, and he does end up living. I did not expect him to live there. Flash for no flash.
Yeah, no, not getting that first blood here, so no feats of strength over to the side of UCSB. I would have expected a kill, but just not enough members on that side just yet. As now it's going to neutralize back to a pretty normal map state here, and we're going to get to see the new TP change. No matter what, your TP will take 8 seconds.
Yep.
No matter how close or far you are, it will take 8 seconds, which is definitely different. There is a bit of a longer cast time, and now you have to travel as well, so you can't really as quickly navigate over towards the side lanes, but you can TP to minions early on.
Yeah.
So it kind of changes how it works. Yes, it takes 8 seconds, but guess what? You get to travel all the way down.
Absolutely. We're going to have to see how it plays out. As we see, I actually see lethal tempo on Kog'Maw, so hopefully is on hit, which I think is A-okay. Top one, too, I was curious about this, if Gragas was going to go phase rush or not. He does have phase rush, so he's able to take these short trades really, really evenly. Jayway hitting level 2 first in the bot side. This is what I expect. I see Prio from UCSB in the bot lane, and this is how it's going to go, I think. Just Corki's early game damage completely out damages Kog'Maw.
Yeah. As now they're going to be just... I mean, it's pretty much just kill clearing for now. Xin Zhao will have first move on that side towards the bot side. Actually, Skarner's clearing pretty quickly, but the red buff's definitely going to slow him down. But no crash right now. One thing we did forget to touch on is now Cannon Minion comes on 4th wave rather than 3rd, so no cheater recalls ever going to be able to occur safely. So now on the top side, you see Gragas does have Prio pushing in as both junglers navigate towards bot.
Absolutely. This mid Prio going to go towards Hui for now, which is what you'd expect to see. He does have that range advantage. Although Victor can put up a fight with that E range. He can pick off some health here and there. It's nothing to scoff at for sure. So we'll have to see how that mid lane plays out, but I like the volatility here. Slunt getting aggressive. Level 3 does take over for Berkeley, but I think we're going to hang out for now.
Yeah, as now they do move forward on that bot side, and Xin Zhao coming towards the bot side. I mean, nothing too crazy going to happen here. Dark Lord 70 going to be spotted out on that ward.
Deep ward.
Yeah, deep ward. So it does have 4 HP. Poplar in the bush. Going to ward out here. And now it's just going to be a pretty neutral look. Maybe going to contest at the scuttle. But a little bit scared of the prio that's kind of built up here for UC Berkeley.
Yeah, this doesn't look too hot for Poplar. I would urge him to leave the situation, as I think he will. But Elu is here as well. But it looks like the scuttle will go over to the side of Berkeley, which is what you love to see. Now we move to top scuttle.
Yeah, they're both sprinting over. Dark Lord 70 thinking about maybe potentially going for a gank. Not going to be able to actually find anything. Just wants to get Fitz out of this lane and able to get a free reset here. Able to do quite a bit of damage here as Jayway's going to engage.
Got an engage here. Lincoln Rock going to drop some health, but this is where Braum comes in. Against engages like that, he can just nullify so much of Corki's upfront damage, right? When the Q and his first auto, Sheen proc all come out, with Braum can block a large amount of that. A lot of his damage is kind of negated. He's kind of almost a burst 80 carry.
Okay, as now we are just going to be going for a TP in the mid lane here. Hui making their way back after that nice reset angle from Dark Lord 70. And, yeah, the bot lane working out Pretty well. I'd say this is exactly what I expect,
Yeah.
and this is already leading towards Ruinous Otacon. Or sorry, Voracious
Voracious,
Otacon,
yeah.
which is the one that you do get that 150 HP. We're going to us just for a second.
What's up, guys? No, I'm kidding. Yeah, but no, the game's calm so far, right? We did only see Aurelia flash in the beginning. We're seeing presence on the side of not Dark Lord, excuse me, on the side of Berkeley's top lane as well. Jason in the box, which you'd love to see. I think Gragas is a phenomenal top laner. If there's any Lost Rotonas enjoyers up there, Boss shows a lot of skill on that champion, and I think in the right hands can just be a phenomenal top laner. I think he's regarded as the best blind pick top laner, right? Gragas.
Definitely one of them. I mean, as I said, like counter picks is pretty limited. You
Mm-hmm.
pretty much have Olaf and Casante's okay into it as well. Not exactly a fun matchup to play. Definitely,
Yeah, yeah.
definitely boring. Very boring.
Okay.
But definitely does win over the course of the game. Yeah, but overall, not that many counters. I think Rumble does okay into him, but there's some weird interaction with the body slam being able to turn your
Turns him
body.
around, yeah.
Yeah, so it's kind of whatever.
Yeah.
Gragas, there's a reason Zeus made his signature pick. Didn't end up picking the skin for it, which is surprising, but definitely funny here. Juicebox now going for the engage on Jason in the box.
Yeah, Aurelia does take over to 6. She knows that trade window, which you do love to see. This is where Gragas maybe starts to struggle, especially when Aurelia gets some lifesteal in her kit. Right, Gragas can't contest every single wave. Aurelia's going to have that time to hit the wave, but we got a TP come in here. Juicebox finds himself in a tricky position. In 3 to 4 business days, that TP will finish. Stun does land as Poplar forces her out, but looks like we're tossing for the grubs. First one did go over to the side of UCSB already, so now Berkeley are here to scrape up the scraps. Poplar finds an engage onto Juicebox. He's at about half health, but hold on, himself drops low. Gragas here to save him. Whale does come in on Jason in the box. He's dropping low as well, but Yilu in the back is going to be doing a lot of damage. You have to watch out for that. Poplar hitting in the front line. Jason in the box with the burst on the Gragas. Top comes through. And it's a fantastic fight for Santa Barbara.
Yeah, Yulu Shangbei, great stun there on the way.
Yeah.
Actually interrupts a lot of the damage that Fitz was trying to put through, which just allowed Jason in the box and Poplar to kind of play that slow and get the actual fight win there. So I'd say extremely well played there for UC Santa Barbara. And that's puts them on the board, gives them the first blood for the feats of strength.
Yeah.
And also they got one grub, which also counts, actually. So they are going to be able to pick up that as well. So they're definitely making good pace here. No trade on the Dragon available, and it looks like push is going to go the way of UC Santa Barbara soon. So all things considered, I'd say this is a pretty big win for them.
Absolutely. Yeah. So that's interesting. So the one grub counts as the
Yep.
epic monster kill.
It's
so,
like
so
how-
both teams can get one.
Yeah.
Oh, interesting. I didn't know that.
It's like how you can only get the jungle XP from one of them.
Okay. Got it.
Yeah, as now we see a bit of a replay here. Juicebox wants to go back in since Fitz is in the area, gets spotted out on that ward, and they already considering the play. Victor already in the area, gonna play it a bit slower than everyone else. A nice stun onto the wall, but a nice flash into body slam just to get the angle on the body slam correct, so they get both knocked, and then does find the cascade into the combo there, and Fitz does get stunned, which you saw there as well. As now, as I said, they had bot push before the replay, and
Yeah.
guess what? That nets them the Drake. So that's going to be their second objective for the feat of strength, which will just instantly put them at that secondary boots kind of upgrade
Yeah.
immediately, basically, if they do end up picking up the next set of grubs.
Absolutely. And that's what you love to see. This is what you want from this team comp too, right? I think they have a lot of winning lanes here, honestly. If not, maybe not mid as much, but the rest of them are A-okay. Getting Victor safely into the late game is fantastic. This character still, as always, scales into a monster. So timing him early is a little bit important, but coming off of big that last fight.
Yeah, and you do get a couple kills. Once again, these kills are a little bit more controlled because this is pro play, but getting to the evolutions is extremely important, and that's really the fastest way to get to them.
Yeah.
Besides that, you pretty much just got cannons and minions, so getting to that point where you are just becomes massive.
Yeah.
Definitely is important here. As now Maokai just sitting in the mid lane, not gonna be able to find anything. Corki had to go for a reset. Nothing crazy item wise so far. Everyone going for exactly what I think they'd go for. You got Aurelia with Bork, Heartsteel, Skarner, Hui as well, just going for the Luden's companion. So nothing too crazy. It looks like it will be on hit. Well, I guess Bork for the Kog'Maw most likely is what I'm thinking. I guess it could also be Kraken Slayer, I believe, builds out of those as well. Actually, does it have a Noon Quiver in it? I'm not too sure. We'll have to see. I haven't played much 80 carry lately. my build paths are a bit off now.
That's all good. Elu going for a little bit of a roam there. Missed just 1 minion for it, and that is A-okay. That's what we're going to be seeing a lot in this mid lane is wave clear, roam to a side lane. And if your mid laner opponent isn't there on the next wave, you say, hey, he's roaming. Everybody watch out. And then you back up, and it's A-okay. And I don't know. It's interesting. Now we're seeing a bit more presence from the Kog'Maw Braum. In the spot lane, Slunt having a tricky time. The poke, maybe?
Yeah, able to just kind of survive it. I mean, they're already up about 700 gold for the side of UC Santa Barbara. And, you know, they just have a bit more control. And I will say, you know, I feel like they could actually extend this lead just a little bit, but they're just waiting for the next objective. It's a little bit difficult to gank the Aurelia since they haven't done it already in this one. So now they are just going to be clearing out pretty safely. No big objectives for at least 2 minutes, so really is just a downtime where you could look for big ganks, but you know, it's not easy to gank these champions. I feel like Aurelia is one of the easier ganks to actually make, but not really afforded that option here as Ninjao goes towards bot side to pick up this scuttle.
Yeah, absolutely. One of your big go buttons on the side of Santa Barbara is this Maokai, right? You can call on the ult, and that's kind of your big way to engage into fights, but it's tricky with the vision set up so well, and you can kind of only come in from the side. You're not in the jungle. We can force them through corridors. It's harder to find the routes into their target, but yeah, this is what we're expecting, right? Voracious Atakan, here we come.
Yeah. Seeing both mid laners just clear with one ability. Hit that level 9 spike. Definitely one of the most important spikes in the game. And they've somehow baited Victor in.
Yeah, a bit of an aggressive positioning here. Does have to burn flash, but is going to get caught anyways. Braum with a nice flash stun is going to lock him down. Shut down even, going over to Fitz. That's what you like to see from the side of Berkeley.
Yeah, that's going to put them on the board just a little bit. Not expecting that they stuck around in that bush. Probably expected them to walk towards top side to maybe establish a bit of a vision line on the grubs that are spawning in just 15 seconds. As Fitz is going to get spotted on this control board. That could be pretty influential. There are 2 TPs available here for UC Santa Barbara as Poplar does make their way up there.
Absolutely. This is looking good so far. This is a little bit of a repeat from last time. They had Prio early. Maybe not this heavily, though. And I would be surprised if they were able to contest it. Maokai does get brought up. Grabs Shinzao over the wall into the fear he cannot move. That was an insane move. That's how you secure grubs right there.
Yeah, that is a very good find on the grubs there. As be able to secure that fully, as now they're going to move on to this next set of objectives. You have Ocean Drake in just 55 seconds. And yeah, I mean, overall this is going about as I expected. Yili Shangbei going to look for the gank on the bot side. Maokai are get outplayed.
Unfortunately, unable to run from the roots. They move slow, but man, do they cover a wide area. And suddenly, Victor finds some gold in his pocket as well. Fitz going to claim some plates, though. This is what you love to see with 5 grubs in his back pocket. He's able to claim platings, no problem.
Yeah, and Hui, one of those champions that actually does have extra bonus turret damage with that WE.
WE.
Yep. So, pretty good stuff there. There is a bit of damage on that bot side here for the Corki as well. Obviously, first turret is another one of those objectives you can secure. Not going to be super accelerated in this one. There's no like crazy Caitlyn Lux or anything like that to actually just secure it immediately. So a little bit more chill. But if they do secure this Drake, this should, I believe, be the feat of strength. Not 100% sure. We'll have to see. Definitely still getting used to this objective. Wow, knock up during the suppress.
That's what you like to see. Does get fleet damage, not going to come through though due to his ultimate. Is going to go with the re-engage. Corki's here with the damage and the burst does follow through. Juicebox with the TP on the top side is here to help, but just a little bit too late thanks to those TP changes. And that's going to be it. What I thought was a bit of a preemptive start from the side of Santa Barbara worked out very well for them in the end here.
No Drake, no jungler here though. That definitely is stealable, but they're not going to be able to find it as they do pick up that objective. I'm not seeing the feat of strength prop, so I believe they still need one more. Maybe grubs don't count. Maybe I was just lying out of my teeth.
It's always possible. We might do a little bit of lying here and there. But as we move farther into this game, Daniel, I think we've got a banger game on our hands. Gold is just about even all around the board. We've got 2 scaling mages. We've got scaling 80 carries. I think we're looking at a banger.
Yeah, and Otacon now spawning on the bot side because of that last fight, so definitely determined now as we get to see a replay here. I feel like this stun is so crucial. You would have been completely out of the fight immediately if Xfinity doesn't find that stun. And here comes the Chaos Storm plus the actual suppression field. Just so much damage onto the main kind of bulk for the side of Cal Berkeley there as they just go down immediately. And that does grab them up the Drake as As I said, Xin Zhao is such a good champion into Skarner, but now the Heartsteel is online. You're going to need a little bit more pressure to actually be able to find a bit more. We are seeing the burn item for Victor. How do you feel about that?
I'm okay with that. I think I always like that one better. He's good at hitting multiple targets. Maybe not exactly 5, but he can hit a couple to really make use of that AP gain. I always find Luden's a little bit underwhelming, especially since you're kind of focused on wave clear. It feels a little bit bad burning the Luden's proc on the wave every single time it comes.
Yeah.
I'm a Blackfire enjoyer.
Okay. You know, just had to get Masters League of Legends player.
Oh, absolutely.
PhD in mid. You dropped the in mid, but you know.
It's true.
Now you're just a PhD in League of Legends.
Just a PhD. I get that question a lot, and unfortunately, I have to disappoint them every single time.
I mean, if there was a course for that, there's a lot of people who would be lining up.
Fair enough. I'll start that. That's the next business idea.
I'll bet.
Speaking of business ideas, Jason's teaching a lesson up here to Juicebox.
Juicebox force flash, and you are playing Kragus into that, so not exactly optimal looks here for Juicebox. And now Lincoln Rock.
Jason's just not going to mess around, going for the flash kill. He's going to find it. Lincoln Rock's A-okay down here on the bot side. We are all good. Did have to flash out, though.
Yeah, flashed out there, so just able to survive, though, which is the most important thing. Not going to be able to accelerate that gold any more than it already is. Yu Xiangbei looking very strong here in this one. I mean, this Victor is definitely scary. Hui also quite strong, but, you know, Victor just a little bit more damage, I'd say. Hui a little bit more utility on the other side, so they're going to be able to grab up with this Rift Herald. And, yes, this will definitely be getting that feat of strength here. And that's going to give them the upgraded boots, which people have controversial opinions on.
Yeah.
Some people think they're terrible. Some people think they're broken. But overall, I think it's definitely still strong, no matter the scenario.
Absolutely. I think they're pretty good, especially maybe just getting the free
instant
upgrade
purchase by Gragas, by the way.
Wait, is it? No, there's like 2 levels, right?
Oh,
when
right,
you
right,
first
right.
kill it, you get the instant
okay,
upgrade.
yep.
That's what they've got there, which is just, you know, instant stat boost, which is pretty crazy.
Yeah, but they don't get the passives until they put in about 750 gold into that item as well. They're going to try and get first turret here as well with the help of this Rift Herald, but none of the Void might spawn anymore, I believe, so, you know, not exactly going to get as much pressure as before. Just going to be able to get that second charge, though, which is pretty influential. These turrets do not heal past the threshold, so that's going to be pretty much permanent here. Juicebox.
Up a little bit far here. Stun does land, giving him a route to escape here. Dark Lord coming in for the assist, and is it going to be enough to save Juicebox? No, it is not. He falls. Poplar's going to be A-okay there with his ultimate ability, and one and done.
Yeah, the cask doing so much work there for disengaging. Definitely a very big tool there. We talked about how this comp is such a disengaged comp, and it makes it even harder, which, you know, makes me really think, why would you pick Aurelia? But it's not exactly working out perfectly well, and because Skarner is such an easily neutralized engage, it's just such a much more difficult to navigate these fights if you are Aurelia, because generally you're looking for big CC abilities that you get to just hit for free. But I feel like that's going to be a bit of a sticking point here for this one as we get later and later into the game.
Absolutely. I think Jason is huge right now. He's gotten his Luden, so he's got damage in his back pocket, and now he's stacking ability haste on top of that. He's up 2 levels against Juicebox up on the top side. I think he's going to be a very influential role. J-Way a little bit caught out. He does have flash, but may not even get a chance to use it. A fantastic Q going to stop this Skarner from moving, and he's able to get out with his life.
Yeah, so now we're actually also seeing the petals get spawned in as well, which generally happen around where kills occur. And these petals, they give team-wide XP based off your KDA, as well as adaptive force. So they're pretty important to actually pick up, just because they do stop spawning once Otacon does die. So, you know, getting as many as possible while it's up is definitely influential there. And I don't think we're going to be seeing the Ruinous Otacon, but that also gets buffed if by 25%, just like all other epic monsters. So it can really stack up quite powerful. As now, you know, I feel like this Kog'Maw just has not been talking point at all.
Yeah, he's been in the bot lane under the shadows, getting a little bit of farm here. Fitz was forced to flash there. Poplar needs to get out with his life. He's going to be A-okay. See some pings going like they want a little bit more. Dark Lord not afraid to go in any further. TP coming in from the top side from Juicebox as he's on time this time, but maybe into his own demise. He gets bursted down to about half health. Stun not quite going to land. Is forced to flash out. Poplar Dark Lord wants more, but he's not able to get it. Fantastic, as we say, disengage from Santa Barbara.
Yeah, I mean, it's just so hard to actually get on. They commit the TP as well. Luckily, they don't have anyone answering that side lane, but we're actually going to get a pause here right now in this one. So, I mean, so far, it's looking Santa Barbara favor.
Absolutely. I think their comp is fantastic. Jason in the box is doing great up in the top side.
Yeah. Every time I see that cask, it's doing something amazing.
Yeah, it's a
Either
flash
burning
or it's a
flashes,
kill.
yep,
100%.
or you're getting kills, or you're disrupting kills. So definitely very, very impactful so far, and it's gonna end up banned. I think.
I think it needs to, right?
Yeah.
I mean, what do you do against this champion?
It seems like that's the identity that Berkeley likes to play is a bit more of a damage skew, with some engage protection tools, but in reality, without a big beefy front line, besides the Skarner, it's very hard to find an engage onto these, especially since you have Gragas, you have Xin Zhao, you have these champions that neutralize engage as well. Means that, hey, the Hui doesn't have as much time as he'd like to actually, do damage there. Same for the Kog'Maw, really hasn't been in the game so far, just kind of been idly catching waves. What you really need to play this game like is, okay, they have really good disengage. Let's just not engage.
I like that.
And they just play poke really heavy, but they already committed to the Kog'Maw being on hit. So they're not going to have as much damage as they potentially could have had. Obviously, that would have put them in a bit of an AP bottleneck. It really would have needed to be Aurelia popping off for that to work very well. But I think that's a little bit better of a skew that they could play to actually be able to win this game, because right now, the way that they're playing it, the Skarner is getting neutralized every engage, either the Maokai Q, Xin Zhao Q. Somehow Qs are always the answer.
Yeah.
And, if the Skarner can't engage, you're not going to be able to get those big Aurelia ultimates. So you have to play a bit more reserved. And this is the kind of time when you get to shake off the nerves a bit. It is a pause. You don't get to calm with your team. You just get to play in your own head and kind of think about it.
I'm seeing it. And we also got word as well on the B stream, if you guys aren't watching that also, if you're not rocking the dual monitor setup, I don't know what you're doing. But on the B stream, UCI did just take down UCLA 1-0, so that's how that series is going. UCI, a very dominant team, of course, just going at it.
Yeah, shout out to UCI. I mean, they're definitely to be contended with. Their roster, obviously, pretty stacked. I mean, it could have been more stacked, let's just say that. But unfortunately, Surdy went to Dignitas.
Yes.
So, that's actually pretty interesting.
That's an amazing topic. We can we can talk about that
once UCI's on stream. So we'll see.
True.
I'll have to wait for that to happen. Either way, this game has really come down to, I feel like, execution in fights. I mean, as I said, the identity that UC Santa Barbara is playing is this disengage / brawly style, which generally beats engage. You need to play poke because you already have the poke champions. You at least need to poke down the Xin Zhao to maybe force out ult. If you could get Xin Zhao's ult out, I think that's a win. And you can just disengage there and then re-engage later. Because if Xin Zhao doesn't have ult, suddenly becomes a target that you can actually neutralize. So definitely some options here for Berkeley, but it's not easy.
It's been a very recurring theme. The Xin Zhao's in a dangerous situation. He's ult. He's okay. Victor's damage gets Hui's damage gets entirely neutralized. And it's not enough.
Another idea is obviously, hey, we flip Otacon.
Okay.
We flip Otacon.
Now we're talking.
We flip Otacon. We suddenly can't engage because we have no nerves at all because we're sitting with a 150 guaranteed res. You just walk forward and hey, I mean, if they kill a couple of you, that sucks. Who cares? We go again.
True. You go straight to Baron. That's the real. So we're talking about this off stream, right? If Otacon is up and Baron is up, which one are you picking? That's the play. You go Otacon, get the withdrawal ability, go run it down, respawn, go Baron.
Yeah, because even if they trade Baron, think about it. If they trade Baron and you have 150 respawn, what are you gonna do? You're gonna run it down to get rid of as many Barons as possible.
It's not even close. It's Otacon. That's the answer. I like it.
Now that does change a bit if it's of course Ruinous Otacon,
yes,
but we're not seeing that this game. You need a lot of kills for Ruinous to be satisfied, or I guess Otacon to be satisfied.
Yeah, I wonder what the actual is it a magic number?
No, there is not a magic number.
But
it's somewhere around 20 kills.
Okay.
Generally, I mean, like the highest I've seen that didn't spawn it was about 17 kills, and there you go, Voracious Otacon on the table.
We are back, unaware of what the reason for that pause was. But that's okay. So this is Berkeley on Otacon as well. As you mentioned, kind of the flip.
Flip it.
Santa Barbara are aware of this. They're pushing mid.
Yeah, they do not care. I've seen this also because of how many objectives there are now in this mid game. Some teams just opt, hey, guess what? We'll just take the entire opposite side of the map. We don't really care. And that's exactly what they're doing. They're pushing down that tier 2 mid here. They're just going to go straight up towards that tier 2 top probably afterwards. But Voracious Otacon is definitely something you don't want to mess with. This also gives 40 gold per kill permanently.
Yeah.
So it's a great comeback mechanic when you do actually secure it. So I'm not sure how I feel about UC Santa Barbara just sacking it, considering how ahead they were. But the map positioning just wasn't in favor for them.
Yeah. I think that was a really, really big come up for Berkeley. That's a lot of gold. They only got one tier 2 tower. I think Hui is a fantastic champ at clearing that wave. He's able to stall them off from in-hit. This is great.
Yeah, I think they're going to be very satisfied with that outcome there. And now it should put them in a good position to at least scale a comeback. If they find a couple kills with these withdrawal buff, which once again, 150 seconds, they have just over 2 minutes to find something with this buff. But it kind of seems like they're playing it kind of slow. I'm not sure how much practice they played scrim-wise on this one, which can definitely be problematic because you really need to know, hey, we just need to play through our limits. And kind of coordinate when you want to find engage. So Dark Lord 70 walking up here, Slunt out of mana, which is going to have to go for a reset here, which probably means that turret is dead for sure.
I'd love to see a fight from Berkeley here, right? Like, you need to get in there. I think they are doing, they're obviously basically 5 mid, and they're looking for something, and I think that's exactly what you need to do. The weird thing, so UCSB, do you try to fight it and fend it off and get rid of the withdrawals, or do you wait it out?
I mean, generally you just try and wait it out because it's just not worth it to potentially risk the game. The risk reward is just not there.
Okay, totally fair.
You just have to wait it out, I think, for the most part. But, you know, as I said, UC Berkeley can't really make good use of it. They've seen what happens when you engage, and they don't want to dive the tier 2 turret. Like, I don't know if you guys saw it, but oh, they're going to grab Xin Zhao.
We got Yoinked. He does have ult. There it is. There's that disengage coming out. The roots do get called as well. 3 members rooted, but it's not going to be enough. That's a big Hui ult on the backside of Poplar. Slug gets caught in the slow, forced to flash out. Poplar drops down to M2O on the backside. This is what Berkeley needed. They found a kill. Not one withdrawal used yet.
Yeah, they still have it, but the buff is quickly ticking down. I'd say about 30 seconds left on it. So they're going to have one more wave to play with for this. Now Dark Lord 70 going to look for J-Way.
Absolutely. He's going to go in for the rear. Does try to find Slunt, who has no flash. By the way, Lincoln Rock, you can die, buddy. Don't be afraid, but they just want the tier 2. Dark Lord is going to drop down. He's going to back out of the fight. Cash does come through, withdraw another. Fits likely in the same boat. To assume a flash for it is maybe a bit wild. Jason in the box is going to use that one. Now hear that come back?
Yeah, here they are. They did end up getting a bit out of it, but not necessarily perfect, I'd say. They could have probably played a bit more aggressively. Like, I was just about to speak about, there was this one clip that went viral from the first LCK match from Faker, where he's playing Victor. He has the withdrawal buff. He just dives enemy tier 2 while tier 1 is still up in mid and just kills 3.
That's what you got to do?
Yeah, just no care in the world. You only lose 100 gold, or you only give over about 100 gold from withdrawing. So nowhere, it's not even close to being worth it.
I love it.
So
this is what League of Legends is all about now.
Yeah,
we
run it down.
And we run it down. How far we've come, full circle.
Yeah, getting into this portion now. Dragon is coming up, and we haven't even, there's so many things going on with this new season. We haven't even talked about the fact that UC Santa Barbara has 3 dragons. Yeah. So they're on Soul Point, which is definitely a permanent buff you want, I'd say. I mean, this is going to be Chemtech Soul. You know, people have controversial opinions, but it does, you know, present a bigger problem for UC Berkeley. They have not necessarily a lot of burst damage, but the only way to kill a lot of these beefy frontliners is burst damage. So, you know, Chemtech definitely good against that, if nothing else.
Yeah, Berkeley would love to take this away from the side of Santa Barbara. Santa Barbara looks like it's a bit difficult to break in here, but they want it nonetheless. Poplar's ready on that blast cone to jump in, and he goes to the left. They are going to give over this dragon. I think that's waves weren't in the right place. We're going to take tier 2 top. We are A-okay with that.
Yeah, they're going to commit a TP towards that top side to potentially save that. They're actually double TPing, which might seem a little bit overzealous as Changwei just walks right out of there. And they actually found Braum on the opposite side of the map. What you doing over there, buddy?
Talk about cross-map plays. There you have it.
A different type of cross-map. He's past the river. That's a different cross-map.
Yeah. Baron spawning in 10 seconds here. This is going to be exciting. Now we're at a bit of a calm point. Atacana's down, Dragon is down. We might be back to good old League of Legends right here. It's just going to be Baron focus.
Yeah, and UC Santa Barbara's did pick up some of those upgraded boots. Particularly Victor has picked up the Spell Slinger shoes, which gives you know, if you take any, sorry, excuse me, it just gives 8% pen
Yep.
and 6 flat pen,
Yep.
which is, I swear, better than Void Staff sometimes.
Just getting it for free, just there's a lot of value in that first little bit of magic, of percent magic pen,
Yeah.
especially. It's a lot of value in that. That's maybe even enough to like delay your Void Staff and just go for the Rabadons.
Yeah, and then Gragas as well, picking up the Crimson Lucidity, which just gives movement speed on CC or healer shielding. I'm not sure if that works on self-healing. If it does, that would be pretty crazy,
That
because
does sound
Gragas
insane.
just gets to W and use his
Yeah.
passive to get healing. But I'm not 100%. I think it's ally, so
I would believe that.
I'd imagine not. But it's still pretty good for all the CC that Gragas does have here. So, pretty good stuff there. I will say one interesting thing is you have upgraded boots, and Xin Zhao is currently sitting on magical footwear.
That is a decision. I wonder. I really do. I can't wait until we get further into the season where we can actually find out how impactful these boots are. Right? Like we know they're cool right now. Maybe we're all really excited to buy them because they're new. But how impactful are they?
I mean, definitely late game they're very impactful because
Right.
that's just a slot you gain extra stats in.
Yes.
Slunt going to be the one that zones off here as that Corki. Well, I'm really looking to Kog'Maw to actually do a lot here because it's really been that scene in this one so far.
He's been farming it up. Farm is looking pretty good over there. He has Rageblade online, which is fantastic to see. And yeah, I think they're okay waiting. I know I mentioned Santa Barbara having Victor is a bit dangerous for the late game here, but Berkeley have the late game monster of their own, the Coggers.
Yeah, and now Lincoln Rock in a bad position. Jason in the box wants to get the cask.
We're pulling the roots here. Lincoln Rock, excuse me, is the main focus. Juice Box, unable to find that stun. Malkyle being used is pretty big. We do have Dark Lord on the side here. Poplar forced to flash out. Flash Skarner ult does whiff just by a little bit. TP in the backside from Yilu is going to come through as well. 5 members strong. We've used Shin's ult already. Jason in the box going to split up the squad as he just pummels the entire enemy team. Dark Lord now dropping low in the backside. The zoning, the damage is just too strong from Slunt and from Yilu. It's coming out. Fitz doing what he can. Poplar may fall there in the end, unfortunately, in a beautiful explosion, but a fantastic fight from Santa Barbara.
Yeah, they just find so much damage. What a good engage there from Jason in the box. Splits up the entire team, isolates that Braum. That is that protective piece for the Kog'Maw, which just enables UCSB to actually take them down, as now Juicebox taking a bunch of damage from Slunt here, but Way firing back in return. Not able to find the striking pull and just be able to walk it out here. As I will say, the Victor very influential in that fight, able to stun up the Skarner, which we'll see in just a second with the replay. Shout out to production here. As now Poplar, you see this engage, nice dodge away on that suppression, but it does come through. That would be pretty much lights out there for that Zhao. And here you see nice big engage here, and then afterwards the Victor's going to put down that cage on top of Dark Lord 70, which is allows him to have like 90 damage here to both Kog'Maw and Skarner. And unfortunately gets Unending Despair. No, that's the wrong one. That's actually the name of the item. What's the item?
Good question. I should know these things, but I don't, because I play Hui, but I don't know him like that apparently. But back here on live, we learned a lot from that fight. The Hui damage is insane. We saw it a little bit too there as they were pushing mid. A lot of damage. If he's not respected, especially now having their death cap completed, he can turn the fight single-handedly, absolutely. But it's going to be up to a lot of Jason in the box to shut that man down. 3,000 gold up in the side of Santa Barbara, growing slightly.
Yeah, that's the pretty interesting thing about these upgraded boots. You don't get some of these big power spike items as early, since you do commit towards that boot, but it definitely is worth it for Sork shoes in particular.
Seeing that absolutely vision here. This dragon is spawning. Santa Barbara want this. And, no, excuse me, I thought that was Gragas ult there for a second. Yeah, Santa Barbara want this dragon. Let's see if Berkeley's going to let them have it.
Yeah, just walking forward now. J-Way finds two.
J-Way with a nice root, maybe caught it out a little bit himself. The Skarner ult does snag two as well, but the Zone is going to save a lot of health from Jason in the box. Poplar doing okay on the HP-wise as well. Juicebox doing what he can in the back line, but it's not going to be enough in the front line. Xin Zhao does fall. Hui damage, this is where Hui shines right here. He's got the range, he's got the poke to make of these nitty-gritty fights. Spear not quite going to land. Dark Lord being shredded down by Slunt, but it's not quite enough, and there it is. Hui coming through with the root. Going to find that kill. Question mark pings are down. Dragon still on the table.
Yeah, Dark Lord 70 still alive here, so that jungler does have fruits as well to heal up just a little bit. This is still going to be quite risky with Corki still alive. Actually going to be able to interrupt that recall, so they have a great tempo for the Dragon. Get shoots for them. You see a replay on the fight, a nice suppression here onto two members by Dark Lord 70, but it just doesn't matter. Juicebox doesn't really have the damage to be able to take down anyone in the time. And Jason in the box barely surviving as Victor's doing Victor things, not able to find the kills here, but does accidentally walk on the EW from Hui.
Yeah, you love to see it. Now we are back exactly where we were 1 minute ago with Dragon still on the table. Did not go over to Santa Barbara quite yet, but I imagine soon.
Yeah, Santa Barbara really does want this with the KevTech Soul. You saw, you know, with a couple more resistance stats, some of these players will live even more. So they're actually going to go for it here, and there's no positioning from UC Berkeley to actually be able to contest this. So they're just going to grab it up and make their way onto the map with that Dragon Soul. But this puts Elder on the map in 6 minutes. And if the game isn't ended by then, it definitely will after that one. So I'll have to wait and see. The wave clear obviously extremely good for Berkeley, which is kind of what's the bottleneck here. They need to find a way to take this way out of these lanes, potentially just try and dive. But you don't have the strongest dive. It's a lot just from the ultimate from Maokai or maybe a knockout in by Jason in the box. So their options are a bit limited to actually be able to intercept that way.
Absolutely. Now, Berkeley have done a fantastic job this game at maintaining kind of control. Despite being down a little bit throughout the entire game, they've been a force to be reckoned with, making their way into these objectives, right? We've kind of seen this Hui poke, this vision line set up every single time. Maybe a lot of that due to Lincoln Rock doing some great work here. But they've got a fighting chance, and I think that fighting chance is Hui, unless we hit 6 out of Cogton.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like they just have a lot of pressure with the help of this Hui. We're not seeing Hui in the sideline, so you know I'm chill with this. Kog'Maw a little bit more catching those waves more than the Hui is, as now they're just gonna shove out. Nothing too crazy gonna happening anytime soon, as we have pretty much all the TPs on board as well. So expect the next big fight. Well, expect the next fight to be quite large. Like it's gonna be a full 5-on-5 brawl, which I've already talked about before. I don't feel like Berkeley wins it, but I will give them a lot of props because I feel like other teams who have had this much pressure put against them, as UCSB has had, would definitely not be only 2K behind.
Yeah, absolutely. They've done a fantastic job keeping up and trying to go for a cheeky little Baron start here, but Santa Barbara did spot it out and get off that real quick. Yeah, I think Kog'Maw scaling is just huge here. Elder Dragon is always interesting to me because it kind of puts it on the table for both teams. Right?
Yeah.
If we get to that point and Berkeley claim it, that's huge for them.
Yeah. I feel like if you're UCSB and you somehow lose this game, you're just kicking yourself for just giving the Otacon.
Yeah.
Because that really was
a
the
big turn
opening
play.
window here for Berkeley to kind of slow down this game a lot and kind of put it in their favor. But nice purchase on the hull breaker here. Makes Gragas' life a lot more difficult to actually take down those cannon minions. Jason in the box. Man, you always are so surprised that this big man can run so fast.
Yeah, I'm impressed here. Juicebox is really confident walking up. He's down 2 levels, but I guess what he's really doing is just keeping Gragas out of the fight and telling the rest of his team to go for it, right? Because Gragas has been a huge damage threat in these team fights so far. Now maybe less so with Victor Corky coming online, but I think if you're able to keep Gragas in the side lane as this Aurelia, you're winning.
Yeah, because now Ludian Orb also picked up here for the Gragas, so has to play a little bit more towards the side lane, waiting on that Zhonya's to actually get completed, which will be pretty important coming into this next fight. Poplar just trying to get some of this vision out from UC Berkeley. And, yeah, I mean it's just clear waves, wait for somebody to pull the trigger.
Absolutely. We're in that classic waiting game stage. And I mean, if we're waiting game,
NA-RAM.
NA-RAM, let's just do it. Bring back Otacon, let's get some withdrawals in, and let's just have at it.
Yeah, they're going to go for the fight now. They're trying to force the Baron to at least get some resources out of Santa Barbara. Potentially, they'd want the Maokai ult, most likely here, which would then get disengaged by that Braum. I'm not sure if Braum has Mikhails, but that could definitely be something that is important coming into these next couple fights.
Baron dropping to about half health. Berkeley playing a fantastic game here, keeping them interested, but not interested enough to where they have to go for the fight. Gragas has to play back in here to order to TP. And he does go for the TP in top side. A lot of health bars dropping on the side of Berkeley as they're forced into the pit. Yilu on the back side is going to have a huge ult here. Hui doing what he can from the back as well. Skarner is going to ult too. Baron dropping low at 1.6k. Does go over to the side of Santa Barbara, and it's looking fantastic for them. Jason in the box has arrived at the fight. He's going to ward off the 2 in the top side. Barrel does come through. Fitz goes down. Lincoln Rock the next target, but on the bottom side, Juicebox is not able to do enough, and what a fight coming out of Santa Barbara.
Yeah, they just play that so well. Xinjiao able to get the Crescent Guard out just in time as getting suppressed from that Skarner, which really saved their own life and stalled enough to be able to get the smite down onto the Baron. But that actually wasn't what secured it. It was the Maokai Q of all things. Obviously, that thing is juiced against epic monsters. It does like 600 damage or something.
Okay.
So it definitely was a potential steal here. But now they're just going to try and snowball this into the victory here. They don't have the grubs, but they do have a bit of a wave. Slunt committing the flash. They know it's over, and they're going to take game 1 over UC Berkeley.
Congratulations to Santa Barbara. It is a best of 3, ladies and gentlemen, but man, I thought Berkeley did a really, really good job setting up that fight, but maybe the gold advantage just wasn't enough. I think the flank from Victor there in that last fight was massive. I'm sure we'll get a replay of that, but big congrats to Santa Barbara.
Yeah, I feel like their patience on Santa Barbara's side was so good. You know how I was saying, what Berkeley wants is that Maokai ult to be committed.
Yep.
And they waited so long.
They did.
They made it so Braum is walking forward to try and bait it. I'd say they did a great job on the Baron kiting, but as soon as the fight happens, it's split attention. Skarner's trying to disrupt the Xinjiao and the Maokai, and then on the other side you have Victor doing damage to your backline, so it's a bit split, and since your main engages the Skarner and the way that UC Santa Barbara played the fight, they split it, so it was just very difficult to actually get into, as now we're seeing the players on the screen there. This is, of course, Santa Barbara here with their, is that a raccoon?
I am going to hold my tongue because I don't know and I don't want to be wrong. But that was a bit of VOD review going on.
Yep.
Here we have Berkeley. They should be proud. That was a good game. I think. I mean, this series could be good.
Yeah, it really could. I say we saw both good looks. Of course, I feel like Santa Barbara had the draft advantage.
Okay. Yeah.
Going into game 2, definitely some adaptations are going to need to be made. The Relia couldn't get steam in this game. Not to say it's a terrible pick, but not into Gragas, I feel. It's just too difficult to actually find that snowball that you're looking for when you are playing something like Aurelia. So I'd like to see some adaptations there. Besides that, I think they're playing pretty well.
Yeah.
Their fighting is definitely up to par to at least contest with Santa Barbara, but it's not going to be easy as we go into game 2.
Yeah, absolutely. Speaking of going to game 2, we are going to go to a quick break before then, guys. So don't worry if you're there in the stands in the arena. Go get a drink and come on back. We'll be back with you guys shortly. Don't go anywhere.
Let's say you're deep in a show, or a game, or the game, on a train, at home, at work. Okay, maybe not at work. Point is, at Xfinity, we're constantly engineering new ways to get the entertainment you love to you faster and easier than ever. That's what I do. Is that Love Island?
Shit like it. So how many people are gonna kiss before you realize? I got it, too!
Our new Xfinity gateways can support hundreds of devices.
Up your internet gay. Am I right?
I'm over here.
Am I close?
Get a strong connection to power hundreds of devices with ultra-low lag.
Marco?
Bring on the good stuff.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you enjoyed our brief conversation. But yes, welcome back. We are here with Game 2 in UC Santa Barbara versus UC Berkeley. Santa Barbara taking the first game in a pretty stunning manner, but let's not talk about it. Let's watch it in a second. We've got a replay.
Got a replay right now. Here we go. I believe this will be the full reel here, as this is that first play to start it off and gives them that first blood for that feat of strength. A nice flash re-angle here, and also blocks the skill shots in the process here from Fitz. And you see Fitz really can't navigate the fight well, wants to get the damage out on Poplar, but just can't at that point. So very well played there. You see this fight as well. Huge knockup there for Poplar to start it off, and then this nets them 2 kills on the backside. You see Aurelia TP a little bit deep. You know, I feel like Aurelia just felt a little bit disconnected just because, you know, they're playing so kind of block style, and you don't see the Aurelia in that front line with them, trying to look for more flank angles. And here was really what showcased a lot of the power of Gragas, as Juicebox trying to get out here as everyone piles in, but that Crescent Guard comes out on top of that Gragas Cascade, and that's just how it goes. Otacon goes over to Berkeley, which really kind of changes the tempo here, as they do, again, a bit of pressure here as they're able to force out Poplar and Yiwu Shangbei in this fight here, as they do find the kill there onto Poplar, and then go for a re-engage in just a little bit. Dark Lord goes for it all, doesn't really find much from this play, but it doesn't matter that much. They're just looking for damage on the turret with the help of this respawn buff, as they try and clean up all the kills here to at least get a bit of gold back in their pocket with the, you know, it only gives 100, but it's still definitely worth it if they are free kills nonetheless.
Yeah. Love the Atacant champions, honestly, as you keep going. This game felt like a lot of Berkeley doing a fantastic job of staying in, but just couldn't quite.
Yeah. I think we're going to, I'm expecting to see a bit more utility in the AD carry role, and if you're going to stay carries top, expect something a little safer, or at least to ban the Gragas. So stuff like Camille is definitely a good pick, but it was getting banned there by the Santa Barbara, so not too surprised there. As now you see this fight, this is a big split fight here, as Juicebox tries to take down J-Way, actually gets knocked away, which kind of interrupts a lot of the damage pattern that we were looking for as we just continue this fight. And that Victor ult is just massive with 2 kills in it, and that's only 2. Imagine with 5. Getting that penta would be crazy, but it does end up walking on this, which kind of screws with the tempo. But you didn't really see Berkeley go for the drag after that, so they lost a lot of that advantage they did end up having here. As you see, this is the fight I was talking about. They split the attention, and Skarner has to full engage on that side, while, you know, Victor and Corki are kind of just free-firing since they're putting so many resources on taking down the Xin Zhao before the Baron goes down, and it still doesn't go their way. And then, you know, late chase into this fight, and then they just go straight down mid because the wave's already set up, and they're able to actually end it there. So, I mean, I'd say a pretty well-played game there from Santa Barbara, but definitely some holes there. I mean, I feel like trading a Tier 2 mid is not worth Otacon.
No,
if they could find both top Tier 2 and mid Tier 2, I'd say it's worth it.
Okay.
But they didn't have the wave set up to actually be able to do that. That's something you always have to consider. You know, wave setup, we always talk about how important it is, but in particular, when a big objective's happening, you need to have those waves pushed out. And they just didn't have it, because if they did, I mean, I'm pretty sure they could have just snowballed straight into getting both of those and kind of brushed off the idea that they lose their mid-tier 2 potentially for that Otacon buff.
Yeah, I'm seeing that absolutely. Going into the next game, I think we were talking about this a little bit on the break. Gragas. I think Gragas is so insanely strong. I think if you don't have a good pick against it, it's got to get banned.
Yeah, cut this champion.
So impactful.
Yeah. Has good disengage, does good damage, has great laning.
Yeah.
Very safe CS. I mean, can't really object for this champion. So definitely expect to see that on the brand side. I'm curious whether they'll be on blue or red side for coming into this next one. I imagine that Santa Barbara would feel pretty comfortable on that blue side. I mean, they gave up the Skarner in the last one, but I mean, if they just play blue, ban Skarner, or if they like the Skarner. Some people like playing against Skarner.
Yeah.
Especially if you like playing those early game brawler junglers. Xin Zhao was left open, crucially, so that's one that definitely just turbo stomps Skarner generally.
Yeah, so much of that felt like skill, right? Like hitting Maokai Qs and Xin Zhao third Qs to interrupt it twice was kind of a team fight dictator. pulling those things off on a micro level is incredible.
Yeah, and then the last one, I mean, he just pressing guards like the millisecond
Yeah,
before
yeah.
the ult actually comes through. So definitely reactable, and that's what I meant. Like, okay, Skarner and Rakan, they're very good engages, but they're not good solo engage.
Okay. Yeah.
That's kind of my always my big problem with these champions is very predictable engage. You can't really be that flexible with it. I mean, what are you gonna do? You're gonna press E. Skarner goes, and then like gets fast, and then he's finally kind of a threat. But
Yeah.
getting those engage angles is hard if you're solo engaged because you need something else to distract them on the other side.
Yeah.
Which is kind of what the problem with Aurelia is. Like, you also want a distraction as the Aurelia, but the problem is the Skarner needs a distraction, and you need a distraction from the Skarner. So you've got a whole chain of issues because you're missing that crucial engage because you opted for a Kog'Maw plus the Braum. Now, if they instead went for an Ashe, you don't have that problem.
Yeah.
You click R,
You got an arrow. Yep.
you got an arrow. Boom, done. You got a Jhin. Same thing. You press W. Done. You have Hui Jhin. That's a pretty good combo. You get to just long-range artillery fire from, hell and back. So we're seeing same sides here for both of these teams. Tomcatch, Camille, once again, locked bans, it seems. Berkeley is the one who did get to pick sides, so they actually prefer this side anyways, so they are definitely feeling comfy with that one. But Gragas, will it be on the ban table? Last time they banned Cassante and Poppy, and it's going to be Gragas, so good adaptation there.
I like that.
They don't want to deal with that, but that does leave Poppy up if they want to keep that Aurelia. Definitely going to need to see that banned.
Yes, I'd be surprised if Juicebox really opted for Aurelia again. Maybe he's some sort of one trick. Poppy's gonna get banned out. That does maybe lead.
I think the Aurelia.
I'm seeing it.
I mean, Aurelia definitely has some champs they're good into, but I doubt Jason in the box is going to opt to play any of those picks.
Yeah.
For instance, like the Gnar is like a classic.
Okay.
Has seen a couple bans I've seen in LZK, but that could just be specialist picks here. Corki going to be the lock-in this time on, once again, on the first pick.
Yep.
So they definitely liked that pick regardless.
I like this too. Maybe Skarner. Yep. Okay, there it is.
Yep.
Yeah. The teams like it, right? Except for that Gragas. They thought that was the one pain point, and I would agree with that. I think all else, nothing was wrong.
Yeah. Now, one pick that the Corki does allow. Oh, Zach. Actually, I talked about Zach in the last game,
like Zach.
and I was surprised not to see it in that one. I think it's because Gragas got locked in, and you hate playing Gragas into Zach.
Okay.
Or Zach into Gragas, excuse me.
Yeah, the body
so
slam interrupt.
the body slam just does so much work there. So I understand. So now with the Gragas and the Poppy band, it's a pretty free pick here. You could still pick things like Talia and Melio that do very well into Zach. Obviously, just interrupting that dash. They're going to go for the Hui Corki, so a little bit mixed. Last time they went the Kog'Maw. Now they're picking up the Corki plus the Hui. Still a very good, strong, long range. Now, I will say, Corki does get countered by one champion that pretty much gets played in no other scenarios, which is Sivir.
Okay.
You could potentially play Sivir into Corki because Corki has a lot of his damage early game actually comes from Q.
Okay. You just block it.
And you just block it. So Sivir is actually quite good into that champ and also matches the scaling that Corki does eventually get. But they're just going to go for the Kog'Maw, it looks like. Now there's a problem. Kog'Maw, vulnerable champion. Are you going to play at AP? Probably not, considering you have a Victor and a Skarner, which was the same problem that UC Berkeley had in the last one. If they pick a strong AD top laner, like Ambessa, I think they could potentially pull off an AP Kog'Maw here. I don't know if we'll see it because it's a little bit bad into Zach, because Zach gets to kind of skip that neutral of the poke and stuff like that to actually just make it into that backline. So definitely some considerations to be made, but it's not exactly the easiest look here. Rel, one of those primary engages that is flexible, can be a solo engage. Just going to get banned away here from Santa Barbara. They don't want to deal with that into the Zach, and then, you got a lot of problems then. So just going to be able to take that off the table. Once again, due diligence, Kog'Maw Lulu.
Gotta ban it.
Yep. Got to take that off the table. You don't want to deal with any Chinese boosters in these games.
No, sir. I really do I don't think on-hit Kog'Maw is that much of a problem. I think, last game, you could not hit anyone. There was, two of those team fights where his only options to hit is, the Gragas with Zhonya's or the currently ulted Shinzao.
Yep.
Poor guy can't hit a thing that entire fight. Maybe he does a better time against Zach if that Zach's not currently CCing him to death. I'd love to see Melio would have been
Melio,
great.
I think, is kind of a premier pick, but I believe it'll get banned. I doubt they're going to leave that open.
Yeah. I'd love to see Rakan on the side of Berkeley here. I think it pairs great with Zach. A lot of follow-up engage. I'm trying to think of what else counters Zach support. Sorry, Zach jumping.
Janna.
Syndra
Janna
mid is
does.
okay, but they already have Victor picked.
Janna does.
Janna is a great winner, actually. That's a great ban.
That does leave the melee open, which I expect to be just locked in here. It does leave you solo engaged, but they're just going to go for the Maokai, actually, which, depending on the top lane pick, could get flexed up. Especially something like, I mean, Jax is a little bit played. Not that much, actually. So if that gets locked in, Maokai does great into Jax.
Okay.
Definitely a counter pick potential there, but I expect that in support. And now you have a good supplemental engage pairing here. You have the Skarner and the Maokai, which leaves a very big carry top option here for the side of Jason in the box. Imtwo needs to lock in probably a support here. Not too many options. I mean, Melio does okay into
Rakan here every time, I think.
Rakan, yep. That's a good call out there, as they're going to lock that up. So they have that Zac Rakan you were talking about before. Not a solo engage. Now you have 2 pairings.
Yeah.
Hey, that's the formula.
We're doing it.
That's the formula. Easier, the better. You know, you don't want to have to deal with too many complicated looks there. And now it leaves that top lane. Are you going to pick something safe, or are you going to pick something very risky?
This is the toss-up.
This is the toss-up, and you don't have counter pick here, so it's just going to be the Aatrox, which does generally well into most things.
Yes.
Definitely one of the great neutralizer champions, such as Gragas, but a little bit more of a damage skew, which I think is actually a pretty good look here. So now they have a bit more mid-range team fighting, where they had long range before. So now you have someone to complement the double engage here. And what's going to be the lock-in here? It's going to be old classic.
There it is. That's a good pick into Aatrox. He's got a little bit. He's got the dashes to slide around his Qs. He's got the damage to follow up on it. I think Aatrox can neutralize the lane, as you said. Good neutralizing champion. But K'Sante getting through is just, come on now.
Yeah, K'Sante gets through. I mean, I understand the ban process here for Berkeley, but having to drop that K'Sante ban is a little bit unfortunate, as it will be that final pick here. So, hey, I don't know who's going to win this game, because I feel like Kog'Maw is a hard champion to execute. I know we're favoring it. I'm very curious to see whether it'll end up on being a poke Kog'Maw. I don't think it will. I think it'll still be on hit.
I think it needs to be on hit. I think the side of
Aatrox is so good into on hit.
They lack damage, though. I think you have K'Sante, Skarner, Maokai. Those 3 are not dealing damage, so everything is on Victor Kog'Maw.
Yeah.
I think he needs on hit.
I think he needs it, but it's not going to be easy.
No.
Which is why I can't predict this game. It's like,
yeah.
Theoretically, Kog'Maw's playing perfect, dodges all the Aatrox Qs. Yeah. Hey, we're golden.
I think Amelia, I think, would have been really sick here. I think that would have given a lot more, a little bit. I was gonna say peel. Maokai does a good job at peeling.
Maokai doesn't. Okay, the problem is here's how it goes. Maokai, great at peeling. Love that champion.
Love it.
However, my Maokai is on the back line. He's in there.
Okay.
I'm on my own.
Okay, I'm seeing that.
You know what I mean? I will say, let's just say, Jay-Way plays it properly, sits on top of Kog'Maw all game. That could definitely be an angle, but now you're having a problem with the Hui free hitting.
I'm seeing the list of issues that we have. I think if I had to pick a draft, I really, really, really like Berkeley's draft.
Yeah, I think Aatrox, Zac Rakan is such a good, solid core, and then you have the 2 super high damage carries of the Hui and the Corki. I think it's a pretty well-rounded draft.
Absolutely. I can't wait to see it in action. A lot of healing. We're going to need to see anti-heal on the side of Santa Barbara. Also, we talked about the absolute size of these champions over here. They have the damage. Corki, Hui, they just need to kind of get there. If they fall behind and maybe can't get those item power spikes soon enough, it's going to be tricky to cut through that front line.
Yeah.
But I think they have the damage for it.
Yeah. I think it's just going to be tricky play for the side of Santa Barbara. I mean, they could definitely win. These champions, if you find some good early leads with the Maokai instant route into some damage, definitely could be potential there. Also, Victor does very well with both Skarner and K'Sante, since he could put down the gravity field and instantly stun up a couple people, especially from the Skarner ultimate there. So definitely some good angles here, but it's, once again, not easy. And
yeah, absolutely. I think we're looking at a banger game here. I cannot wait to see the team fight stage of this game is going to go ballistic. But before we get into it, we're going to go to a short break here. Let the teams get ready and set up into game. Don't go anywhere, you guys. We will be back shortly. And just like that, ladies and gentlemen, we're back. Don't worry, the game will start very, very shortly. Going in, we're talking a little bit off stream here. We're both thinking Berkeley. We like Berkeley's draft.
I think Berkeley's got it. I mean, I was saying Kog'Maw's got a hard time to play the game. And I think I stand by that. You know,
Absolutely.
You see the Zach, there are like 5, 10 champions that you can list that can easily counter that champion. However, they only have the Maokai, which technically can interrupt. But I don't think it's as vital as like something like Emilio, for instance, that you get to put down the healing field and the shielding, and then Zach can't do any damage either.
Yep.
And then you have Aatrox, another problem. Rakan, another problem. Kog'Maw can't play. So now you're up to, can this K'Sante get very ahead?
Okay.
If the K'Sante is like super fed and can one-shot the Hui, I mean, then they're cooking with
Playable.
gas.
Okay, I'm seeing that. Absolutely. Top one. I'm going to have eyes on it. I think Aatrox can do a great job. He's also a little bit safer into something like Skarner because he can kind of play back and hit him with the Q, interrupt the dash. But if I'm to Skarner, I am mid lane, mid lane, mid lane. It's so free to gank that lane as Skarner. I need to see that happening.
We didn't see it at all last game.
No, we didn't. And
we saw one, I think, where they waited in the bush and then found Victor in mid, but that was kind of played off the support roaming towards mid, and then, you see a support level 6 and you're level 9. I'm hitting that support too. I understand.
Absolutely.
And as we get into game 2 here, immediately, UCSB still on that red side as UC Berkeley gonna walk it forward here with Zach. Dark Lord 70, definitely someone who's played Zach before. Won the grand finals of UCEI 2 years ago after a substitution in.
Yes.
After a solo queue game. I don't know if you remember this.
I
Crazy history. Had to sub in on grand finals, play Zach twice, and also a Shaco game.
I don't remember the Shaco. That is insanity.
So definitely some crazy stuff happened 2 years ago, but now it's a different game, but still on that pick.
Yeah, something pesto. I don't know. It's just
something.
incredible.
If you were there, you know.
Indeed. But now we're here. No funny games. Early game here. No vision trade-offs either, which is interesting. Normally, you see something trying to get the vision on the enemy Raptors or something like that. But we're hanging out this game.
Yeah, as Aatrox on the top side. This champ you don't see as much. Lost a lot of pressure when they first nerfed him, maybe 10, 15 patches ago, where he got even more reduced lifesteal off minions or something. Just his lane got a lot worse. And he was already not the strongest early laner. He's more of like a mid-game bully more than anything. Obviously, you could still play it great if you land all these Qs in the sweet spot. Zoning off Jason in the box.
Good W start for the shield there. Juicebox, I think that matchup is going to go that way for quite a while here. Botlane shove going towards the side of Santa Barbara as well. Slunk now on the Kog'Maw, rocking a beautiful skin.
True. I will say, Maokai usually has a lot of sustain in lane, but there's one champion that has more, and it's definitely Rakan with those Qs if they do end up landing those, I don't know, Glittering Quill, something like that. That's what the ability is. You hit those, you get a ton of HP for both you and your AD carry. And luckily, we've been seeing AD carries. We're not seeing any mages in the bot lane.
Yeah.
Which has definitely been more of the trend in solo queue, especially things like Lux, things like Brand, things like Seraphine.
I don't like it. I like champions where they're supposed to go. I'm cool with a flex here and there, but man, get the bruisers out of my mid lane, get the mages out of my bot lane. I just want good old League of Legends. Both junglers pathing bottom side.
Yeah, they're going to be meeting on that bot side. Last time we didn't see any crazy action here, but both these junglers, I feel like these are two junglers that like to just go in and int a little bit early on, so we might see a higher % chance of some shenanigans occurring, especially with the double engage now with that Rakan and the Maokai.
That's what I'm here for. Show me Ruinous Atakan.
It's not happening.
Show it to me.
It's not happening. So far, we're 0
it.
for 1. I don't know what's happening on stream B, but I imagine they're 0 for 2. Actually, I guess UCI did end that game extremely quickly.
Quick, but is it ruinous quick? I hope we see it at least one time today for you guys here on stream.
Yeah. I hope so too, because not to say that the buff is cool, because it's kind of lame, but it's just it's so rare now. It's like the chase.
Okay, yeah.
The thrill of the hunt.
The thrill, oh my god, we got it. Okay, now what?
Yeah.
It's like Hextech Soul.
It is like Hextech Soul, exactly, but that's purely RNG.
Yeah.
If they wanted to, both these teams could just, run it down relentlessly.
We handshake run it down.
Okay, well, let's not get too crazy here. We need to make sure we're not compromising any competitive integrity.
That's what we love to hear. Poplar did claim that bottom side scuttle. Looks like he may be getting the top side one as well. Jason in the box has prio. This is where you emote to your top laner. I love you.
Yeah, and this is where you, if you're Dark Lord, you're emoting to your top laner.
Other things.
Yikes. Question mark pings, definitely.
Question. True.
Especially because it's tank versus tank jungle, you got no choice in that. It is really up to your laner, and Poplar now going to gank on top side.
Fantastic angle forcing out the flash there from Juicebox. That means this gank can happen again. That was a great, he slid in that jungle, big unaware as we TP back to mid lane. Sorry.
Yeah, that's one of the premier Skarner angles.
Yeah.
Usually only parodied by potentially Kayn, but then you have a Kayn in your game. So you got other issues. As now, it's just going to be a bit chill. I think until grub spawn, maybe. It'll be quite relaxed. Juicebox does have some prio here. 10 CS up should be equalized to about 3 CS up after this wave. Considering if Jason in the box is able to CS all of this, which I'd expect so. Go for a W to get some trade damage down.
Cannon. Got it.
Got it. +1.
Well done. All even here. I know I was just talking about Ruinous outside con, but I don't think we're going to see it. I do want to see, I'm sure when these junglers hit 6, when Zach gets a couple more points in his E for that range, we're going to see a lot more ganking. Jayway, great on the roams, by the way. Last game, too, Jayway played a fantastic game.
Yeah. Jayway still sitting here. I mean, Maokai, definitely one of those champs that can kind of do it all. Vision control, CC, peel, disengage, engage.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, the heyday of Maokai was long.
Well, Slunt gets caught out, does have to flash, does get nabbed by the pole there, but no follow-up there to help him out. Lincoln Rock a little bit too far north. Poplar scouts him out here. No grass proc.
Yeah, I'm surprised not to see at least an attempt on the wall slam there. Skarner, but just going to get interrupted there. And Jason in the box, bad trade here before level 6 actually does proc over, so definitely lost some kill pressure there. Still has the TP for both the top laners. Haven't committed it at all, which is kind of surprising. But, it's not as common to see early TPs just because of how the waves now land. It's 4-7 when it was previously 3-6. A lot more faster pace on these cannon waves.
I like that we're taking Grubs here. Poplar going to trade over Dragon. That is okay. Grubs have a lot of impact in the game. I think just allowing a little bit more turret damage may not sound like a lot, but man, it's strong, giving more value for repair later as well. I don't know. I think maybe both teams are happier though.
Yeah, I think both teams are pretty happy here. Ocean Drake, of course, very good for the kind of sustained damage that UC Berkeley has. Now they're just gonna grab that up. No real pressure here for UC Santa Barbara since they are taking those grubs on the top side. Gonna get notification that is completed. And as long as Juicebox plays safe, it's a nice, clean, and easy trade on top and bottom.
Absolutely. Even trades is the name of this game right now. Maybe a CS advantage towards Jason, which I actually didn't really expect.
Yeah, I think it flopped over since Juicebox playing weak side had to just drop a wave. Now Poplar getting spotted out by Juicebox.
Helps the ward, has the information. Fitz is here to help out as well. Going to grab him and run up towards his top laner. I like that move a lot. Fitz a little bit low on mana. Fear does land. No TPs here to help them out, and they are going to live there with their lives. Yeah,
Juicebox not able to find too much. Does commit the World Ender, but which does mean you have a little bit less pressure in this lane. Asante could potentially look for something there, as nice buffer there from Lincoln Rock.
Drags him back. Jayway dropping low, and that is okay. Slunt here still W active. No recon W, but not going to push much farther forward. We got a little bit of action.
Yeah, a little bit. Just a little. No summoners burnt in that last one, though. We are seeing actually a pretty interesting heal recon here, so playing a lot more defensive for that Corki. They don't expect to win this lane, so didn't roll any Ignite shenanigans here. As, yeah, pretty standard here. Kog'Maw going to end up on that on-hit build. Not going to be any AP poke mage type Kog'Maw gameplay here. As you said, they kind of need the damage to shred that front line, but it's not easy to actually shred through them. So just be looking for some pressure on mid.
Darkwood finds his way in, stretching fist, not going to fight land. Fitz dropping low, does have to burn his flash to survive this exchange. Popper, not a main target, he's going to start dropping low. He has to flash as well. Zach has passive, not afraid to march forward. Lincoln Rock is here though, forcing out a TP from Kasante.
So long.
He might be here eventually.
No, maybe one day. Oh,
there he is.
Wow. I'm surprised. He made it.
Wow.
But yeah, so pretty good play. Had to respect the Aatrox damage there from Poplar, so good awareness there to dodge out. And a nice slow is going to prevent any chase away for that one. J-Way about to hit level 6, which could really be a turning point for these fights, making sure that you can find the big engages here. And once again, the feats of strength are up. There are currently only 1 in the pockets of Berkeley so far, because I believe grubs don't count. Which
I think getting like maybe it's getting a majority of them counts or something. I know it does count. I had a game where it did do its thing.
Some condition.
Yeah, it's either 2 or all 3. I think it's 1-1 on the feats right now on the Epic Monster counter. But yeah, that was crazy game so far.
Yeah, crazy, boring. No, it's not boring. It's actually quite entertaining.
No, it's good,
but
yeah.
it is 0-0. If you're one of those people that just cares about action, this is not the game for you.
Unfortunately,
this is a lot of like micro map movements to kind of threaten lanes, such as especially J-Way. J-Way has been towards mid more often than not, I feel, since they know that Kog'Maw's pretty safe in this lane with barrier. I mean, doesn't have flash, so definitely could get engaged on, but is respecting appropriately. As it's nice vision play here.
looking for something. He's not going to use E quite yet. Victor is just so strong. He's trading even a level up. He's got a little bit of extra damage there. It's Victor on paper, right? Victor is like a mage. Hue is a artillery mage sort of deal. On the paper, he wins, but Victor's lane with E is just so strong, but maybe in danger. He has flash. Zach charging up the elastic slingshot, does have to flash the Q to his land. Nothing to auto though. Lincoln Rock with the follow up. We are forcing everything to claim this first blood. I like that.
Yeah, grabs that first feat of strength, and now on the top side, Poplar trying to even it up, but Juicebox appropriately dodging away from that thanks to that deep ward there, and the grubs are now up, so they're going to transition that straight into getting their own set of grubs here. And you know, I guess we'll find out if they get this set of grubs, which they should, and get one more objective, they should be at that feat of strength here. As yeah, it's just a nice coordinated play here. Zach go for the primary engage. It doesn't even matter if the knockup lands because the recon is right there with that charm and knockup right afterwards as Zach grabs up that second.
Absolutely. M2O not going to get dove down here. I thought he was looking a little bit dangerous for a second, but we're just going to hang out down there. No worries at all. Elu and Fitz just clearing waves. I mean, more of the same dragon coming up in 30 seconds here. Berkeley want this. If they get it, excuse me, that is the feats of strength going to them.
I think. We'll see. I'm still not sure.
I think.
I'd hope so. I mean, you get a full stack of 3 grubs. I'd hope that counts towards it.
Monster. Yeah.
As now Jason in the box on top side, just getting pressured, but does already have that Bramble early on. So a lot of the pressure from the Aatrox and a lot of the sustain is kind of neutralized. Lincoln Rock
unable to get the W off so far. He's been CC'd for just too long. There he goes, has to force it. Still has E up to get himself out. His health dropping low from Ignite. The sapling might even be the cause of death here. Let's see if it does. No, sir. Oh, yes, it does get him. And Poplar now in the front line, and they're turning back to Dragon. The sapling claiming its kill.
Yeah, nice play there from J-Way. Finds Lincoln Rock after the initial engage from Poplar. Just finding that pick. Despite a lot of the movement from Rakan, still able to grab that up. Had to burn flash and heal and still didn't get out, so that's a pretty big summoner advantage there to actually obtain. Next objective on the table is going to be that next break in 4 minutes, 50 seconds. So now is the time to really dig deep and find a good play. You're not just looking for objectives. Maybe one of the only times in this season you'll have a time of lull where not much happens, but you know, we have a little bit of a game update on the bottom of the board.
Yeah, UCI does take down UCLA 2-0 in the upper bracket finals. So now UCLA goes to the lower bracket finals, and the winner of this series that we're currently watching will go to fight UCLA in the lower bracket finals, and the winner of that will then go on to the grand finals.
So UCI earns their kind of time off. Yeah. They get to sit and wait for about 4 or 5 hours as the other teams slowly complete their best of series. A lot of time to reflect. I'm curious how those games went. I'll have to check the VOD on UCEI 2.
Yeah, if you got, again, dual monitor setup, get it going. Go to the garage, get the extra gold. It's worth it. But cruising forward, a massive 300 gold lead for the side of Santa Barbara. What are the next 7 minutes looking like in this game, Daniel?
Ooh, the next 7 minutes. I believe I'm going to see a Maokai ult at some point to try and engage on someone. Just because you really have the onus to actually look for an engage here as Dark Lord wants to find Poplar on this camp.
Poplar has flash. Does have the Heartsteel stack too. Does not go for the Clink, unfortunately, and he just has to flash out. He climb up that red buff. TP from Cassante on the top side. Dark Lord's going to be able to jump out, not quite catching. The Root find a couple in the pit. It's a bit too late. Nabs him over the wall. Fitz has got to be unhappy about that.
Yeah, I mean, I just talked about how the Maokai roots are going to come through, and they land on the proper target in the right position to be able to pull Fitz right out from his team's protection. And Otacon, the arena has spawned. Top side it is, so potential dragon trades are aplenty when that does actually come up. As we get a bit of a replay here as J-Way, you see, does get the grasp of roots and just lands on the play after Splash Plant. And they find the ult here. Jason in the box getting engaged on.
Poplar comes in with a counter gank. Jason dropping a little bit low. Do they have the damage to finish him off, though? Dark Lord does still have passive available. Juice Box in the World Ender, but it's not going to be enough. Dark Lord not afraid to walk forward. Gets the nab on the pullback. Jason's getting a little bit low. Fitz is here in the fight. Dark Lord needs one more Q, not off cooldown, and they're going to dismantle that fight.
Yeah, that was actually very close to being Zach's passive procced. I will say Victor just soloing out the turret in the mid lane here. Had a lot of free time when Hui was roaming to the side lane, so able to just grab that up now, and that does count for first turret here.
Gang from Poplar. No Skarner ult, no Skarner flash. Juicebox does have flash, does not even need to use it. He's A-okay. Poplar had a little bit of spare time on his hands.
Yeah, and that does put them in contention now for feats of strength. Next epic monster will be the final one.
J-Way finds himself a little bit cut out. He's been doing a fantastic job at setting up vision this entire game. Sometimes that happens. You get caught.
Yeah, Slunt able to just walk it out there as J-Way, you know, goes down, but it doesn't matter too much. Poplar now has a bit of tempo to actually just take this for free. I'm pretty sure we'll give you the boots. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I think so.
Which we talked about how good they are in some scenarios, but getting the free stat upgrade just from having the buff itself is always going to be valuable.
Yeah, it's got to be a trade-off between do I use this 750 gold, as you kind of said last game, to hit my 2 item power spike, sorry, 3 item power spike, or do I just go for boots?
Yeah. Which, for Sorks, I'd say is pretty worth it most of the time, unless you're right at Rabadons at the same time.
Right, okay.
But like something like Swifties, for instance, which was very much played in the last patch, well, pre-mid patch, has gotten a little bit here.
Roots do get called in. Dark Lord has no elastic slingshot. Rakan does have ult to the back pocket, maybe forced to use it. The nab and grab does come through. The re-engage onto Kog'Maw. Even Corki getting himself in there. Does have to flash right back out as Yilu dropping low to Dark Lord. Gets him with the Fitz help coming through with the TP. Aatrox is here going to swing the fight entirely. And the comeback here from Berkeley is what you love to see. Great little nab here, not going to amount to much. No Heartsteel stacks either. Great fight from Berkeley.
Yeah, leveraging the idea that Cassante had to burn TP earlier to defend on that mid play. Now abusing that with that Aatrox TP flank onto 2. They really find a great engage there with the Rakan ultimate into W there, and grabs up both the carries of Santa Barbara immediately. As we see a replay here, J-Way thinks this is your opportunity, but they actually split focus here. Dark Lord gets some damage onto him, but it should have just been pure focus on that Rakan. Fortunately able to still go down, but in the meantime, Victor gets taken down, and that flank TP is huge, and they're able to pick up yet another kill here. That's some more for that fight.
The hitbox on that Skarner hitting Quay was a bit criminal, but that's okay as we go further here. So yes, Santa Barbara did claim the feats of strength. They have the boots upgrades, which is what we've been talking about quite a bit. Dragon here though, Poplar finding himself in the pit. He's going to get rooted up and damaged quite a bit. That's a tanky guy though. He is going to steal away the Cloud Drake as Berkeley just have to accept it and leave.
Yeah, they're just going to walk it out now. Cassante joining in the mid lane, but not going to matter too much. Probably just going to make their way back up towards top. You know, so far, you're finding a bit of turret advantage here. Gives them a little bit more map pressure for UC Santa Barbara. And that's pretty important because Maokai gets to put even deeper saplings and not really care about the repercussions of his actions.
Yeah.
Atacon is spawning in exactly 1 minute and 15. We'll get to see which one it will be, voracious or not. Now they're going towards that top side. The turret is still up, but it looks like they want to dive the Victor here.
Yeah, Evu did not have a ward to spot that out. The engage from Khan. Gonna miss just a little bit. Don't think it matters though, as Imtuo finds that kill. Putting gold on Corki or Hui is pretty huge. Let me hold that thought though. Poplar, no, we're not doing it. Yeah, I think gold on Victor, excuse me, Hui Corki is where you want.
Yeah, so very good find there. I mean, yes, the engage goes slightly wide, but that doesn't matter. You're overkilling 100 times out of 100 there. As now we're just going to capture up this bot wave as Skarner has to spawn the Rift Herald going towards bot side. I think in anticipation of Otacon spawning in 30 seconds.
Absolutely. J-Way does not hit that Blood Rose. Oh, is he good? Nice.
It gets that XP and adaptive force for your team.
Love to see it. They're at 11 stacks here. Absolute massive stats coming through with that. Now, I like this Herald bot. Jason, no doubt, going to be able to drive this into that tower and claim that goal for himself.
And just grabs that up, and now going to be able to drive it potentially into tier 2. But Aatrox is in the area, so wisely doesn't force it out. Way going to go for a reset here. Has TP, wants to get some of that gold back up. And we're seeing Santa Barbara this time not opt for buying any boots early. They want to get those power spikes much earlier, especially considering Otacon just found its way onto the Rift. The Cogmaw is on the top side. J-Way getting engaged on.
Zac damage really, really large. Joe dropping low, going to be hard for him to re-engage in this fight. The Roots do get called in. Not sure they go quite that far, as this engage may not have been. Almost. Ooh, Poplar missing. Or, excuse me, not quite ranging into with a nice dash out of there as well. All engage attempts from Santa Barbara did not quite go their way. The re-engage, though, as Zac base checks the bush, does jump out, but J-Way's there to chase it. Not sure he's going to have the damage to finish him off, though, on the backside. Juicebox makes his way into the back line of Santa Barbara. He's going to be a problem for quite some time. Fitz hitting the backside as well. Ultas go down. Yeah, Jason does shut down Juicebox. Excuse me. Jason now on the front line turns his focus on the way. This is what we like to see. Daniel, you said it earlier. If this Cassante can put in work, they're going to win the game, and that's exactly what I'm seeing. Dark Lord, the only member, standing a fantastic fight for the Santa Barbara.
Yeah, I just want to shout out. I was watching Victor pretty much the entirety of that fight. Pretty much perfect movement.
Wow.
Just dodges out on all the abilities, makes it impossible for any of the engaged options to come through. And here is Voracious Otacon yet again. So we're going to be getting that 150-second respawn timer. Now, I'll put a bit of trivia. I mean, most people should know this if they watched it, but Otacon, the two forms actually have different optimal ranges to kill it from.
Oh.
That one happens to be you want to play it from range, but here's a replay on that last fight. Dark Lord walks forward, not able to get the stun here from Poplar, which means, hey, maybe we can re-engage. So Dark Lord just walks straight in, gets CC'd by the Cassante, able to actually make it out. J-Way, though, chasing it on the backside. And in the meantime, Lincoln Rock trying to survive the damage, but Aatrox does not land any skills there on the Victor, which just puts him in a terrible position since you can't find the damage to allow Fitz to maybe secure that kill. As now, they just chase out the rest of this fight here. And Cassante doing Cassante things. J-Way, huge interrupt there on to the Zac slingshot. And yeah, I think they're doing great in this one.
Absolutely. With the comp we hyped up so much, Berkeley, when it came to a full team fight, it did not quite go their way despite Santa Barbara's engage. Maybe not working the first time. I guess the ideal engage from Berkeley isn't maybe like Zac face check, right? You want the Zac jumping in, something like that. But that's okay. The game is even.
Yeah, even Stevens here in this one. Of course, Otacon buff on UC Santa Barbara. What running it down is going to look like in this one, not sure. Skarner looking towards bot side, maybe looking for Fitz.
Zero fear here. Nice fear.
Literal fear in that one.
A literal fear coming out to stop Poplar. And that's what you like to see, but I have no doubt in my mind they are going to try that again. But Berkeley have more members here this time. Maybe they can fend it off. The Roots do get called in. I like what we're doing. We can make the go. Nope, we're not going to go. Dark Lord tank on the front for his team.
Yeah, no minions there. They don't want to full dive without even a potential maybe them getting wiped. I mean, there is Dragon spawning in 6 seconds, so it would be pretty bad for their tempo to actually withdraw there, which I've noticed is actually something that people don't really think about as much. Is if I actually run it down here, will we lose something because of the tempo lost? Yeah. Sometimes you do lose everything because of the tempo, as Victor gets engaged on.
Wow, speaking of lost tempo, Victor gets sent home in an instant. Now UC Berkeley have the opportunity here to make some dent on the mid lane. No, not at all. They don't. J-Way once more, though. They have the withdrawal buff available still. They are looking to fight.
Yeah, they don't have that much time left on this, probably. So they want to find someone soon. Poplar just going to tank it up. I imagine they only have about a minute and a half left, maybe a minute flat. So not able to find that much. At least able to get the Victor res up, so able to catch that top wave without really much consequence here. Lincoln Rock maybe looking for an engage.
A fantastic spot to follow up the Zach. A nice flip from Jason. Interrupts the flow of the fight already. Lincoln Rock in the back line does get the charm onto Poplar in the back, but it's not going to be enough. Jason is the main target here for Berkeley, but he's tanky. Don't know if he's going to go. He's going to go down in time, obviously. Midwave going to get set up for the side of Santa Barbara. Does go all out on Lincoln Rock over here. Maybe trying to get trade kill. Not quite, though.
Yeah, not able to find the trade kill there, but it does give them enough time to actually cut the midwave here. Gives them a lot of tempo. Obviously, you don't have too much, but it does mean that they're going to catch that bot wave at a pretty optimal position here, as the Aatrox also tries to match that as well. So a little bit overambitious from Jason in the box, but honestly made the best out of that situation. And now find themselves still even in gold. Really nothing, no big advantage for either of these teams so far.
I think Lincoln Rock being in that kind of flank position was massive gold, even as you just said. 3 dragons in the pocket of Santa Barbara means this next, it's the dragon waiting room. 3.5 minutes to go until Santa Barbara really want to force a fight around there.
Yeah, because now they are going to just keep stacking up those items. Victor 134, not exactly a perfect scoreline, but that is not the tail of the game, I'll say that.
Yeah.
Has definitely looked better than that scoreline would entail. Still sitting on everyone, no one with the upgraded boots. They just have the, I mean, it's upgraded, but not
like mega upgraded.
Not like evolved,
Okay, I like that. Yeah, we need a distinction between these.
Yeah, so Unending Despair on 2 members here for the side of UCSB. That's a good item. Very annoying.
Oh, that is a good item, yeah.
Maybe the only reason tanks are very strong, to be honest.
I think I believe that. I mean, we're seeing it here, right? We're seeing 3 tank members of Santa Barbara, and they just look so strong. You're not able to cut through it that easily, even with Corky. Corky has not been a big factor in this game so far. He's still farming up, similar to Kog'Maw last game. He's staying back. Imswood does a good job at kind of pacing the game a little bit slower. But at some point, you gotta get in there.
Yeah, I mean, the days of my AD carry as the most important member in the game are long gone. I mean, we've been in the AD carry drought. I'm sure if you're an AD carry player, you've got this sentiment.
Yep.
That AD carry's dead.
Well said.
To some degree. But just wait. I feel like they're gonna turn it around, and we're all gonna be upset in about 3 months.
Yep. Infinity Edge buff's coming at
Surely.
some point.
Yep.
You already know.
Yep. Exactly. So let us have our fun for a little.
yeah, us non-AD carry players before we start getting one shot by Caitlyn again. But back to the dragon waiting room as we farm up our camps here. It's going to be okay for a while. Yeah, excuse me. So we're looking at Heart Seal stack. Skarner's got a lot of health going on. This champion gets tanky, and I don't think Zach W does percent max. Hui Q does a little bit of percent max.
Yeah.
I think that's it.
I believe so. Oh, Aatrox has some.
Okay.
On Sweet Spot.
Okay, I'm seeing a little bit of extra damage there, but man, the gold, incredibly close. I love these kinds of games, Daniel. They may be a little bit slow, but when the fights break out, they're good, and it's close, and we're hype. I think, okay, I want to highlight the supports this game. I think both supports have been doing an incredible job at setting up vision lines, maybe particularly J-Way. I'm always seeing him with great vision lines.
I mean, you're cheating on Maokai, let's be real.
Hey, vision score doesn't include sapling.
It doesn't, but like, I don't care about the number. What I care about is why is the enemy jungle lit up,
Fair enough. Fair enough. As we kind of march forward here, again, the vision lines are set up so nicely. It's really tough for Berkeley to walk in here. They don't have a good presence to like walk in together. They have a really good engage, snap engage with Zach. So maybe it's even better to let Santa Barbara take the pit first, and then we can find our engage. Maybe that's a little bit of a touchy subject, but time will tell.
Yeah, drag spawning 30 seconds. I mean, this should be a pretty influential one. Soul point here for UC Santa Barbara, so they could definitely just take this. Cloud Soul strong right now, I'd say. Just because of how many objectives there are, generally you just want to be able to move the map quickly. So if they obtain that, that would be pretty powerful for them. And I'd say that was kind of what allowed them to win the last one, when they first secured that Chemtech Soul. It really put them in the priority seat again.
Absolutely. Berkeley make the ping to shove the mid-wave. That is where their priorities lie. I like that a lot. I think mid-wave control plays a big part in these dragon exchanges. But now mid-wave's gone. And we wait another 20 seconds and we just wait for it. As we do sit here poking back and forth, we're using wards, we're using a little bit of health. See Engage is here. Jason, but Watson doesn't, but Poplar finds himself in the middle of a couple here. The Roots do get called in as well. The front line for UCSB is strong. It's going to be tough to break through. Lickin' Rock dropping low. The backside, Dark Lord exploding some damage onto Yi Lu, but it's not quite going to be enough. He flashes out. Passive pops in the pit. He's going to come back very, very shortly as he goes for the respawn. Jason in the backside is the threat to Fitz, but it's not quite enough. It's just a little bit too much damage on the side of Berkeley, but he's going to live with his life. Dark Lord did eventually go down as well in that pit, so looks like this dragon is going to go over to Berkeley, Santa Barbara for the soul.
Yeah, Kazante just splitting the fight so well there. I mean, I've been really impressed by Jason in the box. I think so far, potentially my MVP of the series so far. Just really applying a lot of pressure and finding kill threat on carries that usually don't have to deal with that much. So I'd say very well played. Just knows their place in the fight very well.
Absolutely.
Juicebox also quite strong, but Aatrox just has a lot longer of a scale here. And then now you see the engage here. I'm very surprised Poplar just didn't pull the trigger and go for the ult there. But they actually are able to find Lincoln Rock on the backside here. I think Gateway just chases him out as well. Just flash Q there. Finds also the kill in the pit. And you see Jason in the box just 1v2ing both of the carries. Unfortunately, that W doesn't land, so it doesn't find as much damage as potential. So has to walk it out, but able to make it out means tempo is just in your favor. Poplar.
Oh, grabs him by the throat out of thin air, straight out of the movies. Lincoln Rock wants to engage onto somewhere, forces out Yulu's flash, able to find the charm, the re-engage from Dark Lord. This is a fantastic pick from the side of Berkeley, but they're not done. Juicebox going to march forward, does get nabbed. Doesn't have a choice that he's marching forward anymore. Slunt in the backside, out of mana. The damage is not quite there, and Berkeley finding another great pick. We're back and forth here, Danny.
Yeah, we're going straight for that bottle tier 2 here. Slunt in a bad spot.
We're not done yet. Slunt does have to flash. He's actually okay for now. Q is going to miss from Zach. There's the damage, though, that we're talking about is finally here, but it's not quite finding any kills. There's one as Juicebox falls. Lincoln Rock going to be the second as well, and Jason in the box. TP'd in as well. Members are low on the side of Berkeley. He's chasing down, not quite able to find the kill, and pings marching forward, even not quite onto Baron. Great fear there from Fitz. Is going to kill J-Way. He's got to run, but the Kog'Maw is online.
Yeah, I mean, Kog'Maw successfully escapes that big engage, and you're kind of seeing why the kind of hype of the Kog'Maw is there. I mean, that was a lot of damage onto a lot of the members here as you get a replay here. Good Rock. This is the W. That means Slunt just has free time to hit. They actually do end up fighting everyone. If yo, Slunt, stop hitting the wave. Please help. Doesn't actually end up finding that until after the starter does go down. Fitz just getting chased down with the extra range from the Kog'Maw. As now the game feels very, very, very out of their favor here for Berkeley. And we're talking about how their draft is kind of like a nice balance here, but you haven't really seen the Aatrox, Zach, Rakan really pair up in a way that results in a kill on an important member. There was just that one fight where they find the victor that it really worked out with a big Aatrox TP flank. So maybe potentially looking for a deeper vision line so that you can find a TP flank, but it's not exactly easy to pull off here as, J-Way and Slunt just making it look easy on this mid wave. And now 415 has the boots upgrade to the Gunmetal Greaves for that Kog'Maw, so has 3 items plus the upgraded boots. I mean, that's a scary Kog'Maw on hit. Yeah,
these boots have got to play in the Kog'Maw's kit so well. He can orb walk, giving Kog'Maw just that little bit of, a silver passive. He can maneuver a little bit more. He can find these little openings to weave autos in and out. Juicebox, though, a little bit of trouble. Victor W not quite going to find that stun. Did Poplar, I think he instant canceled the dash, unfortunately. I've seen that bug before. But the re-engage here up in the mid side. Dark Lord going to take a lot of damage, going to heal some back, but I think he will eventually fall. This is a Mr. President situation. If Slunt is alive, Berkeley is not winning this fight.
Yeah, and the Kazante, so powerful. It walks into 3 and gives so much time over to Kog'Maw. Now walking forward, doesn't really have too much of a care to trying to do the damage to force him out, but now the healing's coming through with the help of the Bork, and suddenly Kog'Maw's back to full HP and Maokai's engaging.
Absolutely. Lincoln Rock does find himself caught out. I think has W still, is going to go ahead and use it there. Nice little prediction there coming out of Slunt with that ult. J-Way in the backside takes a little bit of damage. He's maybe in too far, but no sir, not far enough. Lincoln Rock does fall.
Maokai doesn't care.
He's on the backside as well. In the base of Berkeley, however, Santa Barbara looks like they're taking down these respawnable Nexus turrets.
Yeah, they're taking it down. These respawns do come out pretty quickly, so it could not be Worst scenario, Fitz trying to find the damage onto Yilu Xiangbei.
There's a lot dropping low, unable to find that kill though. Turret aggro is on that Skarner, and just like that, Daniel, I didn't realize the game is looking to be over in favor of UCSB. The re-engage here from Dark Lord is going to come through. Drive not quite going to find it. Somebody's hitting the Nexus, somebody's hitting the backline. Yilu has to run for his life, but it's just not enough. Berkeley fighting for what they can. Zach respawn, no sir. Dark Lord is going to get tossed around. The Nexus will fall. Santa Barbara knock out UC Berkeley.
Yeah, a little bit of inting. They're trying to find the last kill there, but either way, UC Santa Barbara makes a statement. They are here to play, and Berkeley, unfortunately, going to be falling immediately. You know, they made a long drive down. They're going to have to make that long drive back up, not as champions.
Unfortunately not. It was a good effort. I think they played those last two games, like 100%, those games could have gone either way. These teams were very incredibly matched, but Santa Barbara playing the better game.
Yeah, I think they played extremely well.
Yeah.
They knew their win conditions. Their fight synergy felt a little bit better than Berkeley's here, which I think was a very big factor since, you know, these team comps are pretty – you need to know your target selection. You need to decide how you're going to actually maneuver these fights on who's engaging on who and who's going back to protect your carries. But just felt like Santa Barbara had the big picture there. As Berkeley does fall despite some pretty close plays. I feel like the Clouds, the Souls really played a big factor. Cassante with Cloud Soul is terrifying. So
one of those fights there, it was a big gap between Cassante. I think it was Yilu, and that gap did not last very long. It was like 4 seconds after Cassante ulted, and that man was running.
Yeah, exactly. So, you know, a little bit of, you know, a couple things go a little differently. I think Berkeley maybe could have squeaked away with that game one if they really pushed that Otacon to its limits. But it's such a new objective. You can't really expect that of these teams. This is kind of what happens when UCEI takes place January-ish, middle of January. You're always going to be playing that new patch right as the game launches. And guess what? That's the big changes that really come through. So unfortunate for them that they are going to be going down here. Santa Barbara going to move on. Now they're going to be facing UCLA in the next one. Potentially to go towards grand finals if they do win.
Absolutely. Happy campers on the side of Santa Barbara as well. So Santa Barbara have a potentially very long day of League of Legends. If they beat UCLA here, they go with another best-of-3 series against UCI in the grand finals, and that's going to play into it, right? I mean, of course, you've got to take it series by series against UCLA, but they're feeling good after this one.
Oh, I mean, you're feeling great, at least getting on the board. I mean, I feel like, if I remember correctly, for UCEI, generally – okay, whoever obviously wins the winners final always goes grands, right? However, I swear I always remember that whoever wins this this like kind of losers bracket semifinal always ends up in the final. So we'll have to see if they can keep that going, or is UCLA going to stop them in their tracks for that rematch against UCI?
Yeah, we're going to have to see. Time will tell. Hopefully that's not too far away, ladies and gentlemen, but for now, I think that's going to be it from us. We're going to head to a break and get into Series 2 not too shortly. I've been Quincy, PhD Stokes.
Daniel, Golden Gad,
and we'll catch you guys in the future. That guy's crazy.
Was it Jack in the Box? No,
Jason in the Box.
Jason in the Box. Oh, what's up? We're back.
We're back. Just like that, ladies and gentlemen. So we got word We're not done here. We need an interview from one of those players. We are waiting on to hear which player that we're going to hear from. But before we get into an interview, we need to replay that last game.
Yeah, replay reel here coming soon as we get into this one. So this was game 2, of course, as this is how it all just kicked off. First blood going the way of Berkeley, which you would think that really sets you up for that feat of strength to go your way. But the game went on. Nice comboing of the CC here to make sure Lincoln Rock can't get out. And finally, that sapling is going to be the death of Lincoln Rock here as they just peel off of the fight. Starford shows up. Moving on to the next one. This is the unfortunate roots over the wall into the grab, pulling way into no man's land. Unfortunately for Fitz, just gets taken down there as, you know, Yilu Xiangbei gets get a bit of gold on the plate and also a bit of stacking. And this is really where the game kind of turns back towards Berkeley's favor. A big engage here, plus the Aatrox flank on the backside secures so much for UC Berkeley. They find 4 in this fight for just the Rakan's life as a trade. And, you know, that is kind of all a response from Sante making a kind of flub TP in the mid lane. So definitely not a perfect game here from Santa Barbara to say anything from it, as we see this top lane engage as well. Just marking on to Victor there, as this one is a pretty big fight, as, you know, you miss a lot of the Skarner utility here, and Dark Lord decides, you know, I think it's my time. I'm going to try and walk forward, find, you know, 3 members in their face. Lincoln Rock not able to find the damage, and then look at that movement on Victor there. Just dodges out on the Q1 and the W there from the Aatrox, able to dodge away on all that, which means that fight is pretty much over on that side. And Jason in the box in the meantime, just doing work on that Corki, able to actually take it down. J-Way able to survive as well with the help of that Bramble Smash interrupt on the Elastic Slingshot. Nice knock away. Jason in the box unfortunately goes down here, but maybe potentially finds a trade kill here on the Rakan. Maybe with a little bit more HP could have done it. Just barely doesn't get that last auto to actually secure that kill. And this one is the one where I'm very surprised Poplar not able to land the ultimate, like doesn't go for the ultimate and actually just plays the reserved fight to just find the damage onto Lincoln Rock. And then Dark Lord goes in to try and disrupt to potentially save the Rakan, but ends up going down right in front of the Dragon. And you can see on the other side of the map, Kasate is just 1v2 against those carries, able to walk it out. What's the copy pasta? 3,700 HP, 400 MR, 300 armor, something like that. Showmaker. And then Poplar goes down because Slunt's hitting minions. And this pretty much is the deal breaker here, as Fitz goes down, which means a lot of their wave clear is dead for quite a bit of time. So they actually get to take a lot of this map for themselves, as now the fight in the mid lane as well. Slunt finds a lot of damage here to start it off, but then the extended fight here, J-Way finds Lincoln Rock on that deep ward, no idea at all, and that just kind of converges. And when I saw this clip first, it's like, J-Way is in the back line. Somebody get this Maokai away from me. You know, just able to find the last couple stuns, grabs up those 2 kills, and kind of snowballs that into that victory after bot lane was just getting completely torn up during that entire play by the Hui and the Skarner. Fitz unfortunately could not find the trade kill over. Maybe could have potentially been a deal breaker if Victor does go down here, since Aatrox can maybe find the kills there, but overall, very well played there from Santa Barbara. And it means that Berkeley is, you know, they're out of the tournament, but, you know, there were definitely some good looks here. There's a reason they made it to the top 4.
Absolutely. We'd love to see what they do next year and continue on. A lot of strong players here, a lot of new players on the team as well. I think Dark Lord, I could be wrong, excuse me if I am. Dark Lord, a returning player, I think he was the only one. But so future years are absolutely in their basket. But enough from us. Let's head to an interview to our very own Kimmy as she interviews one of those players from that last game.
And go, yeah.
Welcome back to UCEI, presented by Xfinity. My name is Kimmy Allen, and we're live here in Santa Monica, joined by Poplar, the jungler for UCSB, who has fortunately taken down Cal Berkeley in the lower semifinals. How are you doing?
I'm feeling good. It felt like a pretty good 2-0 stomp. So.
Oh, 2-0 stomp. Okay, all confident in everything. So I know you guys have been playing in the new season, and I think it's just like very recent too. It's like I think a couple of weeks now since the season started. Have there been like any noticeable like differences? Have you guys had any like team conflicts with like how you guys are like synergizing? Like tell us a little bit about that.
I feel like since we're very team oriented, we also like to skirmish a lot. So this has given an advantage for us. Like this patch has been very advantageous to us because of the introduction to so many epic monsters. So I think this has been good step for us. Yeah.
I love to hear that, and I think you guys are going to be facing UCLA next. Is there anything have you guys done to like prepare to face off like UCLA potentially and any other teams going on in the tournament?
We have watched some of their VODs. We have seen what they play. We played against them before in scrim, so we're pretty confident in what we can do.
And I also wanted to know if there's any like specific player that you're most like looking forward to going against.
Not sure, but the jungler seems very different. Just want to play against them. Yeah.
Well, yeah, thank you so much and congratulations on your win. Do you have any like last shout outs like to your teammates or to anyone watching on this stream?
Well, I'd like to shout out my whole entire team. They carried me, and yeah, that's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Pablo, for joining us at UCI, presented by Xfinity Live in Santa Monica. And there's our interview. Don't leave so fast. We're going to have like a couple more games after this, but we're going to head into a short break before we go into our next game. But yeah, thank you so much, and stay tuned.
And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Kimmy and Poplar, for that wonderful interview. Poplar with some fantastic gameplay as well from the last series.
Yeah, and I mean, that's pretty much it for this first series. Of course, it is about noontime here on the west coast of the United States, so that means it's lunchtime. So probably we'll be having the second series of the day after we grab a bit of lunch, have a bit longer of a break, but stay tuned. Keep that second monitor running. We know you guys do that, so definitely keep it on there because we'll be back hopefully in not too long.
Welcome back to UCEI. Thank you for staying with us through that short intermission. You'll see we've changed casters here. I've moved over from the B stream. If you didn't see me over there, my name is Takeshi TK Starstorm Kawada. I'll be your host and play-by-play man. And joining me is my co-caster. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Yeah, Daniel Golden Gad. You saw me in the last one on mainstream here. I'm going to hold down the fort for game 2 as we get into this losers finals. So whoever wins this is going to be in that winners finals seated against UCI, and our 2 teams are going to be
the team that I just casted, losing their match, but unfortunately down. But again, as my co-caster said earlier, down but not out. UCLA.
Yeah, and on top of that, we got UCSB. So coming in from that losers match against Berkeley, they actually took that 2-0 as well. So honestly, very impressive performance coming out of them. We'll see the walkouts pretty soon, so we can actually shout out all those players as they come out onto the stage. But I'm excited to get into this game.
Likewise.
As well, because, I feel like because the meta shifted a decent amount, the champions may be the same. However, what you're playing for has changed. So seeing how they've adapted within the 2.5-ish weeks that the season's been out has been quite riveting.
Yeah, and there's so much more focus around all these objectives. There's such an early game priority in all the drafts, like we were talking about backstage a little bit. You're a very draft-heavy sort of guy, so I expect to lean on you heavily when we're talking about the draft phase here. But once we get into the actual game, then you'll unfortunately be subject to my voice once again.
Well, drafts are always, to me, very important, especially because right now it's an early game skew, because you're looking to maybe force action, get those feats of strength on board, which, if you aren't familiar, feats of strength are new to the game, and they are what allows you to get those tier 3 boot upgrades, which there are many. However, we'll get to that when we get to that. Main thing, feats of strength, there's 3 conditions. You either get first blood for one of them, you get first tower for another one, and the last one is you get 3 epic monsters. So if you finish 2 out of those 3 goals, you will get the feat of strength.
It's a best of 3 of a best of 3 of a best of 3 within a UCEI best of 3 to see who's moving on to the grand finals.
Yeah.
I mean, how much more can you possibly ask for?
Yeah, exactly. So, that's what we're going to be playing towards, and it looks like we're going to get into walkouts just right now as we see UCLA walking out on stage.
Yep, and I just casted this team, losing a little bit to UC Irvine. I mean, a little bit expected, I would say. UC Irvine, definitely the favored team there, but you have Nurture in top, GU in the jungle, 0718 in mid, Zekai on AD, and Cuddly Kraken on support.
Yeah, so definitely a team not to be messed with. Yes, they lost to UCI, but, there are many games to be played, and if you want to win these ones, that's really where you got to buckle in and actually find them. As for the other team that will be facing them, it will be, of course, UC Santa Barbara, which has the roster of Fitz, Jason in the Box, Poplar, Slunt, and Juicebox. As you see them walk in right now, confident after their victory in the last one. It felt pretty, definitely a statement game for sure. I feel like they did a great job performing as far as team fight cohesion and stuff like that, but that's really what they're coming into this, and if they want to secure that final spot, they're going to need to actually take this one, as you're seeing the handshakes come through.
And from what I saw from the back end of the Berkeley and Santa Barbara series, I saw some scrappy fights coming out from them, and I know from previous experience from my history as a coach in the UC system, and also having fought these guys, and also just having the opportunity to cast their previous best of 3. UCLA is a scrappy team. They're going to draft 4 melee, fight out, and just try and beat up the man ahead of them. So let's see if Santa Barbara can withstand the avalanche as it seems to be.
Yeah, I mean, these teams that came in prep, they knew this tournament was coming up. Yes, it's different from when the qualifiers occurred, and they probably haven't played many matches. This is kind of the collegiate offseason. That's just how it goes. So these are really the first games to kick off the season, and that's why you're right here in UCEI's Twitch chat and channel, because this is one of the first leagues that's getting played ever in the for this season. Yeah. Only LPL, LCK has really kicked off. We still got LTA, North and South, and then LEC, I believe, are both starting next week. So definitely this is the place to be right now.
Yeah, so focusing on, again, the here and now. You just casted the Santa Barbara series. What do you expect to see from them from draft? What I know I'm looking for is who has side select.
Yeah. When I think about it, I think a lot of tanky champions. They really played well when they had that Maokai support, especially seemed like a perfect champion for their particular use case on how they like to team fight. They have those very solid kind of control mage, not like brawler mage type style in mid, and then they play one of those strong AD carries in bot. Corki Kog'Maw was what they ended up picking up last time, and then tanks slash bruisers on the top jungle side. So I'd expect something like that. I feel like that's a good identity for them. Multi-point engage and a bit of disengage, and then they really just play around their carries very well.
So that just sounds to me like we're going to have a dogfight top lane, a dogfight in the jungle, a dogfight in mid lane, just constant pressure everywhere you possibly can. Tell me a little bit about the bottom lane from Santa Barbara. Do you know anything about those guys or about how they seem to like to play? Because it looked like there was in game 1 of the series that I just casted on the B stream, there was a pretty concerted effort to hold that flex between the Hui and the Corki until the very end of the draft phase. Does Santa Barbara do anything similar to that?
I don't think they held the only role they've kind of held the flex for is Maokai potentially flexing that up, but they didn't end up having to do it, and they did draft the Corki Hui, but it didn't seem like they were ever gonna flex them. It seems like they do play the standard AD carry style, and Slunt seems pretty good at that style, because I had a big concern in that last game where there was Aatrox, Zac, and Rakan, and I was like, okay, well, this Kog'Maw is going to get brutalized. But actually, it was not the case at all. Played it very well, was able to dodge out, and right now we're going straight into draft.
And Talia, first ban from the side of Santa Barbara, of course, picking on blue side. Sorry, LA has the pick, right? Because they were from the upper bracket,
yes.
So I assume that they have chosen red side in particular.
Which is interesting considering how many really strong power picks there are. You know, if you think the things like Corki, Skarner, Ashe, these champions are very prevalent here. And Victor's going to find itself on the ban table, which we saw a lot in the last series as well. So definitely something that has risen up in priority after the nerfs, buffs, all that stuff, the rework really invigorating the champion base for that one. And then now we have Talia and Mbessa getting banned out. We actually didn't see any Mbessa in the last series on UCSB versus UC Berkeley, so pretty surprising to see it on the ban table now.
We didn't see any of that here either, but I think it's because LA is a very different team. They've shown that they're very happy picking melees and solo lanes, and they're happy to just keep fighting, and that's what Investa likes doing. Skarner ban, I think, is really good considering the style that UCLA likes to play. With that being said, is there any champ that you think is like #1 priority, like B1able here for the
it's just going to be Corki, I feel. I feel like there's really no other
Aurora
choice.
Ban.
Unless it gets itself on the ban table, then I could see stuff like Ashe coming up, especially. I think actually one pick that I would like to shout out is actually Gragas, but I won't see it first picked here. So Corki is going to get banned. That actually does leave quite a bit of options. Wukong actually was banned every single game last season, or last series, so not too surprising to see it taken here.
I would like to see from the side of UCLA. I think Zekai played a nice Ashe game. I think he was just not in the perfect position to succeed with some of the stuff that happened across the map. The Hui pick here, obviously flexible. Zekai played it in the first one, and I'm sure that their mid laner can also play it to a high level. Would be nice to cover a little bit of the zone that Wukong can actually cover up or take up, and just have the EW. Sorry, Hui has a lot of abilities. I don't remember the names of every one of them, but when I say that it's the EW, you'll have to. There you go.
Yeah. And then we got Maokai. Okay, so that's a takeaway for sure. J-Way played that both games of the last series. And UCLA had time to watch. Their series did finish quite early, so they should actually be quite acquainted with this champion being prevalent. Now, of course, this could also be a flex for the Maokai or the Hui, so options are definitely still open here.
I like the Ashe
for UCLA. And there's that Ashe that I was talking about. Gives you a nice singular point of engage. And there's the Gragas that I mentioned before. This champion rolled the lane against Aurelia. And then found itself on the ban table in game 2. So we'll see if Jason the Box can actually once again pilot that champion to proficiency. And here comes Just Trust Gala. What you gonna pick up here?
That's a big change from what I saw on the screen last series. But it's Garen. It's going to be Garen.
Garen. Wow.
I mean, is it a technical flex? Are we still accepting of are we a Garen mid household here?
I don't think so. I honestly I think that's going straight to the top lane. Maybe a prepared pick for the Gragas.
Yeah, that's fair.
Which I've never seen this matchup. It's probably pretty good for Garen, I'd imagine, since you can't really have kill threat, and the only way you counter Garen is having kill threat on him, generally. So I think it's a pretty interesting response pick here.
The Braum is not bad.
Braum definitely useful because you have that Garen, who will get CC'd very hard and also does quite well into Hui, since you get to block that ultimate as well. So I'm, seeing Braum banned, that does make a lot of sense. Maokai also struggles in that matchup a bit, and if they're planning on picking something a little bit more auto attack based on that bot side, currently the threat doesn't seem that big for this Ashe lane. And it's going to be Rel, so a nice source of engage just getting taken away out of their hands as we move along on this ban train. I mean, I expect something Nautilus, something hard engage makes sense. Rakan is notably still left up here.
There's a lot of disruption from Santa Barbara's side. Look at the displacement available from the Gragas, from the Wukong, and the playmaking of the Ashe. It's setting up for a big carry mid laner. Sorry, I'm not going to get the tonation right on that one, but
I don't
Yilu Shangbei, is he a strong
yes,
carry
definitely
mid player?
just a strong mage player. Has actually great movement in these fights. So Viego's going to get banned. I believe this is just lining up for a Rakan pick on that side for UC Santa Barbara, if I had to guess.
Unless it gets taken away here by LA, who do
flex the
obviously find
Maokai and then flex the Garen.
R4.
Oh, I guess you go with Maokai jungle. That's
Yes,
kind
you
of
could.
an antiquated pick, I'd say, but definitely still playable at this point. And they are going to opt for that. They're going to go for the Janna here, which is pretty decent into Gragas. I don't think it's that great into Wukong. You're going to have a bit of a hard time. You do get to at least peel off with the ultimate there from Janna, as now we're going to see what Slunt actually goes for here. I mean, obviously, it's going to be a support most likely here, but it's actually just going to be the Sylas. Seeing the Maokai locked in means that the Sylas is open and ready to play. So I could see something like support. Yeah, maybe just the Rakan. I think that's actually just a good angle. So now you have a lot of dive, and we're talking about how brawl heavy both these teams are, and I could see that really working out. But they're going to go for a bit more of a defensive skew. Go for that Senna to make sure that you're able to kind of win the lane. Because if this is Hui Janna in the bot side, that's going to be a pretty difficult lane if you are going to run melee plus Ashe. So they're actually just going to go for double ranged. And now that kind of, okay, now do we pick a 80 carry that's solid and just send Hui mid? Finally make that decision now that Sylas is locked in, but it's going to be Nefiri. This is a really bad matchup for Sylas. This is a really bad matchup.
All bets are off. Here we go.
There we go.
This is a very, very interesting departure from the original style that UCLA was showing last series where I watched them. The only thing that's consistent is Zekai is playing the Hui. Everyone else is playing something totally different. GU is not, instead of playing a bruiser, he's playing Maokai. Like, he's just the tank guy. He's just going to be supportive. You have damage from the Garen and Nefiri, but I think the place to watch is going to be topside. If SB can get an early lead on their engaged / disengaged solo laners, this is going to be a very difficult game for UCLA to play.
Yeah. I've seen this Nefiri Sylas matchup before. It is not easy for the Sylas at all. So expect that to be really a big power point. You combo that with the Maokai easy engage, and suddenly you have fireworks in mid lane. And that gives you a lot of prio, and I think the Ashe Senna is going to need a bit of prio to actually be able to break through this Hui Janna line. So far, I think that despite how unorthodox UCLA's comp they drafted, I think it's actually quite powerful. Now, Nefiri's not going to have the best time. There's still the Wukong and the Gragas to worry about disengage-wise. But, if the conditions are as they are set in the draft, so Nefiri versus Sylas goes their way, and Maokai is able to survive the onslaught of the Wukong, I think there's actually a very good chance that they could take this one. They are going to be playing the Ignite on the Garen, which I don't know if I'd recommend, because
it's an A special right there, man. You need to be able to kill people. That is what Garen must do, and he has decided the Gragas is not threatening to him. He is going to try and spin and win and just do his thing in the top lane.
I guess my biggest problem is you have Ignite, right? And my biggest problem is in the lane, you're not killing a Gragas most of the time. If the Gragas misplays heavily, yeah, you'll kill him. But you would have killed him anyways most of the time with that Ignite. So I don't like it that much. I'd much rather just have this Garen randomly flank an Ashe at some point. But
I just think, like, I like the idea of the Nefiri pick. I don't know how well it's going to work in practice, because I really do think that this UC Santa Barbara team has all the tools they need to disengage out of the Nefiri all in. It really does come down to finding unbelievable flank angles. Not just good, right?
Yeah.
Because a good flank angle
you don't have that long. Your CC combo on the side of UC Santa Barbara isn't that long. You got the Wukong and the Gragas, which is like temporary CC, not exactly like big, hard stun, something like a Maokai, for instance, or the Hui even. So it becomes a little bit easier to navigate in that way, but it's still those are big disruptors.
But against something like Neferi as well, if it's going to go the traditional like full damage style that's going to be super effective against the Sylas in lane, it's going to have difficulty if you get micro-stunned once, twice, like Lord forbid you get Senna rooted. If you get Senna rooted, the dog is getting put down, unfortunately. Sorry about that one.
A little brutal on the language there.
That was, yeah. I apologize to anyone at home under the age of what are we? Are we a T for teen rated show?
I'd say T for teen. I mean,
Okay,
League of
that's what I'm
Legends is
talking.
rated T for teen, but I swear there's like 12-year-olds
We're
playing
good
that game.
then. Yeah. Oh shoot. Okay, well, I better really watch what I'm going to say here.
I don't think a 12-year-old is watching a collegiate broadcast. I'll say that.
Well, if they are, props to them. You're next up. Man.
Yeah, exactly.
We're
This is
looking
your
for you.
future. You'll be on that stage, surely.
So going into this, we got about 30-something seconds before we actually hop into the game. Do you have predictions for how the series is going to go? You just cast Santa Barbara. I just cast LA. How do you think this is going to end up?
I mean, I really was impressed by Santa Barbara's performance in that game one. Yes, I didn't get to watch UCLA series, but I feel like it would be hard for me to imagine that they top the cohesion that Santa Barbara showed, and especially their piloting of some of these signature champions. Like Gragas, watch Jason in the box this game. I think you'll be impressed. And besides that, I don't know if I believe in the Garen. I'm not going to lie, having it be on Ignite, not exactly the most confidence expiring, since you have to get through Ash Barrier, Senna healing, and also the shielding as well on top of that. The Shroud as well, really annoying.
Yeah.
So I just, unless this goes perfect conditions for Neferi, and Neferi finds everything that she'd ever want, this is going to be a rough one. The Hui at least should be able to stave off a lot of that pressure, but I think if this ends up being Voracious Otacon and we get that 150 and maybe they can run it down as Neferi and Garen and get a ton.
Going.
Yeah. Maybe that'll be their win condition,
Sure,
but they got to get there first.
I just think with something like this, I mean, UCLA has a whack comp. Like, they are all over the place. It's going to be exciting. It's going to be kill hungry. It's going to be bloodthirsty, and they need to get this early game going. Otherwise, I think the disengage and the superior composition overall from Santa Barbara is probably going to win them the game. If you had to pick right now, cards out on the table, all in, who are you predicting to win this best of three?
This best of three, that's a tough one. Santa Barbara, I'd say, for me. Good. However, I think it's more important we go game by game and really see how this is going to head out. Just because, once again, for me, drafts, lot of factors here, because it's not just about how strong the draft is, it is how easy it is to execute. And right now, all the onus is on UCLA.
And especially how well drilled each unit is with running this particular comp. I think I'm going to give us the edge to SB as well. I did just see LA, and obviously we should credit them with having a tough road. They did just face off against UC Irvine. Irvine looked very dominant, as this 5-man stack is going to get the early ward kill. Big +1 vision score, +2 on the side of UCLA.
Oh yeah.
Double Comet bot lane. If we're taking a look at the runes here, you have Aftershock Maokai.
Yep.
Very interesting. You have Phase Rush Garen, of course, because you must.
Yeah. Especially since Gragas also runs Phase Rush, you're going to need that.
Halo Blades and Neferi, and then a double Comet bot lane going up against, obviously, the more supportive Senna with the Aerie, lethal tempo on hit Ash, and then the rest of the stuff is pretty stock standard. Phase Rush on Gragas top, and then you've got Conk on Wukong and on Sylas. The real question here, obviously, as you pointed out in draft, how can this Neferi impact the game, and how can UCLA unlock the Neferi in order to do something like that?
Yeah, as now we're seeing LeBron walk to the top side here. That is not the name we saw before, but
yes, that is most certainly not. So on our little sheet here, we have all the names. It says Nurture is listed as the top laner. I get to call him Braun now for the rest of the game,
perfect.
so that's pretty sick. And we'll just go from there. Obviously, I'm gonna call him 718 again instead of was it just Trust Gala?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's a bit of a curveball. Obviously, you could understand my confusion.
Yeah.
But the Ashe Senna lane is going to get a little bit of shove in early, as you expect. The Hui is actually getting zoned off of it completely.
Yeah, because with the new changes on the actual patch, the XP range for getting XP is actually lower, so sometimes when you used to be able to cheater some XP, you can't do it anymore. Also, another change to highlight is no cannon on wave 3. It's now on wave 4, so you can't get at, like right here, this would be the perfect time for LeBron to get a free cheater.
Free base. But nope, we have changed that. We are trying to make League great again.
Yeah, but he's actually going to go for a proxy and kind of cheater the cheater to actually get the next wave to come in.
You see the
on
pings
time.
coming down on minimap already, though. With this top priority, GU's going to try and walk in. The Fury had the shove, and they know Wukong's pathing up. They had the early vision in the bottom side quadrant. So you just have to figure, will LeBron and GU combine to try and take the blue buff away, or are they going to actually go for the invade onto the Wukong? He is taking the ward. They're just going to get deep vision. All in from the Fury. Here comes the Halo Blades. Full damage in Q1, Q2 lands. Kingslayer, it's a lot of damage. No combat sum though, no flash flood either. It's just a lot of pressure down from the mid laner from the UCLA. And the smite is going to go the way of GU. But Poplar's Wukong, very, very strong. It's a lot of damage early. Here comes the flash forward from Jason. GU flashes into the wall, and it's actually going to be a kill going the way of Poplar. LeBron is spinning, he is winning, but he is not going to get more than one, and the Neferi is going to be shut down by the Silas. UCSB with great team play, great coordination are going to take a 3-1 lead off the first skirmish of the game.
Yeah, a little bit scary on some of those flashes, but unfortunately for you, doesn't get over the wall there, so just going to get taken down. TP now getting committed in this mid lane, so...
The new teleport, I know I said it on B-Stream already, guys. It is so goofy looking. Like, I mean, I don't know how to feel about it.
You know, I think it was like Quincy, PhD, said 5 business days is when they arrive.
It takes a little while, and you can break the minion now, so the dives can happen now. Not that I really think that SB is going to be diving anyone in the near future. Jason with some nice trades onto LeBron. Jason totally made out well in that exchange. I mean, the E-flash might not necessarily have been there, but GU flashing into the wall was able to give him the KP he needed anyway, and this Gragas is so happy to go even. Look at the skirmish that's going on near the Grom. Here comes the root down onto the Maokai. Poplar is going to walk away. Here comes the damage coming in. The heal is going to be used on the chase down from Kraken. GU, Kraken, Poplar. Is Zekai going to die? Flashback, and he is going to go down to the Poplar burst at the very end, and here comes a massive center root. He gets both of them. Then the Fury is going to be disengaged from. Mid lane is going to pick up another kill as Silas is chasing down J-Way. Sorry about that. Ilu Shangbei is going to kill Cuddly Kraken, but the kill goes over to Slunt. Actually, it's another 3 for 2 to the side of UCSB, and they're running away with this early game. A 1.5k gold lead within 5 minutes?
Yeah, no, this is what I mean. UCSB very good at dueling, so when you said that
What's going on here? 0718 is going to take more damage from Slunt. Here comes the all-in from the Fury. Flash backwards from Slunt, and they're going to kill the Fury again. Ilu Shangbei is on a killing spree. Now he's going to walk down Zekai. He's slowed, so slow. There's nothing you can do to get away from this Silas. Another whip's going to come in. Here comes Slunt, gets another kill. Is going to be shut down by the Maokai, but it's just going to keep being scrappy. You can't kill the Silas this early. The Conqueror is fully stacked. Here comes all the damage the Silas could ever ask for, but there is a nice disengage from Cuddly Kraken. And it's a, what, 2 for 1? I'm running out of air already.
That one's a 2 for 1.
We've got more action on the top side.
Yeah, that one's a 2 for 1, but I think the overall play is like 4 for 2, something like that.
It's so SB favored. Like,
absolutely absurd, to be honest.
2k gold lead at 5 minutes. They have first blood. The Silas is totally enabled. This Neferi looks shut out. Look at the bot lane difference. Double the CS for Slunt and J-Way compared to Zekai's Hui. You would think that the Mage would traditionally have the CS advantage against the traditional AD carry, but because of the way that these rotations and skirmishes have played out in the jungle, this Ashe has a massive, massive lead.
Yeah, I gotta say, it just looks a little bit uncomfortable here for UCLA, as Zekai is going to just walk it out. But Cuddly Kraken, for instance, I feel like hasn't had the impact you'd expect of a Janna. Usually you're a bit more focused, but it's really been a lot more just sit back, you gotta wait for your waves, and it's kind of allowed UCSB's bot lane to kind of run away with it. Besides that, I mean, there's pretty much full winning conditions here for all of UCSB's lane, and now a gank on the top side might find.
I gotta say, even with the vision denial and LeBron making the damage happen early, here comes the Maokai W, knocked backwards onto Gragas. It looks like it's enough. There's the Ignite and the ult. It's not quite going to be enough, but they're going to feed it over to 0718. Just trust Gala. You gotta trust this guy to make it happen. 718. He's 2-2 now on the Neferi. If UCLA can make some plays towards the bottom side and shut down this advantage that Slunt has had, maybe get Zekai back into the game, you could see something happening. And at least UCLA, despite being down so much, they're not giving up hope on the top side.
Yeah, they're definitely still in this one. They're going to be going for that top side grubs. I'm surprised to not see Maokai just commit for it fully, but Garen had to go for a reset there. So they're just going to be able to fight it out. And now Nefiri going in.
Another all-in from 718, and he has the level advantage. It's going to be up to the Q. The Q1 doesn't land. The Q2 misses as well, and oh, he does get the shutdown on the auto, but it's going to be a trade to the tower. All in all, Nefiri favored because you get the shutdown, but obviously the wave's not in the state that you're looking for. It's Static Shiv Nefiri.
Crazy.
Is what
Never
it's
seen that
going to
before.
be. Yeah, Hail of Blades, Static Shiv Nefiri, UCEI lower bracket finals. Definitely some crazy stuff as GU is looking for a play, but they're pinging him off, knowing the Poplar is well and truly on the way, so good cover from the jungler from UCSB. They're actually going to go for a wraparound. Look at GU's only level 5. Poplar on the Wukong has access to level 6. It's a nice, healthy chunk from that Sheen proc Q auto attack.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to have to call off the play. Wukong taking a little bit more damage than they would have liked. At least they do get the crash on the wave. Could cancel the bet recall as well, so tempo really getting messed up here for Giyu, and that means that Poplar should have a lot more time to maybe make his way down towards this dragon.
That's a very aggressive trade that Ilu Shangwei is making on the Nefiri, and it's actually going to result in Nefiri 718 making another trade back. Here comes Poplar with the ultimate. It's a mirrored Nefiri ult. It's hijacked, and the damage is coming through from SB. A nice trade on the bottom side. Senna ult comes through, trades out for the heal from UCLA's support, Cuddly Kraken. This is all UCSB favored. You see all the ults on cooldown at the same time across the map. Poplar starting up the dragon as Zekai is making a huge chunk onto Slunt. Nice job disengaging that so you can try and clear the wave. TP is coming in, looking for a mid play. GU going to throw the sapling early, perhaps showing his hand a little bit as 718 gets in on the teleport. The Maokai ult is totally dodged away from. Dash in, E to interrupt the W coming through from Nefiri. Nefiri is just going to run straight onto the Silas. The bleed, it's burning, and he finally goes down. Poplar a little bit late to the play. Didn't want to disengage from the dragon. Senna has moved up. The bot lane is not really present though. This is dangerous territory for SB. You do not want to give LA a window back into this game. Here comes the vision from the ult. Flash forward, W. Nice route coming in from GU. The dogs looking for the damage. Not necessarily going to have it. The dragon just leashes. That's so unfortunate from UCLA, but it is a nice play to get themselves back into the objective swing of things.
Yeah, nicely played there from 718, able to find it, and I just think maybe we're gonna have Ruinous Atacon this game.
There's a lot of kills.
Yeah.
17 in 9.5 minutes, and this top side probably not going to find any more kills up here, right? But if we do look at the bottom side, you see Cyclone is coming up very soon for the Wukong. Jason's doing a lot of damage, actually. Here comes LeBron, stuttering a little bit on the autos. There's the Ignite. Does he have Flash? Auto? And the Ignite, it is going to kill him! And the call coming in from the draft, if you have Ignite, you are probably going to kill him. The last tick finally catches Jason, and LeBron is on the board.
Just to
Slam
spit
dunk.
in my face. Just to spit in my face. That's the only reason that killed.
Caster Curse.
Yep.
I Caster Cursed UCI for about 15 minutes. You Caster Cursed Jason on that one. Player to watch. LeBron with the solo kill with the Ignite Garen. I mean, this is just the NA classic.
It just happens, you know. That's how it goes. But I will say, what is happening is that 718 has somehow, some way made it back into this game. I think partially, as I said, the Silas matchup is pretty difficult.
Ilu Shangwei is being really, really aggressive on all these trades, and as a nice arrow comes in from the side of Slunt, Zekai is going to have to flash, follow. Approach velocity, it's enough. Kraken Slayer is finished. That is a lot of burst damage coming through onto those squishies. Zekai down, no heal, no ult from Janna, right? Level 5, as you can see. And the Senna has Dawning Shadow. Level 6 is ready. You just have to think about where's the next fight going to come up. And it's going to be mid, flash forward, flash late from the chains. Not necessarily going to catch it with the Cyclone, but he is eventually going to catch it. Poplar under the tower. Here comes GU trying to follow up. Ult coming across the map, but it's a little bit too late. And GU is actually going to pick up that kill onto Poplar. So really not a bad trade all in all. You're getting flashes. You're getting cooldowns from the other team. You're stalling out this lead that SB has had this whole game.
Yeah, I mean, this is very interesting to watch. At the very least, Nefiri obviously doesn't have any of those Darksteel stacks that Silas has been having to deal with and losing repeatedly for what I've been seeing. So a little bit more unfortunate there. -1 happens, you know.
Yeah, I get -1 all the time. Every one of my friends, whenever they're watching me play the game, it's -100 actually.
Oh wow,
it's pretty bad.
That's messed up to actually say the gold value instead.
No, it's not 100, but in terms of gold. But maybe they're looking for a little bit more gold on Jason here. Can GU actually capture this W? Yes, they're looking for the dive. It is important to note these towers are warmed up. The ult is going to come in from LeBron. Slam dunk again, but here comes Poplar. Doesn't have the Cyclone. Can he catch up? No red buff either, so GU is actually going to be able to stall out Poplar. And nice long time. Let's see if he has the W up or if he has the passive. Giyu's not going to be able to kill. 0718's moving up, has the ult.
Finds the dash.
W in. See if he has the damage. Dash forward, Q1 and Q2 are both going to land, looking for the burn, not going to get it. Yilu Xiangbei is going to get it, and the second the Silas turns up, all of the members from UCLA are low. LeBron is just stalling as long as he can. Yilu Xiangbei, no Kingslayer required. The King is down.
Yeah, huge play there from the side of SB to at least turn it back around, and in the meantime, they're going to grab up that first tower as well. That's going to give them the feats of strength here since they got that first blood as well. So they should be able to upgrade their boots, as you could see in their item bars. So
instantly upgraded. The Lucidities for Gragas. We were talking about that actually at the beginning of the day, like before any of this stuff got started. Yeah, I mean, it's probably fake on most champions, but on Gragas,
it's pretty good.
It's Gragas.
Yeah,
like,
you get all that.
Anytime you can have multiple Cosmic Drive effects on this champion in particular, he is just so obnoxious.
Yeah, I said it in the last one. Why can the big guy move so fast?
Exactly. It's the same thing that you talk about in, like, this is like traditional sports and esports crossover here. Nothing that big should be moving that fast. What I'm really interested in taking a look at here is, again, look at this bot side advantage that we have gained for UCSB. Both of the bot laners are level 8. They're the same level as junglers or as UCLA's mid laner. Zekai is going to have a tough time matching the damage output that Slunt and Jayway are putting out consistently. Black Cleaver finished for Senna. Kraken Slayer on the Ashe looking towards, is that Runan's Phantom Dancer? I think it's Runan's.
Runan's.
Yep, there you go. Against the melee heavy comp of UCLA. You're never going to be hitting the Hui anyway. You might as well just take out both of the little dogs when Nefiria is diving in on you.
Yeah, and I think that's actually something that we've kind of noticed is that Yilu Xiangbei is kind of just killing the dogs so he can go for an engage on the next rotation, which is pretty interesting. It's a little bit different of a look there to make sure that you can find the engage if your jungler does end up coming, which is how both of the last ganks towards that mid side were actually set up here.
There's a lot of pings for mid. They're looking for a flank play. Early ult from the Maokai is going to be spotted. Jayway is going to be caught out. The root comes in. The Nado comes in. The ult comes in too, but the Dawning Shadow turns it all around. Flash out necessary from Giyu. Zekai's going to get bombed right back. Jayway's going to be the beneficiary of that one, and here comes the arrow straight onto Giyu. He's going to get taken down. Shut down going over to Silas. Yilu Xiangbei is really taking over the game on this one. 7-2 on the Silas. Has a shutdown. It's going to be very difficult for anyone on UCLA to match this guy.
I mean, look at the pressure that the Dawning Shadow actually put up there, as well as the invis that Senna actually provides. Couldn't get the Maokai W to actually follow up on all that CC onto the Senna, so that was a big determining factor. Cuddly Kraken going to get chased down just a little bit
Flash
here.
forward? Oh, flash out from Kraken. They didn't actually know necessarily what Slunt's flash timer was. I think they, oh sorry, I thought they had it about the same as Zekai's. It's just a question of whether or not he had it up. And here comes the ult from Yilu Xiangbei, getting the full reveal. Oh, maybe goes in a little bit too deep, but saves the dash to get himself back out. Nicely played. I thought a little bit overeager, but it turns out it's going to be just fine for SB's mid laner, and they're looking in great position as they're up 5k at 15 minutes and have a 6-kill lead.
Yeah, this is the kind of lead that you really can't really come back from that well. It's going to be pretty difficult here. This will be probably ruin his Otacon for sure at this point, which means that you won't be getting that res to kind of just force out this game as quickly as possible. But it also means that UCLA doesn't have as easy of a maybe 50-50 to get on that Otacon and potentially flip this game on its head. But instead, it's just going to be that default 25% buff to all epic objectives buffs. So that's actually pretty good, but it's not necessarily as powerful as that 150-second res.
Yeah, and having any semblance of a GA effect, especially against a comp like these ones where they can get kills fast. The picks are necessary, and they need to happen for both teams. That's why you see the Wukong and the Gragas ults looking for stuff. That's why you see the Ashe arrows going all the way across the map. And from the side of LA, you have to find these picks, especially since you're behind, in order to fight at man advantage, or I guess man and man's best friend advantage here, as we have the Nefarian mid. LeBron's going to keep walking them down. I'm really interested in seeing... I don't think anything good is going to happen of LeBron sticking around here. Here comes Poplar. No ultimate yet. Jason's just doing a good job keeping him there. There's the Cyclone coming in from Wukong. There's the second one, and the Bomba Flash prediction is going to send LeBron right back to where he came from. That's a great kill by UCSB's top laner. Nice synergy from the jungler, holding the ult, the second Cyclone charge, as long as possible so they could bait out the flash and still get the kill.
Yeah, I mean, this is what I mean. Jason in the box, you gotta get rid of Gragas. He has the proficiency to actually play that champ. Surprisingly,
this champion is busted, man. Like,
this champion is busted. And the thing is, at least it's hard to execute. Oh, nice engage
ult.
there.
Well-timed engage. The Dawning Shadow's going to come through and buy some time, but it's not enough to stop all of that damage coming through. Thankfully, there's no Cyclone. Flash from Zekai, even though Kraken had the ult, so maybe a little anti-synergy there. Yilu Xiangbei is just going to walk in and just slay the dragon of the dog one more time. It's really, really unfortunate for this Neferi, but that's what happens when your counter pick gets set this far behind.
Yeah, you know, you say far behind, but really it's only boots as far as difference. But the Dark Seal plus the extra stats on the Sork shoes is really making a bit more of a difference on the side lane, and maybe a bit of misexecution. We couldn't get the time to see that one in particular, but honestly, it's been so impressive for UCSB finding these angles, and I think between the Ashe and also this Wukong, they have just so much pressure. At least they found Ashe in the mid wave with a pretty nice grasping roots there from the Maokai that came from nowhere. I mean, that's kind of what makes Maokai so strong. You can't really predict some of these engage angles here.
No,
so
you would need to have perfect vision control, and it's a little bit harder to grab that when your jungler is holding onto the Rift Herald. You know, that's literally the only bad thing that comes of it, but it is also important. Let's note the jungle advantage. They have SB's jungler Poplar has a 1-level lead on GU, and the mid advantage in XP, 2 levels up. It's not just the itemization, it's just the fact that this Sylas that was supposed to be getting put in the ground by the Fury R5 counter pick is up 2 levels on it.
Now that totally makes sense.
The Hail of Blades,
yeah,
right?
Hail of Blades, Static Shiv.
Yeah, it was an interesting look. It found a couple of plays where maybe UCSB players were caught off guard for the timing at which 718 could possibly have moved from. It's just a question of, can they actually find any other surprises, or are they just going to keep fighting straight up, giving a Sylas a Garen ult, and then hitting the cross-map Ashe arrow. But the TP is going to come in, and here comes the Maokai ult. They're going to disengage it almost completely. UCLA ulting. This looks like desperation right here. They're just running around this little bot corridor, and they're going to TP in, ult twice, and then walk away as SB just walks right in, actually. And they are probably going to find the pick on the J-Way. That ult from Hui is enough to spare to actually find the kill. Nice fear coming through from Zekai as well to disengage Poplar after the ult, but they are delaying the back so much. Mid tier 2 goes down. Top tier 2 goes down to the Rift Herald that they dropped in base, as our observers pointed out earlier. This fight is so punishing for UCSB. Slunt's going to get a base off. Another just very, very casual trade by Jason. They have TP advantage for topside, from topside. Looking at drag in 2 seconds. Poplar's already on it. And here's the fight coming through from LeBron. I don't know if you actually win this one or if you really want to keep fighting this. You're just giving up dragon advantage. You're just bleeding gold around the map. You need to just slow down and take what you can get. Otherwise, SB is just going to take it all.
SB completely just rolling that whole sequence of plays. They did this in the last game as well, where they played the Rift Herald out. I'm watching for Jason, maybe potentially getting a solo kill,
He's
but
just
it's
waiting
looking
for
unlikely.
LeBron ultimate, and there's the Garen ultimate, and that is outplayed in all chat. I'm pretty sure is how you say it.
They did this in the game last time. They got the Rift Herald about 3 minutes before the Otacon and drag spawned, and then they just put it to the other side of the map. They say, okay, you have to allocate your resources. Make that hard decision. And in this case, it just works out. UCSB is able to peel off the hard engage on the bot side, which UCLA was desperate for. And after that, they have to back. They have to back, or else they're going to lose some inhib turrets for that. And it's just not worth it at that point. So really well played for UCSB, and a little bit disappointing from UCLA. They just didn't have a good answer since they couldn't find the engage that sticks on the bot side.
And if you want to take a look at, if we're going to talk about some more itemization here, do you want to talk about the Medjais picked up by Yilu Xiangbei's Sylas?
I mean,
very high
that's
risk,
how it goes, and now he's TPing straight to the top side to maybe potentially pick up another sack, but there are members in the area. Braun saw the nice flash of blue that went past his screen here as he now goes for an engage, misses it.
Yep, hard engage coming through from the Maokai. 0718 is going to hop in, immediately gets rooted by the Senna W. That is absolutely brutal. I'm just watching, oh my gosh, I'm watching Jason just destroy that dog one more time. That poor dog. Poplar's going to fly in, going to get shoved back by that Bramble Smash, but it's a nice kill anyway. J-Way is just 1v1ing Zekai for fun. The support is killing the carry. Slunt's going to pop in, contribute to a double kill for Poplar. Nice Nado, good ult. I'm not sure if it's going to save you from this one. I was going to say before this fight started, I'm watching that arrow timer. We should have actually just been watching the fight as Kraken is going to get run down one more time by J-Way. Supportal combat. Do we count that as a solo kill?
Yeah, I'll count it as a solo kill. It was purely done damage-wise by that Senna. But, I mean, this is what I'm talking about. UCSB is playing these fights beautifully. The Ash arrow is actually landed onto Zekai in the back line. That is something you'd never expect out of anything in those kinds of those sequences. So honestly, amazing stuff there. And as we go into this replay here, as you can see here, 07818 goes in, but actually gets immediately rooted. And Jason doing what Jason does, flashes in, finds the knock up there, and you're gonna watch the Ash arrow come across your screen into Zekai right there. And now J-Way in the area, able to do the damage. And it's just too little, too late for this Garen to find anything in the tail end of that fight, and J-Way able to just chase out onto that Janna as we go back into live. Poplar already onto Gyu.
And Gyu's having a really, really difficult time. This is what happens when you have the traditional tank trying to take on the bruiser that happens to also be a tank. Gyu's just going to keep trying to run at the backline as 0718 finds the vision in the shroud thanks to LeBron's Blast Cone. That's the word I was looking for right there. 0718 is going to get one more, so that is good for the Neferi, but you're killing Senna. We're not picking up shutdowns here. I think if you're UCLA, you have to, and you make that play, you have to grab the kill on Yilu Xiangbei, and that's a rhyme in half the time, or something like that.
Good call out there. I will say, the Otacon Ruinous Edition actually did go the way of UCSB, so all of these petals they get, as well as anything from the dragons, will actually be buffed up 25%. So pretty good stuff there for them. If they end up claiming this soul, it could be an insurmountable comeback angle. I mean, already it's looking pretty unlikely. 8k gold in the pocket of SB.
And Yilu Xiangbei is just going to go straight in onto LeBron. This is typically a matchup where I would take the Garen, but it does look like he is going to be able to get away. Thank you, Phase Rush. Thank you, Phantom Dancer. But this Garen is not tanky at all. It is worth noting UCLA only has one frontline, and it's Gyu who's getting ping-ponged back and forth. Ash arrow from across the map, walked down by Slunt, and he is going to have to flash out. This is really, really nice for UCSB. They're forcing the flash of the jungler a minute before you force the trade. Do you want to give us Soul Point on Ocean Soul for a team that can't die, or do you want to give us Nash?
Yeah, it is Chemtech Soul, so not as good as Ocean, but just visual bug. Love that.
Okay.
Shout out to Riot for that one. But yes, it is a trade nonetheless, and I'd say it's definitely going to be favored for UCSB anyways, especially if LeBron gets caught here.
I think the potential for UCSB to actually get the Chem Soul might even be worse than the Ocean, because that bonus damage reduction for some of these divers over here, you are not killing that Gragas ever.
Oh, ever. No way. The only way is with that 1,200 true damage from Garen, and you can only do that once in a fight, so.
And if you're using it on him, that means that Yilu Xiangbei is having the time of his life just getting to walk into the front line, and who can realistically kill the Sylas? If you aren't getting all of the burst damage on a chain CC'd Sylas, and how much CC do you have on this UCLA roster? Really very little.
Yeah, so, I mean, right now Santa Barbara's showing what allowed them to win the last series, and I mean, if you're not convinced yet that I think this team is really solid, I mean, I think they've got more to show even going into this next couple games for sure. So now they're going to be able to start up this Drake. No trade on the other side of the map. UCLA is setting up vision a little bit on that side, but it's honestly not that deep. They don't have that many resources, and with, you know, basically full control, I'd like to see it go a little bit deeper since they do have the double TP to maybe force out a play here as they're going to get... Okay, now they're actually setting up that deep ward to be able to maybe get a flank with the Fury as they shove out the top side, but they just don't get that much for that trade there.
Can we talk about itemization? We're talking about like what we want to see from these teams. Look at the itemization specifically from GU's Maokai and for Slunt's Ashe. Do you see anything a little bit peculiar perhaps about this Ashe build?
Yeah, I mean, there is a Bloodthirster, of course, which is more of a different skew, but it means that you really are very tanky. It's going to be pretty difficult to actually take down.
And more so than just the choice of completed item,
Oh, no
I'm noticing
boots.
no boots
Oh,
for
yeah.
this Ashe.
Okay,
That
you know, I will say Santa Barbara of any team has bought the least boots of any team because game 1, the Xin Zhao did not buy boots.
very interesting. I mean, just trusting in the passive move speed and maybe the, did he have blue pet, I assume?
He
Gus
had
Walker?
he had magical footwear
Oh, okay, gotcha.
and just sat on that the
the
entire
whole
game.
time, yep. And sometimes you don't even need it, but how much of a flex is it to have those feats of strength and not have the shoes to cover them?
Yeah,
Pun
true.
fully intended. But I think it is also just a testament to how unthreatened Slunt is behind this very, very sturdy UCSB front line. He knows that he can step up whenever he feels like it, but he also knows he doesn't have to.
No,
And that's
you hit a
great
good
luxury
Ashe
to have.
arrow, you don't even have to be there.
Yeah.
So Slunt really playing it well, and this is why Ashe is such a high priority, which is why I was so surprised not to see it in the last series, because, I mean, this champ just provides it all and got buffed in preseason, so can't really say much about that one.
Yeah, it is a very, very difficult hill for UCLA to climb. They will have to find their way back into this one. The only positive for them right now is that LeBron has a level lead, and he is looking for the play onto J-Way and onto Jason in the box. However, the disengage is going to come out. It turns out it's pretty good. Jason comes back in with the E. Flash forward from LeBron. He's not even going to get that one. He wasn't able to input the ult. And the Zonias, just for style points, shatters that arm guard and shatters LeBron's hopes one more time. Hijacked Maokai ult, walking right down mid. Not going to quite catch that guy. Was looking for it, though. I think Yu Xiangbei is actually so strong, he might be able to tank this. It just comes down to how much damage they can focus onto him. Nice Zonias to buy a little bit more time. Does he have a dash? No, it gets interrupted. Flash forward. Nice knife, or sorry, nice arrow. But the Silas is going to go down, and actually here comes a ton of damage coming back from Slunt. It's going to be a nice wipe by Santa Barbara. They're going to follow through with all the damage they weren't able to use earlier. 0718 getting out blinking health bars. 4 for 1 across the map. UCSB is going to march right down mid. They have a cannon. They might be looking for game.
Yeah, they also have the 6 grubs on top of it, so they could actually just end the game here very decisively. They won't have the Void Mites for this next little bit of time, but I think it might just be the end.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be that. 0718, the last hope, and he's just going to play for KDA, and he's going to sit back as Santa Barbara breaks the first Nexus of the game. Incredible stuff from them here in game 1 of this best of 3.
Yeah, I mean, they're really playing it out extremely well. You saw in that last team fight how, you know, we talked about how hard Yu Xiangbei is to kill, and guess what? It's going to cost you 4 just to get him down. And, you know, that's the kind of cohesion you expect. They all converged on that fight from different angles, made sure that they had all their CC lined up perfectly, and they take game 1 in a pretty, like,
It was
amazing
dominant.
fashion.
It was a dominant fashion. They were winning trades across the map. 3 for 1 top side, 3 for 1 bot side. We're going to have a replay in just a second, but before that, let's just talk about maybe some might say this game was over from draft. Would you agree with that sentiment?
I think there were angles. Like, I honestly think having the Silas go 4-1 in the first 5 minutes is really not optimal, I'd say.
Yeah,
so
that's pretty rough.
I think there were definitely angles. I still don't like the Garen that much. It just doesn't provide that much. You don't have enough CC to warrant having a Garen, in my opinion. And they actually had enough CC to kite you out. So it felt pretty sad. Like, I'm watching some of these fights, and it just felt like there was no life in some of them because you don't have that gold buffer that you need to actually be able to sustain a comp that has an assassin, a diving bruiser, and enchanter mage. There you go.
And that's part of the difficulty, I think, with, and what's even more interesting is LA picked this comp knowing that they were going to be on red side. Coming from the upper bracket, having just lost to UC Irvine, you knew that they had side select, and they made this conscious decision to choose red side in a meta where I think some of these flex picks are kind of consigned to you only get this guy if you're on blue, or if both teams just handshake and decide to let everything through.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's a pretty difficult situation to be in. Draft aside, all of that aside, I think we're going to take a look at the replay,
yep.
pretty shortly.
Yeah.
Let's see what we got for you guys.
Yep, replay package incoming. I will say, a lot of these fights were coming down to some just pure execution here. Like, for instance, if Maokai somehow makes it a little wall, you somehow cheater a way out of this very fed Silas, potentially. I mean, he only gets 1 in that one, but it really sets up Jason in the box. But a nice solo kill here from the Garen. Isn't able to flash away from that auto before the R, so able to find that one here. As, yeah, Gragas just doing a lot of work, but the early game definitely looked in their favor. Maybe they could find something, but just seeing how hard it is to find that engage. They put so much CC on the J-Wave, but because of the invisibility, couldn't find the Maokai W to kind of seal it. And once everyone is in the area, Jason in the box able to nice knock in Zekai, and they find another kill that they can just donate over to the Silas, get those Darksteel stacks coming. But that really wasn't the end of the game. They had a couple more plays in them as far as the Nefiri getting a couple big shutdowns, but this play felt decisive. They find the big engage onto the main two members, and then a nice Ash Arrow from the right side stuns up Zekai somehow in the back line, which really seals the deal on this one. LeBron, no damage left to actually be able to find anyone once that Demacian Justice is down. This one looked like their big opportunity. They find the main carries from the side of UC Santa Barbara in a pretty compromised position, but the stuns come through, and here comes the big team fight where they just find all the damage you could potentially want, and Hui once again neutralized by one big piece of ultimate CC. So pretty beautifully played from UCSB.
Very, I would say. I mean, calling it dominant, I think, is a bit of an understatement, considering when you have a 5K gold difference in about 10 minutes, I think it's safe to say that, you know, whether it's solo queue or competitive, you expect that game to go a particular way, and it did. There were flashes from UCLA, but it was a little bit difficult for them. A little too difficult for the draft that they had, but I believe loser gets side select, so will we see them switch it up?
I mean, if they already picked it on winner's side, you know, and where they had pick, I think they're just going to stick with it. I don't know if I'd advise it. You know, there are a lot of strong picks you can maybe potentially leave open that you did ban in the last one. For instance, like the Corki, you ended up banning that. You could potentially just pick it first, have something a little bit more solid on the bot side that could really contend with something like the Ashe. You know, I like Hui, but not exactly my favorite if you're going to be playing a more brawly game. I think that's better as a mid laner, a little bit of a solid pick. But when you're playing this fast-paced, heavy engaged style, the Hui can get outpaced in those games.
Absolutely. Well, whether UCLA decides to switch it up, we'll be sticking right with you guys as Santa Barbara looks to clinch their ticket to the grand finals with one more win in our next game of this best of 3. Don't touch that dial.
When it comes to power, performance, and style, you can't do better than an MSI monitor. Rapid IPS and Rapid VA displays provide gamers with the quickest response time on the market, giving you a competitive edge. HDR400 technology provides a more immersive experience for creators. With crystal clear images, 1440p resolution, and 1 millisecond gray-to-gray response, check out the latest MSI monitors to give you the advantages you need.
Our new Xfinity gateways can support hundreds of devices.
Up your internet gay. Am I right?
I'm over here.
Am I close?
Get a strong connection to power hundreds of devices with ultra low lag.
Marco?
Bring on the good stuff.
Love to game? With Xfinity, you can upgrade your speed to keep slaying zombies like it's your day job.
It is my day job.
Upgrade your internet speed for the ultimate gaming experience. Bring on the good stuff.
Welcome back from that break. If you guys stuck with us that whole time, hey, we really appreciate you for that one. we've got another game on our hands in just a few minutes. We're going to have the second match of the second game of the third match, depending on who you ask. The match for the lower bracket finals right now, as we're getting into draft between Santa Barbara, of course, who's on the red side at this time, and we have UCLA on the left side. As you see, we're getting right into draft. Casante, the first band from UCLA. The bands are going to be Talia from SB. Wukong is the response. I like the denial from LA. I think they're really switching stuff up. We were talking about it before the break. We got Mbessa as the second band. And draft is your thing, man. I'll just shut up and let you cook. Silas is gone too.
Yeah, Silas gone. Not too surprising. Greg is still up, so definitely still something that they could play towards. So I'd like to see a strong bot laner here. It could be something like the Corki, which makes sense. It is left open compared to the last one. Same for the Victor, actually left open as well. So they're going to draft it up. Now, due to principle, UCSB should just draft Corki here. You can't let Corki and Victor on the same team.
Corki and Victor, what year are we playing in?
We're Victor. We're Victor Gaming, and I will say one shout I'll give is Showmaker last night or 2 nights ago now played Xerath.
And we are letting Gragas through again.
Of course.
We must let
we did
through.
say we wanted to put it on the ban table here up on the casting bench.
They really felt Casante was of higher import here, so I'm a little bit concerned. If you're giving Gragas over to SB and you also are donating the Ashe, essentially, I mean, does LA just pick Corki now?
I mean, they just pick Corki, I think, and then you have to pick something strong and engaged that doesn't get neutralized by this Gragas. So a lot of the direct dash champions, Rakan, stuff like that, do get neutralized by that. So, I mean, that leaves, I guess, Maokai open, potentially.
MF would be a very interesting pivot from LA, but it does fit into their theme of we are going to fight you, and it's just a question of where and when and how much setup they actually have for it. Do you think this is the Maokai takeaway from LA?
I'd imagine it is, but it's actually just going to be Ornn, which I don't know. I mean, yes, you neutralize that Gragas lane a bit, and you don't have to really deal with it as much, and it does give you some sort of long-range engage, but the Braum is still open, and Ashe Braum is one of the strongest lanes in the game for the most part, so I'd expect that to be the response pick here. Yes, it gets J-Way off of that Maokai priority, potentially, if they do want to lock in that Braum, but I'd say that's still worth it nonetheless. You get a strong bot lane combo that has a lot of safety, and you get to deny the long-range engage from the Ornn.
Well, it is nice to see that at the very least LA is adapting. This is a much more traditional front-to-back sort of comp, and the Xin Zhao that you mentioned from last series that SB played is going to come in. There's so much disruption. Again, I think that's the main theme here with SB is the amount of bouncing that they can just do to the LA players is pretty impressive. Here comes the rail ban on second rotation to start it off. Do you have any support in mind here that you really want to get rid of? Because I assume this is just 4 support bans.
Yeah, I mean, it should be Nautilus. Should be Rel, I'd imagine. Well, Rel's actually already banned.
We should be banning Corki here.
Well, Corki, I don't think.
A little questionable.
I don't think they're gonna end up playing mid Corki. I just have that feeling in me. Hui was the call out I was gonna make since this is kind of the core that won them the game 1 in the last series. It was the Gragas, Xin Zhao, Hui.
Interesting.
So seeing that band is actually a very good sign, and it's gonna be the Maokai takeaway. You don't want to have to deal with 2 forms of long range engage. Yep. I'd like to see Braum banned here. If you are UCLA here, because that's just such a good neutralizing factor into MF and the Ornn. So seeing that band is a really good sign there. Now you have to get a little more creative. There's still the Nautilus here for the Ashe to actually pair up with. You could also play Enchanter, something with a little bit more disengaged, maybe something with a speed up or something of that sort. But they're going to go for the Akali here. They want to take down this Victor. This is a very classic skill matchup between Akali and Victor. Generally Akali favored. If you have R, you'll pretty much kill the Victor 100% of the time. But early game, Victor can really actually bully Akali out of these lanes, and I'll need to see 0718 really stand up to the test there for that one. But there's that Nautilus that I called out. Wasn't banned, wasn't picked, able to actually come through. First time I've seen it through the draft. Actually going to get locked in here, and now that means you have a lot of easy sources of engage, a lot of potential layering of damage here with the Victor plus the MF, so very traditional comp. They're going completely back towards the other way. Yes, they have a lot of fight tools, but it's really just front to back team fighting, and that's going to be the goal. And it's going to make Akali's life a little bit more difficult.
For sure, yeah.
But the way I've seen them play, a lot of the time it's Pop Aspen, not actually his name. I don't know what it is in game. Can't remember right now. Poplar, yes. Actually does generally take a lot of the brunt of it. And there's Poppy as well to really neutralize Gragas and this Akali. So that's going to be the Poppy in the jungle, not as powerful as Poppy in the jungle from seasons past, but definitely still a factor, going to be a little bit more of a W bot with the R as well as a comboer. So now what is the support lock-in here?
I love saving counter pick for support, by the way. It is just so much fun. You know how happy the support gets when you give them counter pick?
True. I mean, I could see stuff like maybe potentially a dive champion, but it's going to be Swain. Wow, you have so many big, beefy bodies on the side of UCLA, so seeing Swain is pretty interesting. I haven't really seen Swain support as much lately, especially after the changes he received midway through last season, but now going to be back in support.
You know what would be the craziest thing ever is, and obviously they're not going to do this because Jason just played a phenomenal game on Gragas. Let's be real. If they swapped to the Swain top into the Ornn and
That's
just
true.
gave him the freest lane ever, and then they moved the Gragas into support to counteract the Nautilus, wow, look at that. But instead, they're going to keep it traditional. It is, at least for personnel-wise, I think it's the right call. From a fit standpoint, I like the Poppy pick, I gotta say. There's a lot of anti-dash that you can do here, but I'm a little bit concerned about the potential damage output from this UCLA roster. Any amount of pick coming through from SB is going to mean that fight goes quickly the other way.
Yeah, that is actually exactly what I was thinking too. Their damage is pretty singular from the Victor or the MF, and there are so many dive tools on the side of UCSB. So if you get hit by one of those, whatever the pull is from Swain, it could really be a bad day for you.
Never move, isn't it?
Yeah,
like
never
Quoth
move.
the Raven, nevermore.
Yeah.
But the question here is actually going to be as it looks like Zekai is actually going to have the cleanse on the MF, nice against the Ashe and all the other stuff. The only question I have here is none of the topside stuff is cleansable, which is what I'm a little bit concerned about. And I do think it will be rather easy for this Santa Barbara comp to access the backline and find angles to take out Zekai, meaning that it's going to be all up to 0718, just trust Gala. You gotta just trust your mid laner here and hope that they can really bring this one on home for UCLA and potentially force a game 3.
Yeah, this is where the real advantage of having Poppy, potentially if you get a big knockaway with that
Keeper's Verdict.
Keeper's
I
Verdict.
believe.
I don't know
Yes.
why I thought
There
Demacia.
we
I was
go.
thinking Garen
Well,
still.
she is,
Yeah.
right? She's 50-50. She counts for both the challenges. If you've played any of the region-exclusive 5-mans, I know that was a great time with my people. Do not ask them how long it took us.
Yeah, but if you get a good Keeper's Verdict, you're able to get rid of this Xin Zhao, which was such a problem in Game 1, especially being able to just Crescent Guard and get all that damage nullified.
It's going to be, the Xin Zhao is going to be massive.
So you
against
have
that
to
comp. Yes.
Keeper's Verdict him. If you
Absolutely.
don't, it's going to be a lot more rough of a time here for UCLA. And I think, my gut just says it's going to be UCSB. Their comp has a little bit more spunk, something that, an X factor that I feel like is lacking on the side of UCLA, where it's very traditional, very front to back. Everyone's played against a comp like this before. Whereas this comp from UCSB, very flexible with the Gragas. You get to play the Akali very slow. You don't have to go in full dive. If you bait out the Poppy W, guess what? You're having a good time. And with all these dashes, you're gonna have decision paralysis. That's the kind of thing where it's like, do I really just prioritize blocking this Akali? The Xin Zhao is eating my backline. So
it's also putting a lot of emphasis on how well GU's positioning it can be here, because that Keeper's Verdict, like you mentioned, is so crucial. But also, I mean, yes, getting rid of the Xin Zhao is probably pretty good, but if they actually manage to neutralize him early game and are able to play front to back, suddenly punting Jason or punting Akali here, in this case, sorry, Liu Shangbei, punting Akali here, either way, or even like the saddest one of them all is if the Swain finally gets to do the thing. He ults, he's in the backline, and then he immediately gets sent right back to spawn where he came from. That would really suck for J-Way, but I mean, J-Way got to solo kill someone last game. I think J-Way is having plenty of fun for the rest of the series, to be honest. I think he just wants a 2-0.
Yeah. One last thing I'll point out, the kill pressure on this Akali is pretty low. Poppy not really known for ganking mid. Definitely not the lane she'd prefer. No real big walls to stun up against that for
At
that
least
one.
pre-6.
Yeah,
right?
pre-6, yeah, of course. I will say, like, stuff like Ornn, very anti-gank heavy, but you can actually set up some pretty good stuff onto Gragas, especially because he is a singular movement ability champion.
Yes, indeed.
So there's definitely some potential here. I'd give it to UCSB, but I don't think it's a clear and shut case.
Just based on personnel and how they played the last game, I think you have to give the advantage to SB. I mean, 2-0 last series, 1-0 here against the upper bracket players from LA. I think they're confident and they feel like they're in form. And confidence, more than anyone else, is so key for any team. So I'm just really looking forward to when we hop into game. When we're loading in right now. I love it when that happens.
Yeah, just straight up going from draft into game, and here we go. Of course, this is the final opportunity here for UCLA to stay in this tournament. They don't have any lives left in their pocket, and it would be such a shame for them to go 0-4 after showing up to this event in the top 4. So now we're going to see them load into the game. Nothing too crazy rune-wise from what I can gather.
I do think a couple of things that are interesting are one on either team. Again, UCLA's 0718 is running the Grasp Victor against the Akali. Pretty standard against the melees, but again, still worth looking at because some people at home might be like, what is this Victor doing? Why does he not do any damage early? Exactly. And then if you look at the side of SB, you'll see the Glacial Augment from the side of J-Way as opposed to something a little more poke-heavy or more movement-based.
Yeah, there's also the Gragas, of course, on the Grasp as well. That's traditional of tank matchups.
Gragas is Gragas. He can run whatever rune he wants, whenever he wants, whatever lane he wants, and it's Gragas. He'll probably get away with it so long as the player is capable and confident enough on it. You're going to see mirrored invades here. We're going to get the exact same wards, basically, on opposite sides of the map, and neither team is going to find anyone. No first strike gold. No mana flow ban for you. Unfortunate. We're just going to reset. We're going to play 5 out. We're going to play some League of Legends.
Yeah, very, very classic traditional League of Legends with some extra info spread across the board. Xin Zhao going to be clearing towards that bot side while Gyu actually seems to be pathing towards top. Taking the Raptors, probably going to go towards that top side right afterwards. So pretty interesting stuff here. Akali definitely, does not have any lane prio in this early phase of the lane. This is where the Grasp comes in. You need to start stacking that as soon as possible.
And LA is not being shy about this shove.
Yeah, not at all. They want to get this shove immediately to potentially maybe look for a level 3 gank, considering Poppy's actually going for red right now. So potentially could just find her way down there on this next wave coming up. But it's a little bit late just because Poppy doesn't have the best clear in the game. So we'll see.
And I think it is a good idea to focus on getting Zekai ahead. I mean, Zekai so far, despite the 0-3 score line for LA in these matches, I feel like by and large, Zekai's played a nice one. And speaking of nice ones, that's a nice hook in on Slunt. Going to force the barrier out. Nice pullback from J-Way is going to equalize the trade a little bit as Slunt feels empowered to walk forward now that the damage is no longer there. Nice trade by Illushongbei. 0718 is going to take the bad end of that one. D-Shield is pretty balanced in the year of our Lord 2025. We need to nerf this item immediately.
I mean, I feel like people have been calling for nerfs for that item
for years.
Yep.
Yeah.
Either way, Poppy going to clear towards the top side, so no shenanigans early on in this game. She's going to be clearing up to match. Did not get spotted on the ward, so definitely UCSB knows something is wrong.
I would be very careful here if you're 0718. You do not have the damage to contest this Akali early. One more 5-point strike and the auto could actually seal it. But instead, he's just going to walk away. Both potions already used for 0718. Jason going to get a deep ward on GU. That's pretty nice. This clear was slower, right, because of the pathing that we had towards the bottom side. And again, I do like I was saying before the hook came in, I like the focus that UCLA is having. They have a clear idea of what they want to do. They're going to shove the lanes. They're going to try and play down towards their bot side, which is, Zekai is a big win condition. But I would caution against ganking into the Ashe Swain. That is a lane that can turn things around very, very quickly. You do not want to lose a kill in a 2-on-3.
Oh, definitely not. Swain, one of those champs. Yes, it's in support, but that could definitely take over a game if you do get it too fed early on. So definitely seeing it kind of just stand idly by is definitely the better approach here. Gyu going to be able to actually get a deep ward here on that side. And Xin Zhao on the bot side. Poplar wants to find something, but no dive is available with that ward up as well.
If your support is a mid laner, and your mid laner is a mid laner, it turns out your team is probably winning the game. There was that the whole season basically, right? I believe it was it 2022, 2023, something like that, or not 2023. Maybe that's a little too recent. But some of the best supports in the game were just mid laners, and I can't say I loved it as a bit of a purist myself, but with that being said, UCSB had a CS lead in the bottom side last game. They're going to continue having that bot side lead this time. Ilu Xiangbei is getting a lot of pressure in on 0718. It's just a question of will we recast? The answer is no. GU is walking around in the river going towards Tri-Side. There is actually no vision here, so if GU walks forward, he doesn't know, but he does actually have a good path. Going to be spotted on the tower now. Here comes the damage from Zekai. Nice flash from Slunt, and another flash from J-Way. So double sums out from UCSB's bot lane is a win from UCLA, but that is time invested, and that's a nice gank by their jungler.
Oh, nice dodge away there on the gravity field. Now looking for the kill. 0718 able to dodge out there. Gets the cannon at least, but does force the Victor back after the TP was already committed. So big lead here for
Ilu Xiangbei. Yeah, and it is worth noting that the first time 0718 based, the base was to buy a refill pot. That is, and TP back. That is about as sad as you get. Obviously, you don't want to miss that XP. You totally need to catch all of that. But 4 more minions are being lost to the tower here. Ilu Xiangbei is really, really making his mark on this laning phase. Just off of CS already, you can see almost about a 300 gold lead. Not super significant considering they were up, 3,000 at this point last game. But I think that speaks to what UCLA is doing and how UCSB is paying them a little bit more respect with this more traditional, very orthodox comp.
Yeah, but even with the very orthodox comp, they haven't really found too much tempo in this game. They're going to be losing that first Drake as well. Grubs are going to be spawning on the top side. Poppy already in the area, but I think Akali actually has shoved somehow, some way, even, against this Victor, just due to the level advantage of being level 6 first. Now Victor finally taking over, so going to be able to match that just a little bit, but Akali already going for one of those trades. Does actually end up forcing it out. So now they're going to make their way up towards Grubs, it looks like, as Poppy is starting that up. Xin Zhao maybe looking for a gank mid.
I would be very careful here if you are the side of UCLA because you know that you've committed such numbers topside. Nice combo in from Ilu Xiangbei. He's looking for the solo kill. The flash is going to come through, and the W follow flash win becomes lightning. Xin Zhao's getting the kill. Poplar and UCSB are on the board. It's going to be 1-0. That is first blood on their way to feats of strength yet again.
Yeah, they're going to get that first blood. It's a pretty late first blood compared to last game where we had 17 kills in 9 minutes. So
nice hook in from Kraken. Poplar is going to stop us from talking for a little bit longer. Zekai is actually going to slow him down, and that is the flash follow from Zekai. Immediate kill for the MF. If you are an LA fan, that's what you like to see. You're getting the kills equalized, but that's a nice amount of poke from SB. This lane swap feeling pretty unfortunate for the Orin, but he is a, he's just a tank. He's just kind of there. He'll be fine.
Yeah, an interesting purchase here of that cloak there for Orin. So going for the Spirit Visage early on, or maybe... Actually, there's one other item that also uses that.
Abyssal Mask?
Maybe Abyssal Mask?
Sure.
Yeah, that
but
sounds about
I
right.
don't know why. I'm not sure if LeBron is really looking to build that here against Jason. Does Kanik Rooker still build that? I'm not exactly sure.
I think it's just Negatron Cloak, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, forgive me a little bit for any of the viewers. It's been a little bit since I looked at every single one of the itemization recipes. With that being said, I play bot, dude. Like, I look at the dude, somebody tells me to right-click that guy, and I right-click that guy real good.
True.
And
that is the bot laner's role.
That is about how it goes, yeah. They just tell me to dodge the skill shot, and it's a little bit difficult for your boy.
You were talking about tumultuous times in AD carry history. I feel like this is one of the tumultuous times of AD carry history.
It is, now that the mid laners have invaded and become bot laners themselves, so now you could have a mid laner as your bot lane, and a mid laner as your support, and you're probably okay with it.
Yep,
you could even put, like, we got Zyra in jungle and stuff, like, people are doing whatever they want, but that's the fun of a new season, and that's something that I think, no matter how much AD carry players complain about it, they're not allowed to. Like,
yeah, because there are some times when there's 2 AD carries in bot, and they feel unplayable, so
absolutely.
You take it in strides.
Varus Ashe, Callista Senna, etc.
Yeah.
Like all of these.
I mean, last game we saw Ashe Senna, and that still looked good.
And it was totally fine. I mean, just as long as we do not go back to, as much as I enjoyed playing it, Seraphine Sona. But that's enough. That's enough tangents for now. We should focus on the actual game. I'm letting my history get the better of me yet again. You know how it is sometimes. It's just, this is a quiet match, especially for these two teams and for what we saw last time. This is going to be a nice skirmish from Poplar. The W is going to land from J-Way. The arrow comes through onto the Poppy, so it looks like Poplar is going to be able to secure that kill, and they're going to donate it over to Ilu Xiangbei. That is the right decision. Jason's going to TP across the map. We're looking for Dragon here, or is it just a fight, as there's no Dragon to be had? 0718 is going to dash away, but it's not going to be enough to dodge away from Poplar. Kraken's going to dash back under tower. Bomba is not quite going to hit it this time, unfortunately for Jason. TP invested. Zekai has just been sitting topside, grabbing some farm, but still, SB has the lead, and they're converting off of these arrows so well.
Yeah, Slunt really hasn't really missed one in this series so far. Just actual pinpoint accuracy, what you'd expect of a marksman for sure. Now, just going to be able to push through and actually get some deep vision there on the jungle as we do check out this replay. Poplar finds Gyu without, really awareness to actually press the W in time, so gets engaged on fully. Ash Arrow comes through, does have the flash, but didn't end up committing it, so you do go down here, and then 0718 is just going to get caught off guard by how much damage this Akali just does immediately. This is what I was talking about. Post level 6, this matchup does become pretty heavily Akali favored. And there you go, just finds the kill there with one extended auto range auto.
That was a pretty generous auto. I think we might need to walk down the street real quick, and no, not necessarily check PC. We might need to go walk down the street and have a good old talk with Riot about how that one actually went through.
Red Bull North America, just exactly, I think 3 blocks away from Riot HQ.
We're here in full suits and ties. We'd make that walk if we had to get an issue resolved. But it is a 1K gold lead for UCSB, and they are grouping around this top side. I would caution against walking straight into this, as you do have a Nautilus, but the Gragas of Jason is going to move back. Nice Crescent Guard in order to move everyone back. The Sway and ult, here we go. Demonic Ascension, right? And another cross-map arrow is going to land. Another support's going to go down. Zekai is going to get bombed right back in. They actually ignore Cuddly Kraken. The damage from the Ord is going to be able to finish it. And here's LeBron flashing forward and flashing back into the wall in order to knock everyone back. Jayway is just going to live as long as he can, farm some more stacks perhaps, but Slunt is actually going to kill 0718, and so that actually means this fight is going to keep going. What is LeBron doing here? If you stick around in this area, Ilu Shangbei is going to clean up, and clean house he will. It's another kill going over to Slunt. LeBron actually is the only one who makes it out alive, and SB, is that a 4 for 1, 4 for 2 in the extended fight? They might get LeBron
2, maybe 5.
And it looks like it's going to be the unofficial ace just for fun. I'm not sure what LeBron was doing sticking around there, but we're going back to replay because we need to see what happened.
Yeah, that was pretty insane there in that last one. I mean, they did ignore Cuddly Kraken for quite a while. Poplar with a nice Crescent Guard to actually deny the E there from Poppy, and then the Ash Arrow cross map on to Nautilus, and then a nice knock-in. I've seen this tail before. Zekai getting knocked in by Jason, and then here comes Bounce House for the Swain here. Gets knocked up 3 times, but that ult is just ticking throughout that entire thing. Gets the extra souls from that W, just able to heal out and get away from that one. Jayway demonstrating what a good R5 looks like.
Yeah, and definitely giving your support counterpick and showing the Nautilus, yes, my champ is every bit as tanky as yours, and it might actually have done more over the course of that fight. I mean, granted, the knockup from Cuddly Kraken was nice in order to buy Poplar some time, but he did get cleaned up by the he did get cleaned up by the ult of LeBron anyway. It's just another UCLA overstay. They were doing that in the previous best of 3 against UCI, and UCI punished them immediately. I'm glad to see Santa Barbara doing more of the same.
Yeah, and now they're sitting at 1 feat of strength. They're actually pretty close to getting another. The turrets are getting
nice
pretty
arrow
much full
forward
HP.
from Slunt feels so empowered here to step up and auto with the barrier. No fear on 0718, and he's going down immediately. Poplar is going to bury him one more time. The mid jungle for UCLA is a combined 0-6. Ilu Shangbei is looking to take Zekai down. Flash forward onto the defenseless MF, waiting for the flash timer, just trying to see if they can bait it out. Here comes the Shroud. Akali still walking him down, looking for the ult cooldown timer. Check the right side of your screen. Just enough 5-point strikes. It doesn't matter as long as he just keeps autoing Ilu Shangbei. Red buff is OP.
Yeah, definitely. Finds enough damage with just all of those 5-point strikes and cleans up that kill. And everything's answering Santa Barbara. I'm seeing a pretty common trend here. I think it might be more of the same compared to last game. Otacon, I'm not too sure at the current moment whether it would be Ruinous or Voracious in this one.
I think it depends on whether or not there's one more skirmish.
We'll see. I mean, the Rift Herald will come up, and Santa Barbara has continuously gone for that objective as it comes up, just so you have that transitional power to be able to take the top side. But Ilu Shangbei is getting collapsed on.
And that's the damage coming through from Ilu Shangbei. He is going to ult out first, has the damage necessarily for Kraken, but Jiu's just going to let him walk out. The W was a little bit late for the first one, and it wasn't up long enough for the second dash, so Ilu Shangbei is going to get out. No flash necessary at all. It's a nice play by SB's mid laner.
Yeah, I mean, that's just, I feel like a little bit in familiarity with the champion. Yes, you need the movement speed to get there, but really it is about denying that dash to be able to get the ground up. So not able to actually find it once that W is down. There really is no other catch potential there. LeBron's going to walk into Jason the box. But this is why you pick Ornn. Does not care about Gragas in the slightest on the side lane, especially with the Hollow Radiance.
And Gragas, in turn, does not care about the Ornn in the slightest. And both of them are perfectly happy to just keep doing their tanking thing. And the rest of their team will just scrap it out as they have done here. But we were talking about old school stuff earlier. You want to talk old school? Titanic Rush on Xin Zhao. What is this, 2020?
I mean, it must be 2020 because I'm seeing an instant stun on Q. You know how it goes.
It's pretty nice. I mean, the damage is coming through fast, and it's not even Hail of Blades. It's not even like press the attack like way back when. I mean, he's getting away. Poplar's getting away with the Conqueror because there's just so much frontline on UCLA that doesn't really fight back. And unfortunately for the side of UCLA, 718 is not having a good game, being stuck at 0-4 and being a full 10-stack Darksteel down. Ilu Xiangbei is just going to take these trades for fun. There's nothing that 0718 can actually do to contest him.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty surprised to see it doesn't seem like there's that much life left for UCLA here. They're going to need to mount quite the comeback in this one. It's not nearly as dire as the last. They're only about 3k gold down with some pretty good scaling on their side, especially with those Ornn items. But it's really not been easy, and now 0718...
It's a question of getting there. And that arrow is going to be flashed away from, but that's a nice Crescent Guard again to deny the wall stun, but it's not actually going to matter. G is going to take down Poplar, but here comes J-Way, and they're both going to get Keepers verdicted out. This is the best fight that UCLA has had, and Ilu Xiangbei is still going to take one before he dies. The TPs across the map are matched from both top laners, but UCLA, with a clean anti-dive there, will take two and move on to Rift.
Just as I talked this out, they didn't look like they have much life. They find the angle to be able to actually win that fight and claim up this Rift Herald that Santa Barbara loves to get, but a huge flash wave. 0718 does not flash away from that. That would have been a clean chain CC into kill here, and then a nice Keeper's Verdict. We talked about how important that would be in draft, and you saw it there. Knocks away the Swain after casting ult, and just like that, you win the fight.
And you were talking a little bit about maybe some unfamiliarity with the champ, maybe caster cursing UCSB a little tiny bit, because all of a sudden there is a little bit of life back in LA. This kill differential is massive. The objective difference is pretty big. You got 2 drags for the side of SB, but it is worth noting the gold lead is actually only 2,000. So if we find UCLA finding another angle or two, they can be right back into this game in a hurry.
Yeah, as now they're going to be pushing up this mid lane. They want to get the first turret that is still up for the Feat of Strength. Zekai getting put down low. Poplar not going to be able to land that W there to actually chase on that kill. So we're going to go for a quick reset. Tank
Nice.
Island on the top side.
I love seeing this. It makes me so happy when I see 2 tanks in the game.
Do I hear a bit of sarcasm there?
No. That is absolutely 100% who I am as a human being. You can ask any player I've ever worked with. I love having tanks on my team.
Oh, of course. I mean, I love tanks too.
Yeah. No.
Now watching the wet noodle fight, not exactly as riveting.
I don't mind at all.
Wow. Okay. Yeah. I understand where I now get you.
Okay.
I don't know if I got you before. I get you now.
Okay. Little backstory for me as an individual. I used to play Heroes in the Storm, and there's no time for my backstory, man. Ornn's going to Ornn Horn in, and he's going to ram his way into the enemy team. UCLA looks like they will be able to take down Poplar clean on the initial fight. I don't know why UCSB is opting into this 3v5. They have Jason moving down. They have Ilu Xiangbei moving late, but it's just going to be a nice disengage after the pick onto the jungler. UCLA is fighting back for this dragon. They do not want to give up that Feat of Strength that easily.
Yeah, they're going to be able to grab up this Drake. That should put them at 2, I believe. I'm pretty sure that's how grubs work.
I'm not sure. It looks like they might actually have gotten the
3.
objectives.
Rift Herald as well. I forgot about that
exactly.
as well.
So it looks like they should have gotten that one as far as the feats of strength are concerned. So it's just going to come down to, wait a second, what are we talking about? They already have tier 3 boots.
Oh, they must have got the turret off screen.
There we go.
All right. They got the turret during replay.
All right. We as casters, we're also adjusting to this new season just as much as you guys are, maybe even a little bit more, because we got to know what on earth we're talking about.
Yeah. There was an extensive note list this morning, let's just say that.
Absolutely. The doc was shared in the Discord server. But anyway, about the sarcasm about the tanks, I played semi-pro Heroes of the Storm for about 6 months when that was still a game. Some of you out there under the age of, I don't know, man. If you're under the age of like 12, you shouldn't be watching the stream anyway. But T14 game, guys. I'm just trying to keep it light.
Definitely a T14
Yeah,
game.
I'm just trying to keep it light, guys. Anyway, I played for a little while, as surprising as that might seem, and my entire role was I played an Ornn-like champion for like 20 hours.
Sounds about right.
Yeah, and I loved every minute of it because, I mean...
So how'd you end up in AD carry is really the...
My friend group in like high school needed a 5th person, and I asked them what role it was, and they said ADC, and I had never heard of what an ADC was, but Yilu Xiangbei doesn't care about what an ADC is. He also doesn't care about what a tank is. The flash is going to come through from LeBron, the E is going to land, but the interrupt from the pillar is actually going to force the flash out before Yilu Xiangbei can get the kill. So actually very nicely played from LeBron to force out the flash from Yilu Xiangbei. With that being said, Akali is pretty fed.
That was pretty lucky, I'm not going to lie, for the Ornn to actually get that immediately, and it's going to be actually the Voracious Otacon, which means we're going to be getting that 150 respawn timer.
Any GA effect for these straight divers from UCSB is going to feel pretty good. You gotta figure that they will make a push for it. Rift Herald is going to be summoned top, so they're going to trade top tier 1 for bot tier 1. Not necessarily the worst from the side of UCLA, but the gold lead is massive, and UCLA is actually just going to attempt the new 20-minute Baron is the 20-minute Otacon actually on top side.
I will say they do have the TP on Akali, and it looks like they are going to go for the fight here. They do have quite a bit of a positioning advantage here. Akali coming on the top side.
SB has to wait for Yilu Xiangbei to make his way from base as the Otacon drops to 5k. Bomba in from Jason. Immediate shutdown onto GU. There's no way they can secure the objective anymore. And it looks like Jason is actually just going to clean it up with some help from his friends. The bullet time is not quite enough. Red team has slain Voracious Otacon. SB must just keep fighting. It does not matter if you die for the next few minutes. Jason's going to be run down by 0718, but it shouldn't matter at all. J-Way is actually just going to take his time farming a few more stacks. 3 more kills across there. It's an ace for Santa Barbara. They take the Otacon, and that's probably their ticket to the grand finals.
Yeah, what a good performance there. I will say, I gotta say, Poppy missing the Keeper's Verdict at the very start of the fight, big bummer. You need to hit someone with that, and it just gets immediately bursted out with the Gragas Akali combo. And after that, the fight is just lights out. Nice interrupt there by Jason in the box. I mean, this guy, you got to get him off Gragas. This has to be banned in the grand finals if I'm UCI watching this. As after that, Yilu Xiangbei and Poplar just coordinating well to pick up the last 2 kills in this one. Does burn the withdrawal, but that's what it's for.
Exactly.
You get to just abuse the fact that it doesn't matter that much if I die, so I might as well just run it down.
And with such a short timer, if you don't use it, then what do you lose it? All right, excellent. Thank you, guys. I'm really, really trying my best here to set stuff up, but there's no
I don't catch those. I'm
it's
sorry.
Okay. It's all right. There's no setup necessary for UCSB. There's no pretense or anything. The lead is massive. It is almost 9,000 gold at 22 minutes. It would take a comeback of, would you say, legendary proportion from UCLA in order to even make this a game?
In this one, yes. Last one, it seemed pretty bad, but now, at this point, this one is very much so out of the question, I think. 10k gold lead, just about. Feat of Strength on the table. You got, looks like Hextech, Drake, Soul as well, potentially could be in their pockets if that game does extend that much, but chances of that is very unlikely. The engage tools from UCSB should be more than adequate to start it off. Just look at the levels here. Level 15 on Akali, level 12 on the Victor opposing. I mean, it's dire straits.
Oh my gosh, and we never thought we would see this. Remember the Bloodletter's Curse that we were talking about earlier in pre-everything, like pre-production, like at our 9 a.m. call time, before everything got started, we talked about, oh yeah, isn't there like another Magic Pen item?
That's just terrible.
Like and we're like, yeah, well, probably no one's going to build it. Jason has built it.
Yep.
And here we are. I mean, I don't know how much it's actually doing for him. I'm sure that any Magic Pen item would probably end up doing the same thing for him.
He gets 350 HP for this one.
Yes, he does. With that being said, I mean, it is a decision he has made, and he's opted into it instead of before the Fimbulwinter, actually, that we were talking about being the more realistic option for those of us Gragas enthusiasts. J-Way is just walking into a 1v2, and he does not care. The Rylai's is going to be enough of a slow to where Cuddly Kraken is going to have to waltz his way on out of there. J-Way's looking for the interrupt, but a nice hook is actually just going to feed some more money into the pockets of Zekai, and that is a nice combo from Yilu Xiangbei in order to get one, but it's not necessarily worth it. You're going to lose out on some Darksteel stacks. You're giving a shutdown over to GU. You are prolonging the game. I think if you're from the side of UCSB, you want to close this out ASAP.
Yeah, for sure. The Ornn items could definitely be a scary factor in this one. Looks like Santa Barbara not the most keen on actually upgrading any of those items. I do prefer that, except for the Ollie who just picked up that, of course, the broken Sork Spruce upgrade. You get that, I believe it's 8% Magic Pen and 6 flat Magic Pen. So
they have 4 tier 3 boots. I mean, you get the feats of strength, and they're just showing them off real quick. But look at the itemization from the rest of the team. Obviously, it is the Kraken Slayer. I would have actually thought that in a game state like this, that Slunt's Ash would opt for something like Bork.
Yeah.
To be able to take out these tanks and bruisers and such. But there's no time to talk about itemization. Let's just talk about the last fight that happened topside.
yeah, Yuli Changbei just looking for the fight. Unfortunately, the minion does block out on that shuriken toss. Just going to get denied here. Has to wait out the W there, finds the damage, and since you're displacing yourself, the Poppy E doesn't actually land onto you, so it's a nice cancel there onto the Poppy. Now Gyu walking forward, maybe under a lot of pressure. Keeper's Verdict.
Nice dodge in from Yuli Changbei, and that's going to be perfect execution. Flashback into the Victor Gravity Well. Not sure how I feel about that one. LeBron's moving in for the full combo. Here comes all the damage you could ever ask for from UCLA, but it's not enough because Poplar is walking them all down. Here comes Slunt right into the front line. J-Way is flashing on top of people. Rylai's, Ashlows, you are not moving 1 inch from this fight. It's going to be a double kill for Slunt, probably going to be a triple, unless they decide to feed this one over to Jason, and they will.
Yeah, nicely played there from UCSB. They're going to get the Baron here. Not going to be the end of the game just yet, but I mean, they're nailing in all of the last final structure beams there. They need to actually build this house.
And
that is,
there is nothing.
Finals.
Yeah, there is nothing that UCLA can do. If we take a look at this replay one more time, what are you looking at here?
I mean, right here, just the dodge away from the Keeper's Verdict. You know, you don't have the vision to actually be able to find it, so it really is just a blind guess there that Akali's going to greed for the extra damage. And then Poplar does a huge job here, just basically denying a lot of the pressure that would have been provided there from all the members of UCLA. Just denies all of it with that Crescent Guard there. And then the long play here, Slunt just able to auto onto this Ornn and eventually take him out for that victory. And I gotta say, this Swain is doing so much work, I'd say, making sure that they do have a huge front line here. Also buying the Bloodletter's Curse as well, as they're gonna go for an engage on Akali.
And it looks like they finally caught Yuli Changbei. 0718 is finally going to kill his opposite number. 2-8. The victor is kind of on the board, definitely not online. But this is a little sloppy from UCSB. You would have thought they would have played very measured, very slow and steady, take one more fight and end the game. But they want to have some fun with it too. I get it. It's, you know, they've played 4 games at this point. This is game number 4, and if they win this, they gotta play 6. They gotta play 2 more, maybe 3. You gotta have your fun where you can. And when you're up 9K gold in a tournament setting, I understand.
I totally get it. I will say it's a little scary to be the Fed one giving over this gold. 0718.
Bomba right into the tower. After the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, Poplar is going to be set up perfectly for that kill. Jason's not even taking damage from this fully warmed up turret. They changed it specifically to prevent these tanks from diving, and they don't care. Now J-Way's trading aggro. Poplar's on the opposite side. LeBron's going down immediately to the burst damage from Poplar's Titanic Hydro proc. There's no chance for Kraken to get out until he flashes the wall. Blue turret is going to be destroyed. The bot lane tier 2 is going down. You gotta assume with this Baron up push, once the next wave comes in, barring an amazing Keeper's Verdict that's just going to be held, 75% of the cooldown refunded, turret not refunded, and the inhibitor is definitely non-refundable.
Yeah, I'd say they're doing a great job here, trying to finish this game as quickly as possible. Looks like they're going to kite back, maybe bait for a dragon fight if they actually do end up walking towards it. This is the Soul. So this pretty much will be the final nail in the coffin once they get it, just due to the power of that Soul on top of the gold lead and stuff that they have. It's pretty much an unsurmountable lead there unless they start feeding more kills and getting all that catch-up XP into UCLA's pocket.
Kraken's gotta be careful. You cannot walk into the darkness like this, not against a team that's up 12,000 gold from Yuli Changbei. A nice bomba from Jason again. How many times have we said it this series? UCSB is taking every single kill that UCLA hands them, and there is nothing that LA can do to stop them as they march towards Soul Point.
Yeah, now they're going to claim it up, and they're also denying a lot of the vision in this area, so there really is no option for a potential contest. This is going to be Soul for UCSB, and at this point, UCLA, they really don't have many options. Their days are dwindling.
Yeah, and just taking a look at the Akali's itemization here, I'm going to give a quick shout out to one of my players. A quick shout out to Ben for talking about what Tier 3 boots does to a man. Another nice bomb, but nice flash by 0718. Cancel on LeBron's E by J-Way. Nice never move back from him. Keeper's Verdict's going to be channeled on the flank. It's not going to hit anyone. He went for the backline and instead caught nothing. Giu's going to be caught up in the midst of it. Here comes all the damage from J-Way. He's out of mana, but it doesn't matter because Slunt is free firing, and here comes J-Way into the base. Look at all the damage the Swain is doing. It's not very much, but he's not taking any damage. He just gets to stand in the front line and do whatever he wishes. He's healing off of this fight. It doesn't matter that he doesn't do any damage because he's not taking any. Jason's in to do damage. J-Way flashes out. Here comes Poplar. Depth charge from Nautilus. Hook back in. He's going to die under the tower. And then another Bomba is going to send MF into the death chamber. And that's all of UCLA aced for one. UCSB has punched their ticket to the grand finals in dominating fashion over UCLA. They will take the 2-0, and they will go on to our grand finals.
UCSB makes it dominant. They want to send UCLA home. Short drive. Very quickly. Honestly, they made that they kind of just slapped them and sent them back. I mean, they really did not struggle too much. And if you're UCLA, that's just a rough performance. You went 0-4 on the day. Just a little bit, it sucks a little bit because, you came from the winner's side. Okay, we have extra chances on the loser's side. You'd expect to put up a bit more of a fight. But UCSB, you could tell they've been practicing this patch. They know what to prioritize. They know how to trade cross-map. They know how to take advantage of the kind of things that they're doing in these matches, and their team fighting is exquisite, and you really cannot let Gragas back into Jason's hand.
And it is worth noting, yes, it is awful that we've had to say. It is unfortunate because both of the matches that I've seen so far, both the casts that you've seen and had so far, you've had to say goodbye to someone here. First it was Berkeley, now it's UCLA. But it does set up what should be a fantastic grand finals match between Santa Barbara and UCI, who I assume, even after watching this, what are your thoughts on that match? I mean, I know we're not going to be casting it per se, but it should be a banger.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's going to be a pretty stunning match. I know, UCSB has great cohesion, but I'd expect a bit more macro-heavy of a look from UCI, something that can actually contest with what UCSB has been putting up a bit more. Not sure how their team cohesion is team fight-wise. I know they do have Strompist in the top side, so a little bit different of a look than what you would have expected coming into the season where, you would have expected Strompist to keep playing mid since that was the role he first initially came in on, but they found their stride with Xiao Danny and they've kind of ran with it. So we'll have to see how that matchup actually ends up going in the grand finals, which, will be in just a bit. We still have interview with the winning team, which is UC Santa Barbara. They're going to keep that streak going. Curious to see what we'll end up getting there. And then on top of that, I mean, now they get to sit and wait. They have a bit of a break before this next one. So, I mean, are there any big takeaways you think you would be kind of measuring up to as you go into this grand finals?
Against UCI, I saw UCI play a very, very dominant series against UCLA, but that means both of these teams have, so I hope that they're on the same order of magnitude as far as these two teams are concerned. We've got a bit of a replay package, so as we're winding down this series, I'd like to get your last thoughts on what you saw here from SB, and if you think that they have a decent chance at contesting UCI.
I think they have a pretty good chance. I don't know if I'd give them the edge. I mean, UCI has a very good roster. They kind of overhauled it compared to last year. Only 1.5-ish returning faces from that last roster, of course. So definitely going to be a banger. And now we're going to get into replays from this last game. And this is really what it was. Yulu Shangbei just showing what they're made of. They picked up a lot of kills early on this Akali and really ran the show here. Big Ash Arrow, quite the theme throughout this one. Both games showing why Ash is pretty much permabanned in any league higher than this one, as 0718 gets taken down here with a very long auto range. It's the Titanic Hydra.
Through the Nautilus of Cutthroat Kraken.
Insane.
That is absolutely brutal.
I know that gives extra 50 range, but that's still crazy. As Poplar, nice Crescent Guard to deny Q on that one. And then on top of that, just well played here from Jason. I mean, anytime this cask is up, there is someone getting pulled back in or burning their flash. One of the two. So definitely a great performance out of them as well. So I expect that to be another highlight in the next one, and especially against someone like Strompist, since it is more mage heavy. I'd expect Gragas to be an even higher priority. So we'll have to see if that ends up getting banned away at all. Yuli Shangbei almost gets, CC'd enough not to be able to kill both, but Nice flash away here from 0718. There were some signs of life in this game for UCLA, but there were very few and far between. Like, for instance, this keeper's verdict to actually be able to isolate out a couple kills and get a little bit more gold back into the pocket of UCLA, but it just felt like this Victor was just outclassed. It did not have enough time to scale up at all, and then this fight was just a disaster. They had the setup on the objective, but they played it too fast. They committed the keeper's verdict too early, and then, you know, you lose the Voracious Atacon, and guess what? Now you have free reign over being able to just walk forward. You abuse the fact that you are able to respawn for 100 gold, and you know, you just get to win that one pretty much for free after you know, a pretty good showing here from UCSB.
I would certainly agree. And speaking of UCSB, here we are. We're going to send it over to one of our interviewers talking to a member of the victorious Santa Barbara lineup.
I'm Renee Ray-GK Ruse.
And we're going to be interviewing two players of UC Santa Barbara who fortunately won their game against UCLA in the match previously. So yay! Hello to Slunt and hello to Jason, the top in ADC of UCSB. And yeah.
So we just wanted to ask you guys, how do you guys feel about like absolutely having an absolutely spectacular game? First of all, really well played. You guys were absolutely star players. Now you guys are going into the finals. So just want to ask, like, how do you guys feel? Do you guys have a different strategy? We saw a lot of like starler picks, like, you know, Gragas and Ash. So maybe something different, something new.
I can take it, yeah. It feels really good. I mean, 2-0 in the first two games. Definitely feels great. We have a lot of momentum on our side right now. I think on paper, UCI is the better team. They're scholarship players. They're all very high ranking, but we have a lot of momentum. I think we play really well as a team, honestly. Like, we play so well as a team.
We're performing really well so far. The momentum is definitely building up, and I think we'll be ready. Oh, sorry. I'm right here too. Okay. Yeah, but definitely I think we're ready for UCI now.
Yay!
And I have another question for you, Mr. Gragas of the top lane. Played an incredible, spectacular Gragas, and it's just so incredible. I remember seeing that like flash R and then you like flash into it. That's like such an incredible job. And is there anything you're looking forward to going into the UCI games or going into like strongest in the top lane?
Let's see. I don't feel like it'll necessarily be too bad. I have played against the top lanes in previous, I think, just like in eliminations when in the lower bracket when we were fighting first. And also also seen the top lane in solo queue as well, who also I think went pretty well. So
Well, it might have been a little bit difficult to hear at the end there, but it definitely sounds like Santa Barbara is very excited to take on UCI, and I'm excited for that too. Not necessarily because I'll be on the desk or because you'll be on the desk, but we'll get to be in the audience just cheering and just watching and just, you know, doing stuff for the love of the game, just hanging out here at UCEI. Do you have any other closing thoughts before I wrap us on up here and send us to the break?
Yeah, I think most critically, that was confidence there in that interview. If you were able to hear it, I mean, he said, "I've played against Strompas before. I'm not too worried in the top side." And then on top of that, you know, you had Slunt also saying, "Hey, we played some good League of Legends today." And, you know, no matter how good you think a team is, what actually makes champions is how you play on that day. So if there's anything confidence-inspiring for UCSB, it is that. They have been playing well, and if they keep it up, there's a big chance that they may be able to come away with the trophy against UCI.
I would agree with that. Well, with that being said, I know I have a list of people I'd like to mention because this is the end of my time here today at on broadcast for UCEI. But I'll let you, because you're the color guy, I'll let you go on, give your shout-outs, talk about who you want to, where can people find you, that sort of good stuff, man.
Daniel Golden Gad, that's me. Mainly I do some Tier 2 casting. Shout-outs to Titan Esports. They do a lot of kind of smaller leagues, anywhere from Platinum all the way up to Masters 100 LP range. So if you're in that rank range and you want to pick up a team and have a good time, I mean, definitely check them out. Besides that, shout out to the UCEI production team, always making it very easy for me to come back in here and have a good time. Besides that, don't have too much to shout out. If you want to follow my socials, hey, I mean, my username's everywhere. Just search it up. You'll find me. Other than that, I'm good. So all you, Takeshi.
Well, great. Well, thank you very much for that. Thank you for being my co-casters. Obviously, to everyone I've worked with at UCEI, major shout out to all my players, ex-players, esports at Davis. I love you all. I cannot wait to be back here tomorrow casting Valorant. You can catch me, but anyway, you can catch me later. But anyway, find me anywhere at TK Starstorm on everything. With that being said, I'm going to go ahead and wrap us up on out of here. You will have the grand finals coming up very, very soon. You will not want to miss it. But once again, from me, from Daniel, and from the rest of everyone here at UCEI, thank you for watching, and I'll see you later.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to UCEI Invitational, presented to us by our friends over at Xfinity. We're here with the League of Legends Grand Finals. I'm Quincy, PhD Stokes. This is Renee, Reju, Kairouz. Renee, how are we doing?
I'm so excited. Oh my goodness. They absolutely insane, spectacular plays that we've been seeing here today. They were just immense. We've seen UCSB literally climb their way all the way to the finals, and they've played beyond words, beyond words. Their top laner, their mid laner, their jungler, their ADC, their support, literally astonishing. However, they are going to have to go against the running champions, UCI, but that even makes this so much more exciting.
Yeah, UCI took home the crown last year, but UCSB, as you kind of mentioned, has been a threat today. They're looking fantastic, have not dropped a game, 4-0 on the day. UCI 2-0 in those upper brackets, taking down UCLA. So without a doubt, somebody's losing today, and I can also guarantee this is going to be banger.
Literally a banger, just as he says. Quincy, I want to ask you though. So we've seen some pretty dominating picks recently from UCSB. UCI was on the B stream earlier, but they've played absolutely insane. We saw some kind of interesting picks as well. If you guys weren't caught up with that, we saw some AP bot laners recently. We also saw some ADCs. We also saw some intense top laners. And speaking of top laners, look at the absolute GOAT that is Strumpus walking down. And there is Rose Thorns over there in the jungler, Zhao Danny mid, Gorica on the ADC, and that's going to be Cerulean on the support with their coach, Joey, and their team manager, Reed Davis.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for UC Irvine here at the UCEI Invitational, presented by Xfinity 2025. There they are, standing tall, happy as ever. Crowd just going phenomenal. Love you guys out here presenting, showing up for your squad. Thank you all for showing up.
Thank you. And Matt, look at those posters. These people are so absolutely creative.
Is that Daniel Golden Gad?
Oh my gosh! And I don't know who that shark was. Is that like a new Yumi skin or like?
Must be.
I don't even know what that game is, because right now we're talking only about League of Legends today. Oh, and speaking of League of Legends, the absolutely insane UCSB team over here on the top lane. That's in order. Jason in the box. Then we have Poplar on the jungle. Then we have Yilu in the mid lane, Slunt on the ADC, and Jayway on that support.
Ladies and gentlemen, UCSB have been dominant all day long, 4-0 on the day. Let's see if they can bring it all the way home, the climb up the mountain. Going to be a phenomenal showcase here.
Yeah, speaking of phenomenal, look at that sportsmanship.
Love it.
Really good handshakes all around, but I think I think in their hands they're like, wow, like they're probably clammy, I feel. I feel like if I was in this position, I've climbed all the way to the top and now I'm in the finals, I would be pretty nervous.
Oh, absolutely. Your nerves are high, your heart rate's beating, but there's never a time where you're more excited than right now. When you can still hear the crowd, the roar of the fans from the front seat right there is just got to be such an incredible feeling. And my hearts go out to both of these teams. They've come a long ways. They played the offline, runner-up games a while ago, right? It's been about 2 months, and now they're back here ready to go locking in.
Lock in indeed. Quincy, I think personally that we are going to have some of the absolutely best games I've ever seen in my entire life, and I'm going to put my word on that. And I'm so excited to see what they have to offer.
I believe it, absolutely. We've seen banger games all day today. They've been rather phenomenal, if we're being totally honest. But as we jump back here to our beautiful faces, this is going to be interesting, right? So we've seen a lot today. You were talking about champion picks a little bit earlier. Some picks that I've kind of noticed that have been very, very powerful throughout the day. Jason in the box's Gragas top. That guy's a Jesus. We've seen some nice AP Kog'Maw gameplay from Gorica down in the bot lane on the side of UCI. Any picks to you that stand out?
Ooh, I'm gonna talk about Slunt's ADC pick for a little. Ashe is something where you see her and you're just like, this champion is absolutely busted for a champion that was made like literally 10 years ago. And by busted, I just mean just an absolutely insane champion. Really good in blind, really good pick into some counters. But Slunt knows how to utilize him to the maximum capability. The arrows are landing. He has really good spacing. I don't know if you guys notice him in fights. He's barely getting touched, like left and right. Of course, his amazing team being able to help him body block and peel, but it still takes a lot of skill.
Absolutely. Yeah, the guy's movement, the guy's prowess. The one Ashe game he played where he did not have boots and he's still orb walking in team fights. I don't know how you do that, but the man is something to be reckoned with. I think we've got a brick and a hard place here, a rock and a hard place here colliding in the grand finals. So I got no idea which way this is going to go. Nothing but excitement as we take a glance at these players here. I mean,
my goodness,
not one of these players is not locked in. I see you, Gorka.
Okay, he's somewhere. He's laughing. He's laughing. He's getting the nerves off. He's getting it all excited. But speaking of a little bit of like the Gorka pick, right? We saw a little bit on the UCEI Initiative 2 stream. Gorka played a bit of an interesting pick. We saw Kog'Maw recently in a lot of these challenges, but Kog'Maw was building the general AD, building lots of Kraken, we're building lots of Wits End. But Gorka over here with the AP Kog'Maw. Do you think maybe it was just a one-time issue? Maybe they'll play it again?
I think we'll likely see it again. I
Okay.
think UCI do like these AP bot lane sort of picks as we hop into draft here.
Ooh.
They like the AP bot lane meta, and then they'll fit some AD elsewhere in
Mhm.
the comp, be it top or mid. But there's that Gragas we're
Yeah,
talking about.
definitely. We were talking about this earlier as well. We didn't really know what type of thing UCI was going to do to try and combat Jason in the box, and it looks like UCSB is also going to be contorting it. Strumpus is an absolutely insane Cassiopeia player. It's what he's known for, whereas Jason is known for that Gragas plays that we've seen. So instead of trying to counter it, trying to lane swap, they're just going to ban it out.
I like it. I like what we're doing here.
Mhm.
They're banning out AP tops on the side
Okay.
of UCSB. Strumpus does enjoy his AP top lanes
He
as
does
well, so it looks
indeed.
like a little bit of target banning towards Strumpus.
Yeah, a little bit. I think, playing towards that top side is kind of, I don't want to say iffy, but I think right now UCSB has a foolproof lockdown. When they play against UCLA and they had that absolutely insane weak side top side, it didn't matter because he just came out on top. When they played for him, he also came out on top. So from there, they're trying to decide maybe what can they try and do to combat this. Maybe play an AD mid, try and counteract it, maybe also go in APC. We did see some Huebot earlier, so you never know.
Yeah, Hui, Ziggs, Swain, Kog'Maw
Yeah.
down there. A lot of AP options. Less AD options up in the top
Mhm.
side. For mid, you have things like Jace or,
Uh-huh.
you know what, that's all I got in my mind right now. Jace. We saw Neferi earlier, which, by the way,
Definitely.
static Shiv Neferi. Haven't seen that one ever.
Me neither, but I think it's a secret tech that has yet to be unlocked.
Absolutely. And as we lock in Skarner for the first pick here, a fantastic B1 champion. It's pretty much him or Ash is the two, maybe Corki in question. But Rosethorn going to be on that Skarner.
Yeah, Roson indeed. Skarner is something that is really interesting because Skarner has a lot of early game prowess. He has really good base stats. He's able to clear relatively fast with a lot of AoE, and he has some really sneaky gankable positions that leaves people in a bit of a tight spot. But combating that early game pick, it looks like we're going to be going for that Xin Zhao. Really good early game junglers, really good, team fight potential, and also really good disengage or counter engage.
Absolutely. And I'm seeing comfort picks across the board for these teams. UCSB, we saw we have a sub. It is Pop Aspen.
Pop Aspen.
Not-
Apologies. I apologize.
Yes, not Poplar. Apologies. Or maybe that's him. We don't know.
You never know.
Poplar was piloting the Shinzao earlier. A fantastic trick I'd never seen before. Third queuing the Shinzao as you get Skarner
Oh
pulled
my goodness.
to cancel it. That was some tech. But Aurora, looks like we may lock it in here. We haven't seen Aurora at all today. Zero presence, I do believe. But UCI are going with it.
Yeah, I think we saw Aurora on the UCEI Initiative stream
Okay.
too. But once again, correct me if I'm wrong. But I wonder how that's going to work. I think Aurora is most likely going to be a top pick, but it does really flex in here and there. Sometimes it can be played mid. We also did see, Zhao Danny, who's actually, I think, in this game as UCI, Roronoa Zora. I'm so sorry.
You're good at that one.
I messed it up. Please, chat, correct me. But that's going to be Corki possibly in the mid lane, but once again, a flex pick again.
Yeah, we'd love to see the flex picks. It's something that it just gives so much value, right? Adding that uncertainty into the draft makes it a lot harder for the enemy team to draft. Again, Kog'Maw for Slunt. It's comfort picks across the
Yeah.
board. We're seeing the same couple of champions, and that's what I like to see. I think, maybe the comfort is a little bit more on the side of UCSB, whereas UCI have like meta picks. Would you maybe say?
I would agree. I think right now, going into this, we've seen UCI has a lot of flex picks, whereas I'm pretty sure on UCSB they have like pretty solidified picks, right? So going into here, I think they're going to try and target ban possibly support, try and get that disengage or engage support out. I'm going to assume maybe banning Kog'Maw Braum, as that is a pretty good combo, but also probably target banning that Cerulean because he's a Thresh and Nautilus absolute demon.
Yeah, that guy has some highlight clips, Cerulean, with his Thresh hooks. Absolute. Great ban there coming up from UCSB. Gotta respect the Cog Lulu ban. Things like Cog Melio too. Melio's a great pick into the Skarner. You can just kickball him away, and your Kog'Maw is a happy camper. But yeah, support for sure. We'll see a Nautilus ban here maybe?
Possibly. I think Nautilus could be used as a flex pick here and there, but I can't think of either. Yep, there it is, Nautilus ban. Because I was thinking maybe would you leave open the rel in these types of situations? Not 100% sure. Looks like we're going to be also banning out that Cassante as they are leaving Jason in the box's pick a bit of a surprise.
Yeah, we've seen Jason in the box on Gragas and Cassante only today. So we're going to see a new Jason pull a new champion out of the box.
Yeah, and I think right now they're probably going to be picking support. I can't really imagine them blind picking top. Well, I mean, if Rosethorn not Rosen, sorry. If they are going to go Aurora top, I guess picking top is going to matter. Oh, and here we are. We're going to be seeing the Maokai support, which is pretty good. It kind of counteracts the Rel support probably because you're able to buffer out the W. But I think we're just probably going to see another support pick here.
Absolutely. Support picks left. Let's see. We have Rakan as kind of a follow-up engage for Skarner. I don't think Rakan does that well into Maokai, though, if I'm not mistaken.
I think he can also buffer, but you never know. I think
Yeah.
it's depending on the timing and also if you get like really good flash charms.
I'm seeing it.
Oh.
There's our AP bot laner most likely for Gorka. He's been a big fan of this Ziggs. Rel to pair with it, fantastic. As you said, they're leaving Rel open. I have no doubt they'll lock this in.
I have no doubt either. I think right now it kind of just goes on like that skill matchup where it's just like, can you buffer it in time? Are you going to be able to hit it? But I think regardless, all around really good. The bot lane's going to be pretty safe, but also going to dish out a lot of damage. Their all-ins are also going to be pretty strong going into level 2. Ziggs Q and E is just absolutely insane. Really good siege potential as well. And most likely, I'm going to assume with the bans playing towards top side, trying to get grubs, possibly fighting for the feats.
I like that, absolutely. I think looking at these comps so far, Santa Barbara need a little bit of engage. They need to be able to lock down. They have, Maokai, but they need to be able to lock down Corki, Aurora, Ziggs. These are 3 valuable backliners you need to hit. But we're not going. We might be going some CC, but Rumble would be interesting. I think you have a bit too much AP damage with Rumble. Aatrox.
Yeah, Aatrox is a pretty good. I don't know, honestly, if I'm being honest, I don't know how the Aatrox Aurora matchup kind of works out. I know Aatrox has a bit of range, and he can favor some range matchups. I know he's just depends on how you play it against Vayne. But I think all around it's going to be pretty good around here. I think most likely try and play for top here, but also bot's going to be fully pushed out is my guess with all the Ziggs wave clear. So I think it all just depends. Maybe we'll see a little cheese here and there early, but I don't know how strong their level 1 is compared to the other.
Yeah, Santa Barbara's got a good level 1 just with Maokai. Just having a point-and-click route is pretty insane. But yeah, I think they definitely win it. Top lane matchup, I've got to assume Aurora doesn't lose it. Aatrox has got to be a good pick into it to kind of nullify the Aurora a little bit, but I can imagine a good matchup into Aurora. You have Gnar. Rumble doesn't sound too bad, but things like that. Anyways, we saw Zhao Danny piloting Corki earlier, doing pretty good on that Corki.
Absolutely insane. And a lot of Corkis around this season as well, and I think almost every team that's had a Corki has won.
I think Corki's mega busted.
Yeah, it's insane. Literally insane. Looking at our summoner spells here really quickly, we're going to have 3 TPs on the side of UCI versus 2 TPs. Most likely we're going to be seeing lots of potential roaming or TP plays early, but once again with that TP nerf, it does take a bit of a while.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. UCI have a lot of just straight up damage.
Yeah.
Frontline damage.
Insane.
You have Corki, Ziggs, Aurora. You are nuking some players. UCSB, they've got Maokai for frontline, and they've got Shinzao, Aatrox. No, there's not like a true tank, so I think UCI can blow up some of these members pretty easily, but on the flip side, they have a lot of damage as well. What's your take on that?
I think I would agree. I think maybe I would counteract it by saying they have the Xin Zhao to kind of, tank a lot of that front-loaded burst damage depending on whether this ultimate it's going to be used correctly. But I do agree. Also, they don't really have a lot of, I would say, reliable engage nor reliable CC going into this. You do have the Maokai route, but apart from that, everything is kind of like hit or miss here and there. Rel is just someone that's absolutely a beast of a tank, even with her changes going on, I think, like 2 patches ago. Her CC, although not point and click, is very reliable. Really good AoE, lockdown, absolutely insane. Also going to be really good peel.
Yeah.
I think the front-loaded damage does correct. Aurora ultimate, even when her recent changes, her ultimate's still really powerful, and Corki front-loaded damage is insane.
Absolutely. I think also we saw UCSB earlier. They play this very kind of disengaged style. Last time, or in game 1, they had almost this exact draft. I think it may have even been this exact draft, but instead of Aatrox, Gragas. So they just had tons and tons of disengage. I'm getting the sense they like to play this disengaged style of team, right? Rel's going to dive in. Skarner's going to dive in. They have Shinzao to get them out of there. They have Maokai Q to kind of get them out of there. Victor W, things like that. They can kind of back up the fight. So I think that's a pretty good look for UCSB.
Yeah. I also think, one of the picks that I don't think it stands out really, but I think that's interesting to note is UCI can play range here.
Okay.
They have really good wave clear and also really good siege. So maybe if they somehow fall behind comparative to this draft, because I'm assuming a lot of these early game fights are probably going to sway depending on who has prio, who has mid prio, who has bot prio, who has top prio, and trying to see how we're going to fight for the feats. If they somehow fall behind, they also have the range, or maybe if they have vision on Otacon and they just try and outrange them, it might work out in their favor. Most likely, I'm going to assume low kill game, ferocious Otacon. So I think it could sway either way depending on how you play and who has prio.
Yeah, I agree. I think lanes are even across the board pretty much. I will say I'm not too knowledgeable on how this bot lane matchup goes with Corki. Nope, not Corki. Ziggs, Rel versus Maokai and the other one. But yes, Kog'Maw, excuse me.
Yeah, I forgot too.
Yeah, that's all good.
Oh my
But I
goodness.
think everything seems about even. Top lane, you're going to have Aurora Prio, no doubt. But I think we're going long on this game. But one thing is for sure, one of these undefeated teams so far is losing.
Whoa.
I know.
I can't even imagine that. I mean, I think they're both winners in my eyes, in my heart. But you know what? I guess one of them does have to get pwned to the ground, defeated.
That's how that goes. It's
And we don't know how that's going to happen.
No.
But we got to wait and find out for an absolutely stellar game.
Absolutely. Both these teams have just been playing phenomenally all day. A quick round of applause for UCSB especially. They're 4-0 on the day. That is not easy to do, especially coming from the lower bracket. I mean, they're proving how strong they are as a team. How they've clearly been practicing, right? So these are the kinds of things we'd like to see. I'm an underdog kind of guy.
Yeah. I think an underdog is going to be absolutely insane in a story that we will be seeing. And speaking of the game that we'll be seeing,
whoa,
we're in game right now.
Oh, right off the bat, I'm caught by that Skarner skin.
Oh my goodness, it's so phosphorescent.
I like it. But as we go for a standard 5 point here, going to be no silly games thus far. As we look in a little bit further, and wards are often thrown down early in here on the opposite Raptor camps, but we do have one in the tri-brush here.
Most likely. Okay, we went back. We both have double sweeper, which is really good. Classic 5 point. I don't think they're going to even try and risk first blood here, just because once you risk first blood, it's really easy to get the feats because then you just go for first turret. Most likely play top side, go get the grubs. And right now I think they're just trying to feel it out. Probably put some damage on, try and find some info. And it looks like info we will be seeing. Maybe put down Shiki Ward.
Absolutely going to go for a ward. No sweeper in the pocket of Shinzao, and no counter ward on UCI's Raptors, so slightly ahead coming out there from UCI. It looks like we have a question mark pause, but we'll get back to you shortly.
Okay, we're back.
I couldn't tell you what that was.
Me neither. Looking at our buys here, very standard buys. We do have Xinzao going no pot. Save the 50 gold. Don't know if that's like a hidden tech, but regardless, still saving the gold over here.
Oh, he did get that ward on Raptors.
Oh, nice. I didn't even see it. Well, it looks like now they both know where, at least possibly where each person's starting, but we do have them hiding in the bush over here. Really needs his W.
Early game cheese. Little shield for Cerulean in the back pocket there. That is A-okay. All they want here is lane prio. Gorka just wants to poke. Kog'Maw is okay with that for a little while. He just kind of wants to farm. We saw Slunt in the previous game, just kind of going crazy with how much he's able to stall and eventually become a monster, but looking to shut that down. UCI does scale very well into the late game too. We do have things like Ziggs and Corki who are just monsters in the late game, but I can't stop. All I can say is I'm excited for now.
I'm excited as well. I was honestly going to assume that this is going to happen, where this mid lane is probably going to get prio just because it is a Corki versus Victor lane. Top lane also going prio range top lane matchup. Strumpus level 2 first, misses the E.
This is pretty much how I expect this matchup to go. Strumpus up in his face. He does have grasp, so he's able to stack it up a little bit and get a little bit of sustain versus this Aatrox. But I imagine once Aatrox gets an item, maybe an Eclipse, Aurora gets a little bit scared of him as we continue on further. Now, yeah, I imagine not much is going to happen for quite a while. Yilu is very, very comfortable on this Victor, as we've seen. He's been playing phenomenally on it, and he looks comfortable, I won't lie.
Yeah, he definitely does indeed look comfortable. I think right now they're just trying to play prio, wait for the first objective to come up, and kind of honestly wait for someone to make a mistake. Because if someone even walks up just a little bit with no vision, these are early game junglers. They're going to have a lot of prowess. They're going to have a lot of potential to try and get that first blood. But interesting enough, we're actually going to see a cheater recall over for Ziggs, whereas actually Cerulean hiding in the bush, possibly going to be able to do something. I think unfortunately he does get caught out, however he is seen by the Victor with those morning pings. Possibly just going to go back, doesn't get the reset.
Yeah, got the read on it, which is A-okay. Jadani playing very heavily to the top side there, as we saw, because his jungler is top side. Shinzao as well, so both junglers starting bot side coming up towards the top. We may get a little bit explosive up here soon, but it's all about who can strike first, I think.
Yeah, I also didn't realize, but Aurora got a really cheeky reset, able to get the boost advantage. However, just like they're going to be trying to fight this Scuttle Crab.
Scuttle going over to Rose Storm. Poplar wants it, but he just can't have it. Danny in a tight spot. Jayway is here as well, but Skarner's going to just cruise on out of that one. This champion is nuts. Jad Danny getting a little bit confident, walking forward, going to get chunked out a little bit. We are A-okay.
Yeah, really good disengage. We were able to get out safely. Was also able to get I believe only one scuttle here. Could possibly fight for 2. Corki does have TP in order to get the reset. That looks like mid lane is in a pretty decent slow push. Possibly can freeze if he wanted to. No, he's not going to risk it and get that reset. They are posturing a little bit towards mid, though, and Cerulean does help him get scuttle.
Absolutely. A little bit tough there for Danny in that 1 second, getting the mid wave pushed in, but they're not going to punish him for it. Speaking of punish, poor Slunt down here is getting the Ziggs treatment, getting slammed with bombs and comments left and right.
Yeah, getting outranged sucks, but he has the Cole. He's going to be possibly stacking, as well as Aurora stacking that absolutely insane grass. And oh, that TP looks so nice.
It's weird, but it's nice.
Yeah,
it's
I agree. We have a little bit of a skirmish up here on the top lane. I don't think a kill can happen.
Yeah, poor Aatrox can't do a thing. He's got D shields, hopes, and dreams, and that's all he can really prey on. That's how that one's going to go for him.
Yeah, everyone's just really pushed in. The E unfortunately does not hit, but this does force Jason off this, I believe, 2 stacked wave. Pretty insane. Strumpus does have no flash up, actually. So it looks like he flashed early. We unfortunately did not be able to see it. But he has no flash to try and go for the kill. He just pushes in lane, and Jason does have TP.
This is so tough. He can't back here. The TP takes too long. He's going to miss too much CS.
Oh, he
Strumpus
stopped
forces
it.
him to stay. Not going to go for the dive. Jason getting off easy with this one.
Yeah, not bad at all. He's just playing it safe, doesn't want to give up first blood, but look at that CS. Not a humongous differential, but that's almost like a wave difference right now.
Yeah, absolutely. He'll pick up a little bit more with that wave crashing top side, but speaking of bot side, Poplar going to start up this dragon.
Yeah, wow, that's actually going to be the first dragon going down. I believe that is Cloud Drake, right? I guess we can wait for it to come back outside. So. But regardless, that's still first dragon. That's 1 out of 3 objectives for the feats. Aurora level 6 already, and it looks like we are going to have to burn Jason in the box's TP early.
Yeah, it is a Mountain Drake here, so some resistances for the side of UCSB. It looks like UCI just going to go ahead and trade the grubs away for that. A-okay for now. This is what we expected, right, Renee? We've got standard lanes here. We do have a slight gold lead in the favor of UCI, though.
Yeah, I mean, most likely since they have the prio top and they have the prio mid. Unfortunate reset on the bot doesn't allow for that prio. But at the end of the day, still really good. Trying to posture towards mid lane, but Zhao Danny having a very safe pick mid lane with a W, and also his wave is pushed towards him.
Strompa's first item, Swifty Boots, up in the
top
my
side. Goodness.
That is painful to play against.
Jesus, goes in, goes out, and then what can you do? You can't even trade it.
Yeah, you can't do a thing. Poor Aatrox is going to get bullied up there. Rose Thorn cleaning up the rest of those grubs up in the top side. That's a total of 3 going over to UCI. The feats still to be claimed.
Yeah, Rosethorn going mid.
Got the gank mid, does not get the wall slam, does get the flash though. Grab somehow hits. That hitbox was a bit jank, and it looks like the stun's going to lock him up. Kill going over to Zhao Danny for UC Irvine.
That is so beautifully cleaned and well played. He got the flash, held the ult for it. Cerulean with a really good rotate onto mid on his reset. Really well played. That's first blood for them. They also have 3 grubs. Aurora's already pushed in top, already has a plating. Feats can be acquired very easily by UCI.
Yeah, just like that. We're at over 1,000 gold lead from UCI. Getting a flash out there as you'll bring us through, Renee.
Yeah, this replay, he lands E, gets the flash. As I said, holds the ultimate. And then Cerulean's already here on the reset. Chain CC. Their CCs aren't even stacked on one another. Giving the kill to Corki because Corki can utilize the gold way better than a Skarner or a Route in this state of the game. Just really well played.
Yeah, I would be a little salty about that Skarner ult hitbox. I know I've said it like 3 times, but man, that was questionable. Gonna get smited away. That scuttle there as Rose Thorn skirts over to his red buff.
Poplar asserting dominance, being able to smite it, gets the vision. They're going to be posturing a bit towards this bot side, but once again, it's a Ziggs row bot. Ziggs pushes in. He can bomb from miles away. Very safe. Easy reset. Has TP. Also, so many wards already on the bot side. This vision control is absolutely insane. It's kind of hard to kind of work your way around the map right now.
It is. It's really tricky. You don't have any mid-prio. Your jungler can't really do much. You'd think Shinzao can skirmish a little bit more into Skarner, but I think the solo laners of UCI just have so much presence, as you were kind of talking about, Renee.
Going into it, I think we have Tiamat on the side of Xinzao, so maybe he's just trying to power farm a little bit. I'm not sure if that's the best for side him. I thought Sundered Sky was a better option, but, maybe stuff has changed going into this new season. Maokai trying to look for something mid, but once again, it's just not going to happen. Corki has flash, Corki has W. Maybe try burning a flash, but he's just so far pushed back into his lane that Maokai can't really do much.
Yeah, Danny's ability to read the map and just play safe when even without vision is just phenomenal. Look how safe he is laning. Can't do a thing against it.
Yeah. Strompus, we see this top lane again, but every single time I see it, it's just so sad. But speaking of a skirmish, Quincy.
A little bit of damage here. Strompus actually down a level. here up against Jason in the box. Now it takes over to 8, but I will say I think not punishing him more for crashing that giant wave top, I think a punish there would have been in order.
I 100% agree. I think, possibly going into this, Aurora might have an issue, but let me hold that thought as Skarner goes in.
Where have I seen this before? Flashes out of that stun to try to get the nab. He ends up getting out of there with his life. Rosethorn does not want to get caught in that stun. Yilu with some nice movement, though, scraping by with his life.
Yeah, I liked how they tried to go for the play, and also he knew for a fact that, you know what, there's no even use giving gold over to Victor. It's Victor. We don't want to give Victor gold. Let me just flash out. He probably doesn't need flash, I'm going to assume, for the rest of these fights, assuming mid and top continue their prio, hopefully trying to get that 6 grubs. Bot doesn't look like they're going to be resetting anytime soon to even try and fight it.
Yeah, we're going to be A-okay here. Gorka more than happy to clear these waves non-stop. Slunt more than happy to receive them, right? Of course, if you're walking out of lane with 10 CS a minute on Kog'Maw, you're a happy camper.
Poplar, once again, trying to fight this. Actually, there is no top prio, so they might either try and fight for this or give it up.
Yeah, Rosethorn in the thick of it now as Poplar dashes onto him. Rosethorn getting CC'd up. He has no flash because of that last play. Silence coming through as well. Unable to do much. Strompus is now here to join the party. Aurora ult going to come through. Bit of damage with a Gorka TP up as well here to clean up the fight. Poplar has to run for his life here. Strompus chasing him down. Remember, Strompus has Swifties in his back pocket, so he's not going anywhere. Cerulean now here to sweep up some kills, but a little bit late.
A little bit late, but that TP just shows how insane the early TP changes are. That's a 10-minute TP. Probably took like 8 seconds to charge. Regardless of it, Gorka was able to read the map. He heard his teammates, able to secure 2 kills now. Getting a little bit of a skirmish from Jason, but regardless, he outranges him and maybe a kill.
Looking for it. He's got flash in the back pocket. Stun has come down. Gorka's damage is insane. Aftershock picking up that kill on the side of Cerulean. But here in mid, Strompus in a bit of trouble. Does have flash, does use it, and he's away with his life. Well done.
Well done. Oh my goodness. I don't think they respected Gorka. They didn't respect the zigs. That damage was literally insane. It looked like, maybe it could have happened, maybe not. The red buff slow from the auto was able to collect them in time. Gorka also possibly getting first turret here with that W proc. Really good siege as we talked about earlier. They're trying to fight grubs, but that is going to be feats going over to UCI.
Wow, the macro, just incredible there. Danny TPing bot as well, here to clean it up. I was worried about Kog'Maw getting some plates down there, but they shut that down before my thought even finished. Very well done, and almost just like that, UCI have taken this game in full swing.
Yeah, that's 5 grubs towards UCI. They still have the little tiny grubby to help them siege more and more. Aatrox is pushed in. He does have flash and TP up, but nothing can happen around the map. Looking really quickly here at this replay, Rosethorn trying to get out, but he does get caught up by the knockup that stops him. That's a double TP from Strompus and Gorka able to clean them up. Double ultimate also from Gorka. Really good rotations. The blast plan fortunately doesn't work in favor for Poplar as he is in the thick of the enemy jungle. 2 kills going over to Gorka.
Yeah, you like to see it, and they transferred that right into another kill in the top side. Yeah, stun coming through. I mean, just beautiful gameplay. Aatrox didn't bother flashing.
Yeah, I mean, I think he probably maybe knew that he was dead, or maybe was like, you know what, I deserve this for not respecting the enemy APC. Quincy, I want to ask you a little bit, as we're going to maybe possibly a fight here. No, maybe. But how do you feel about the new boots? How do you feel about the feats?
I think it's interesting. I think giving such a, I'll say, powerful, permanent reward to the teams based on early game maybe promotes snowballing early and does not allow for comebacks later in the game. But that kind of judges on how strong the actual change is. But as we hold that thought, Poplar with a nice disengage there, forces out the ult to deny Cerulean that engage.
Yeah, that's going to be a TP over from Jason. Gorka still has the outrange. Strompus putting Yilu very low, forcing him to reset. He has no TP for the rest of this fight. That's 5 people bot lane, Quincy. Only Aatrox and Kog'Maw have flash.
Poplar getting slammed into the wall, stunned up. He cannot move as Rosethorn claims his first kill. Maokai roots do come through to give us a bit of disengage. Jason jumping in as he goes looking for a lot, but he can't find much. Flashes out, and the Gorka ult unfortunately does not collide. Forced to use his flash after going just a bit too deep.
Oh my goodness, Quincy. That was really well played and absolutely an exceptional rotate. I think UCI's macro this game is on point. They have the reads. They know where to go. They're ignoring topside right now completely. They know that top has that first turret. It's already pushed in. And also, once again, this absolutely insane sieging. Look at that. That's 2 towers already before platings have fallen.
Gorka's eating good this game.
He is eating good indeed. Yeah, looking a little bit at our builds right now, we did see the classic Aurora Swifties going into the Cosmic Drive first item, probably to push lanes out, but not be too cocky, not trying to push out and not have any escape. Really good mobility. Skarner, of course, going with the Heartsteel, already 23 stacks on it for 23 bonus HP. We do have, looks like Corki probably going for the Triforce build. We do have the upgraded feats for the Merc Treads, which is going to give him an MR shield so he doesn't get bursted down by Yi-Lu going into the mid to late game. Once again, Blackfire towards standard build on the Zig. Sorry, I forgot his name. And it looks like we're probably going to be going for either Locket or probably going for Zeke's on Rel.
I like it. I like what we've got going on here on the side of UCI. Yeah, I have to agree with you. The macro has just been phenomenal this game. I think UCSB have the late game. Kog'Maw Victor is just insane. Kog'Maw's doing okay right now. His farm is good. He's got Bork in the back pocket. Not maybe against this extremely accelerated Ziggs, but I think he's the hope.
I definitely agree. I think Kog'Maw and Yi-Lu are going to be your win con. I have some questions for you, Quincy, though, because, you know, Yi-Lu is going to be going for just raw AP, so he's not going to be going the Blackfire random build that we see sometimes Victor is going. Do you think that there is enough burst damage to counteract UCI's engage?
That's a good question. I think Victor has a lot of damage with his build, right? As we hang on here, J-Way wants a way in, Poplar as well, but he thinks, oh, I might have got a little bit too deep as he gets stunned up. Ult not going to come through from Skarner just quite yet. As Poplar now on the front line, Danny getting chased down. Those Merc Treads are not going to help you against Shinzao, but the TPs do arrive for the side of UCI. Poplar, now the main focus here. He's going to have to back out as much as he can. Strumpus wants him dead. Rosethorn tanking in the front line in the meanwhile. There comes that Skarner ult. The damage coming through. Aurora ulting. Strumpus comes up big in this fight so far, but Jason in the box is just too big. The healing coming through. Gorka in the back line is trying to do what he can. Look at the healing, though. He's just a monster. Gorka tries to clear the way for that little bit of tempo, but Jason in the box coming up big for Santa Barbara.
Big indeed, Quincy. You know, I think I asked a question, and I think they answered it right there and then for us. They bursted them down. Really bad position, I think, possibly from UCI. They just got caught out. The fight was really separated. You know, this brought UCSB back in the game.
Yeah, big time. I think it did. A little bit of gold in their pockets again, especially for Jason. The poor guy spent the whole game under tower getting beat on by this Aurora, but he's back and he's ready to show us. Walk us through this replay, Renee.
Yeah, looking at this replay, you know, they go in. They do have the engage onto Krillin. That ultimate, unfortunately, not being able to cancel it out, but it does not matter. Zhao Danny going Wing in, phase dive into Yi-Lu and Poplar. It's just not going to be beneficial for him. No, not enough burst damage coming out from Ziggs to try and combat it just yet. Remember, Aurora does have Cosmic Drive here. Very slippery. Maybe not a lot of burst damage. This is what I'm talking about with the fight. Is unfortunately just a little bit split in the favor where Rosethorn just gets beaten down. Apart from that, no more cooldowns are up. No one can get on Kog'Maw. You talked about the healing earlier. Gorka is a mage. He's not going to be able to out DPS or really out kite at this very moment. And Aatrox that's just on top of him.
Yeah, we need some anti-heal. We need a little bit more peel on the back line on the side of UCI. But I think SB are no strangers to fighting now. They've realized, hang on, we've got this mega strong Aatrox. Let's do something with it. They're trying to find Prio on this mid-wave to then transfer into a dragon. UCI postured a little bit more heavily towards this dragon. Does this mean UCSB can go Herald?
No. Possibly. This 5 mid, they did see Ziggs down in the bot lane, so they know this is their moment. But Rosethorn's actually engaging.
Gonna find the stun onto the Maokai, grabs 2 with the Skarner ult. The Aurora ult comes in as well onto that backline. Jason unable to go off yet, did not have ult, but now Jason in the box does have ult available. There it goes, it's popped. He's gonna be the final boss for this fight for Santa Barbara. He gets slammed into the wall though, unable to do his job, and Yi-Lu gets shut down by Strumpist as well. UCI looking great here.
Oh my goodness, Quincy. That was perfectly played. And also, I didn't even realize this going into Champ Select, but Strumpus ultimate, a ring, slows people. Ziggs ultimate, a ring. Looking at this replay over here, thank you, amazing, absolutely spectacular observers in our pro team. Rorsorn locking down their main CC, which means now they have no reliable CC going into that. That's a circle 1, circle 2. There's nowhere for them to go. And unfortunately, as you said, Jason is the beast. He is going to be a lot of their winning potential here. But Zhao Danny walking through Rosethorn, absolutely insane peel. UCI has a lot of CC, a lot of lockdown. And Strumpus over here picking up insane picks with a lot of insane damage.
Yeah, Strumpus making this Aurora look fantastic. And I believe on the live game, UCI did claim Dragon off of that play as well. But yeah, Strumpus looking fantastic here. He's able to take this top lane lead that he had and put it to some use. 5-0-6 right now.
Yeah, you know, we talked to this earlier. We were like, how are they going to combat Jason? They found it. It's just Strumpus. And the absolutely insane team that is UCI. But talking about UCSB over here, we can't shy short of them. They're playing really well, especially coming from a bit of a deficit. But let me hold that thought as Cerulean Hex flashes. Not going to try to fit anything up. I'm probably going to try and take down Herald as Otacon's going to be spawning in 20 minutes. They have a lot of topside prio. Unfortunately, it looks like oh my gosh, how do you say
That's
it?
okay. Otacon.
Otacon, yes, sorry. He's going to be spawning on the top side. They just dropped Rift. They have all the grubs. That means probably pretty free Otacon unless they force a fight. This is Voracious, which means free GA. No shutdowns are going to be given, so Stropis can go as ballsy as he wants. Only 100 gold.
Yeah, that's going to be massive. Rosethorn has been on it with these engages, too. I really like that Rosethorn doesn't hesitate, it looks like. He's no stranger to going in on this Garnet champion. Jason climbing up some gold for himself in the bottom side there, but yeah, I think UCI picking that last engage especially was just phenomenal.
Yeah, it looks like right now they're trying to secure Otacon, or maybe not even secure it, just try their best not to give Otacon away. Otacon is a pretty hefty amount of time in League of Legends terms, around 2 to 3 minutes of a free GA, and we talked about it earlier, no shutdowns or no full gold as well, which means if they try to go for a dive, let's say they go 4 for 3, it's way better for UCI going 4 for 3 than it is going to be for them, especially automatic revive. If they fight it in a really great timing, that's a possibility for Baron. That's a possibility for tier 2 tower. It's going to be very hard for them to try and combat this. Jayway hiding in the bush, but it doesn't look like anyone could try to combat Xiao Danny. No vision.
Poplar on the side, in the wings, waiting, has no clue that he's there. Poplar on the left, Jayway on the right. I flipped those, but that's okay. Danny forced to flash out of there. But hang on, the rest of UCI's squad is here for the re-engage. Rosethorn finds his way into the back, does claw up. Jayway, the re-engage from Rel is huge. Carulian making a choke out of this champion here as Jason gets shut down to the front line. Aurora's ult comes through, and Poplar must run with his life. Slunt has flash, has barrier, doesn't bother to use him because he knows he is gone, and the rest of UCSB do get out, but they lost 3, and it's Otacon time, Renee.
Otacon time, no! This is going to be so sad. This is just snowball onto snowball, but that is what Noxus is about. Look at this absolutely insane replay. First of all, look at how split this fight is. Absolutely insane. As you talked about, beautiful knockup from Rel. Look at that Ziggs bomb as well, getting all the damage onto it. Strumpus putting a beautiful circle, zoning out the Ziggs. Sorry, apologize. Zoning out the Kog'Maw. What can they do? And also, I do want to add, it looks like Yilu did have TP, but he chose not to TP, instead decided to walk the full duration. Maybe the TP nerf doesn't allow for them to reach faster? No, sure. But now they're going to try and force any fight that they can as Rosethorn goes balls deep in.
Yeah, we're ready to go, and we're ready to walk up this mid lane, right? Now we have the withdraw ability, right? We're dropping Herald. We are marching 5 mid. We're killing, and we're dying, and that is okay. We're going to respawn in base. This is what I like to see. Gas pedal time.
Gas pedal indeed. They can even dive here, and it won't matter. And I think that's also what they're trying to look towards, because once again, free GA. I can say it multiple times. Strumpus has a pretty good, I don't want to say flank, but I do want to say a pretty good angle on the rest of them, because look at where he is right now. I think an ultimate's coming.
Yeah, Poplar getting caught. He's got to dash to somebody to get out of there, but he's low. He's got no ult, and he does fall without a blink. Rosethorn in the back as well. The nice disengage coming out of Maokai. He is A-okay for now. Jason is okay as well. Yilu coming in from the side. Watch that minimap, ladies and gentlemen. He's coming in. Does get the yoink. Forces out the flash on Jason. Here's the re-engage. Danny almost getting caught, but his team's there to take the root for him. Yilu on the side. Carulian with the engage into the bomb, and an instant double kill going over to Rosethorn. It's wraps from there, ladies and gentlemen. UCI looking dominant. Jason doing what he can, but it's not quite enough. They want Yilu. Will they get him? Even if they die, it does not matter.
It's so beautifully played, and unfortunately he gets taken down, and I think that's going to be game for UCI. 22 minutes, 21-5. Otacon, this Voracious Otacon is something else. They were to just keep going, but also none of them died.
Yeah, they can
insane.
Keep going.
It's beautifully well played. Unfortunately, it does look like Yilu is not with his team when he needs to be. I know Victor does need to farm in order to get that passive up, and it does not look like the game is actually going to be settled in just yet. Sorry, I may have been a bit too, preposterous in that statement. But that's double inhib regardless for UCSB. It's gold, it's XP.
True.
It is no pressure though. Baron's going to be spawning up in around 2 minutes. Dragon is already up. They're going to be doing a lot of really good resets over here. A lot of gold coming into the pockets of UCI, but it looks like, I believe, a 12k deficit lead. I think UCSB can come back from it. It's just going to be very hard, especially looking at how our fights are happening. We're a bit too split. I think maybe our focus might not be the best as well. I also am not seeing a lot of peel on Kog'Maw, but that could also probably be the fact that they're just absolutely stunning all of their peelers.
Yeah, it's a lot to handle, right? You have Rel engaging on you. You have, as you mentioned earlier, I think this is a great point, the Aurora ult kind of slowing and then into pretty much guaranteed Ziggs utility. you're losing half your health before you can even get into auto attack range as Kog'Maw. It's so difficult to play these fights. You need something like a Kindred to keep you alive. Unfortunately, they just don't quite have that. Now, the driver's seat belonging to UCI, they just need to bring it top lane to bring it home.
Agreed. It looks like right now, I think they're going to try going for Baron. I don't see any. Oh, let me hold that thought real quick because Aurora does try and go for an in. Popular going taken down to half HP.
Why go for the end when you could go for Poplar? He's dropping low, is forced to use his ult to try to get out, but remember, we've got some fast characters on the side. Rosethorn, godlike going into this game. And he's going to find the flash slam onto Yi Lu. The flash doesn't even escape his grasp as well. Rosethorn is going ballistic right now. This champion does too much damage, but hang on. Slunt, unfortunately, Maokai getting the shutdown. That stings a little bit. On the other side of the map, though, ladies and gentlemen, Jason has fallen 3 members strong on UC Irvine. They need to march forward. Ziggs is going to demolish these towers. A phenomenal cross-map play coming out of UC Irvine here, Renee.
Oh my goodness, the damage. I think they outranged the ultimate. Slunt on half HP. He has to go back. Quincy, it might be game.
There's not much they can do here. Slunt's got to make something happen. He's got J-Way to stand in front of him, but as these towers fall, the damage is just too heavy. Slunt's got to go. Rageblade is going up. Lethal Tempo is proc, but I don't think they have the numbers or the manpower. UCI are just up too much gold. 15K at that, and game 1 goes over to the Anteaters.
Oh my goodness, Quincy, that was an insanely good play. That's UCI taking game 1. They just played amazing. I took a really quick look at the KDAs over there. 8-0, 5-1, 3-1 and 12. So much kills across the map, so much objectives.
Yeah.
I just don't know what else they could do. They both played, I think, really phenomenally, but I think UCI's macro did put them in the advantage there.
Absolutely. The macro, it was just phenomenal. You can't underplay it. It was top tier. They had that one fight where it didn't quite go their way, right? With Jason popping off on that Aatrox in the side. But it was almost like without skipping a beat, UCI were back on the map, back making plays like it had never happened. And that's how you know like they're good at using their tempo, they're good at using the respawn timers, things like that just keep them in control of the game.
I agreed, and we talked about it earlier where maybe we might see some interesting picks going into it. We did see the AP bot, right? And that AP bot, it ability powered. Absolutely insane power. The TP usage, going them on the early game, getting them that really good, as you said, early game tempo to just sweep the rest of the game. We talked about it earlier. It's an outrange, really good wave clear, really good siege, and they just put it all to use so beautifully.
They did. It was a phenomenal game coming out of UC Irvine. Again, we saw UCSB all day. They played great against Berkeley and LA. They looked like a different team here, unfortunately, right? Maybe, I don't know, maybe it's nerves, maybe it's nothing. Maybe it's a gust of wind blew through, I don't know. But I think they have it in them, right? If they can bring back, center that energy they had earlier in the game, as we take a look at this replay, excuse me. But yeah, I think they need to maybe find themselves as they were earlier, and they can bring this back.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to have a replay package coming very shortly to you guys whenever it is going to be ready. But, speaking about how they were a different team, right? I think possibly they just were trying to find something to look forward to. And looking forward to it, we're talking about this replay. Speaking of this absolutely insane First Blood, that kind of, I believe, set a lot of the tempo for the game because First Blood is so strong right now.
Yeah.
As we've seen, it is going to get nerfed in the next patch to the first 3 kills for feats. But when we get First Blood, it kind of sets the tempo. Where's our prio? What are we going to try to focus on? Are we going to play for topside? And looking at this, amazing. This is the fight where I believe Jason the Bonk stopped? No, it's not, actually. This is a fight where UCI stomps again. There's the double ring, as we talked about it. Putting in the kills, that's going to be their second Drake on the play. And also, just absolutely insane positioning and really good peel from Rosethorns and Cerulean. They have good engage, good peel. I think they're just stellar players.
Yeah, on an individual level, they're just playing out of their minds. Cerulean, too. A lot of this unsung hero of this game, kind of, his positioning and engages have just been phenomenal.
Yeah. Going into this game, Quincy, we talked about how they maybe looked like a different team, but UCI does look like the team right now. But once again, I'm rooting for the underdog story, and I think, UCSB has seen what UCI has to offer, right? Look at these absolutely insane engages. Also, a lot of AoE damage. They know the siege. They know that right now, Jason the Box is probably their hardest player to combat, right? So maybe they try to play more towards top side. I really think that UCSB has a chance going into the next of these games.
Absolutely, and just phenomenal game overall so far. Every member of UCI. I saw the KDAs. Unfortunately, Zhao Danny on that Corki mid, he had 20 assists and 1 kill.
My goodness.
My man was participating, but unfortunately not picking up those kills. But, ladies and gentlemen, after that first game, I have no doubt that we're going to see yet another banger, hopefully 2 more bangers. But don't go anywhere. Go grab a drink, and we'll be right back with you for Game 2.
Let's say you're deep in a show, or a game, or the game, on a train, at home, at work. Okay, maybe not at work. Point is, at Xfinity, we're constantly engineering new ways to get the entertainment you love to you faster and easier than ever. That's what I do. Is that Love Island?
You shouldn't like it. It's like, how many people are going to kiss before you realise? I got a 10! Oh my God!
Ladies and gentlemen, we're back here going into Game 2 of the UCEI Invitational presented by Xfinity. Grand Finals for League of Legends between UC Irvine and UC Santa Barbara.
Yeah. Wow. That's it. It's such an absolutely spectacular game. UCSB sweeping all the way through, and then as you told him earlier, hitting just a little bit of a wall going into UCI with, I don't want to say a stomp because I think both teams played absolutely amazing and spectacular, but UCI definitely was in the lead for a lot of the running of it, and they just knew how to snowball their macro. Going into next game, Quincy, right? We've seen what UCI has to offer already in just one game. But we haven't seen them play all day, So what do you think UCI just does so well, and what do you think they can do to continue snowballing their lead to not let UCSB get any, advantage?
I think they did two things really well as we do get into draft here. I think they did a really good job nullifying Jason in the box because he's been a dominant performer all day long.
Mm-hmm.
So they did a good job nullifying him, and they did just a phenomenal job macro-wise. Just keeping the game rolling play after play. They knew what their next decision was. It was just immaculate, I'll be honest. Bands here looking similar. Aurora banned over for UCSB, though, who are now on blue side as well.
Immaculate bans. We have Casio banning out Strumpus. We have Ziggs banning Gorka. And then we have, once again, that Aurora ban. It looks like right now we're trying to give Jason in the box a little bit more room to breathe. He was playing so weak side in that game. It was really hard to combat that. Looks like UCI is going to be banning out the Skarner and the Wukong and the Gragas. They don't want any, I think, as you said earlier, Quincy, you portrayed it so beautifully. UCSB knows how to play disengage, and they can play it really well. But UCI knows how to play engage really well. We've seen it in these two games already.
Yeah.
If they just ban all the disengage, how do they play?
Yeah, it's tough. They need to find some way to do it. I think one of the ways UCSB needs to kind of play is unlock Jason in the box. Take him out of the box and let him roam the map free because this guy is kind of insane. I would love to see him more on the map. Rise, something that got banned on the first rotation. I wonder, it's a flex, but I've got to think it's top Rise, right?
I think it's solidified top Rise completely. We're going to see the Ashe B1 pick. As we talked about earlier, Ashe is just an absolutely dominating, insane pick.
Yeah.
B1, B5, B11 does not matter. It's just so good. Also, we've seen Slump pick Ashe really well. Sorry, I was a bit taken back. We thought we solidified Rise, but now we're on Victor.
Oh, true.
I think Victor is mid. Do you think there's any world for Grass Victor top?
No, but I do think there's a world for Victor bot.
Oh,
right.
I didn't even think about that.
Yes, I think Orca likes these mages in the bot lane, as we saw from last game and earlier series. So I think it's absolutely a flex for bot. But you know what? Actually, that sounds right up Strumpus' alley too.
I could see it working, but that's the best part. Now that's a triple flex.
True.
Triple flex.
The flex is the name of the game, right?
Yeah, and
Corky flex.
Corky.
Yep.
I'm honestly surprised that they didn't ban out Corky. I just think they didn't have as many bans as they wanted to.
Right.
And they knew okay, well, if we leave Cassie open, they go Cassie. If we leave Ziggs open, they pick Ziggs first. I think it's just really tough for them to try and target ban as many things as possible. I think the Corky was a really good pick because of how safe it is and also how it allows the rest of his team to play so aggro and for him to follow up. It's just insane. And as we've seen, Zhao Danny is a rock.
Yeah, that guy is incredibly consistent. He's the kind of mid laner who's going to say, okay, I'm not the main character of this game, right? He went first item Merc Treads last game just so he wouldn't get picked and caught because he knows he's not the main focus. And I think that's a really, really hard skill to come by as a mid laner, especially going over to picks, though. The Sylas pick's interesting. This didn't strike me as a Sylas game, right, with these two champs right here. Not very Sylas-y champions, but we're picking it up nonetheless.
I do have to agree.
Bel'Veth.
No, I think Bel'Veth is actually a pretty good pick here, if I'm being honest with you.
Okay.
Bel'Veth has really fast clear times.
Okay.
Bel'Veth is able to take objectives really clearly. Also, resets are really good. But as I say that, they actually go Maokai. But regardless, Maokai is still also really good here. Looks like they're going to be – this is another flex pick, I would assume support, but I could see an opportunity here to go jungle. Maokai is really good because it's going to nullify a lot of the Sylas engage, also a lot of that Nocturne engage.
Yeah, picking Sylas into – sorry, not Maokai into Sylas. Usually Sylas, or when you see Maokai, that's the go button to go, ooh, Sylas is really good here because stealing Maokai ult is insane. So that's a confident pick. Picking it into Sylas, saying, we don't care that you have Maokai ult, we're going to use it better than you. Yeah, I mean, that's a confidence pick right there.
Yeah, I agree. They're betting at the Braum. Braum Ashe, insane. Braum against Maokai, really good matchup. And I definitely agree on the Sylas pick. In my head, I was thinking, maybe you just throw the ultimate out the window and just look at the raw matchup, right? He has a knockup. He has reliable point-and-click CC. Also can clear a lot of bushes here and there, so pretty good roam timers. We have seen, unfortunately, Yi Lu on that mid lane. He kind of is out of position a little bit a lot of times around the map. I thought maybe it's a good pick, but I definitely did not see the angle, and I agree with you on it.
Yeah, I think he did play a really proficient Silas earlier. I think it was against LA.
Yeah, it was insane.
Well.
Really good body block, too, on the... Actually, Maokai ultimate, too.
This guy's in. He's comfortable in this position, and that's what we like to see. Ban phase finishing out. A lot of support bans coming through.
How do you feel about the Nocturne pick? I think Nocturne is always a solid pick, but I feel like when the game doesn't strive towards Snowball, he falls off.
Yeah, I think he's really feast or famine and really team comp dependent, right? He needs follow-up. He needs, like, somebody in there killing with him, right? It used to be like lethality Nocturne, you get in and you one-shot someone, but now it's Strybreaker. You kind of have to sit there and cleave at him for a while. So you need some sort of help. I think it works really well with the Ashe Arrow. You can Nocturne out to hide the Ashe Arrow, where it's coming from, harder to react to, things like that, which is cool. But I'm looking at UCEI's team comp. I'm not sure Nocturne's killing anybody here.
I don't know either. I'm seeing just a lot of peel. We're going into Ashe. I'm not going to be too confident on this yet until they lock in. Senna is going to be interesting here, though, I think. I don't see a world in which Senna protects her teammate a lot here. I think lane is going to be very hard for him to play because Ashe Senna is very dominating, very poke-oriented. They can play range, but I don't really know how they're going to try to combat this going forward. Looks like Ross is going to be blind. Well, it's not like blind. He doesn't have any option right now. But it's like going for the Riven.
I know I said we need to unlock Jason from the box. Riven and Bessa, he clearly knows he wants to stomp lane. Oh, and I was baited so hard. It's Cassante. It's always Cassante, bro. I should have in the notes. I should have known.
It's fine. Oh, that's Olaf.
Or Mbessa.
Or Mbessa. I think right now we're just, playing around, so I'm not even going to try and guess
like
what they're going to play just yet until they lock in. But I think UCSB's comp looks strong. I don't know if it's strong enough in their team fight potential. Locking in Mbessa.
I like it. You know what? We're confident. Thoughts? We're going in for a gamer game into this game too. I like it. We're full of confidence. One thing we didn't really touch on is Maokai brought into the jungle. So you were right about your flex pick. Yeah.
We do have Victor in the bot lane, you said. You were right about Gorica getting the absolutely insane flex pick. I'm a bit interested to see Mbessa. I think Mbessa, when she first came out, low win rate. People didn't know how to play her.
Right.
Once people learned how to play her, her win rate skyrocketed up. She's a really good skirmisher in lane as well. And I think, as we've seen, Strumpus is kind of playing a lot of lane to try and snowball.
Yeah.
That'll be really good going into it. I don't know the matchup on how well it'll scale as well as moving forward into the rest of this game. Especially because Mbessa, her ultimate, really good lockdown on the enemy AD carry. But I feel like Ashe is also an AD carry that might play too far back. But I can see the pick here because they don't really have a lot of defense for Ashe. There's not a lot of peel. Cassante's ulting away. Silas is going in. So they're going to have to force one other person other than Senna, who's probably going Black Cleaver Enchanter-esque, to pick and peel this Ashe.
I like that. That's a good take. Thinking back to, you said Ashe popped into my head. Maybe they picked Silas so that UCI didn't have the chance to, so they couldn't steal the Ashe Arrow.
Oh.
Something like that.
Yeah, I could see it. Negate the pick.
Yeah, maybe there's some deeper thought going on. Yeah, late game, as you were just talking about with Mbessa, I don't know how she does into Cassante late. In my mind, nobody kills Cassante late.
Yeah.
Except, like, Fiora. But I guess we're going to have to see.
True damage. Maybe that's why he's hovering Fiora.
Oh
my goodness.
We were thinking about it.
Oh my goodness.
But I do want to see Strompus up there gaming. Aggressive.
I also do want to see Mbessa. Mbessa, I think, is one of the most interesting champions that, well, not the most, but they are one of the coolest champions that has come out in the recent games, especially with the absolute popularity of Arcane and the Noxus meta. But I'm just a bit interested to see how it'll fare going into this rest of this match, especially because I feel like we've seen Strumpus, like, so far, like, just go in, one shot. Also very mobile and peely. He knows how to play these very mobile, kitey, peely champions with that Cassiopeia going into it. I think he can play really good at Mbessa. I just don't know how it fares, if I'm being honest.
Absolutely. We've got a lot of unknowns this game. Speaking of unknowns, this game, Renee. Excuse me, not after this game. This series, we need to decide, or there will be decided, an MSI MVP for the series. If you guys are new here to the UCEI Invitational realm presented by Xfinity, each year we have an MSI MVP who we deem the MVP player throughout the series, winner or loser. And this year, we've got a cool prize.
Oh, a prize
that we have here on the caster desk. So feast your eyes.
Oh my gosh!
On the Claw A1M Steam Deck. Am I holding that the right way? No, I'm not.
Whoa! No. Yes. Yes.
The Claw. So the MSI MVP will be the proud owner of this right here, Claw Steam Deck.
Yeah, I think that's an absolutely insane prize. Yeah. Really good for them. And, you know, we have a lot of contenders. I cannot lie. There's so many contenders for the MSI MVP on so many amazing teams so far. And we also want everyone to know right now, this is going to be from any of the teams that have played.
True.
This is not just whoever wins the game. This is the MVP of this whole series. So it can be from any of the absolutely amazing and stellar teams. It can be, and even go to UCSB and go to UCI. A lot of contenders, and we just have to wait and see who comes out victorious on it.
Yeah, so they may be fighting for whatever, tournament winning,
whatever,
trophy,
whatever that means.
Glory, freedom. No, we're playing it for the Claw right here,
Claw.
Ladies and gentlemen. And it's going back in the box.
Oh.
Unlike Jason, who I need to see come out of the box.
You're correct. You know, I do wonder if, like, maybe like when the camera's cut, I can, like, take it and then, oh no, there's no more.
No more.
I'm the MVP. No.
Oh.
Kidding.
Can we be the MVPs?
I mean, do you think you could play better than them? Maybe if they gave me like ARAM and like, you know, like maybe like Jason and Zhao Danny and Gorka were blindfolded.
Oh.
I could beat them. Maybe. Possibly.
Anyways, don't take our word for it. We're going to see these players in action right here. I'm sure we're getting close to the game timer. I think... Yeah, as I keep talking about Jason, I think he's a really, really strong player. I think this guy needs to be unlocked in the top lane because he's been the driving force between UCSB's other 4 stomp wins.
Yeah, looking back at our previous 4 games, and even 5 right now, even though he was so weak-sided, absolutely insanely weak-sided by Aurora, 3 people top, he also lost all of his prio, and he lost 2 of his kills and a wave.
Yeah.
He still came out on top halfway through the game, and he's kind of almost like their carry in a sense. And he just plays so insanely well that I think UCI understood that, and that's why they played so heavily onto Strampus' lane. But also, speaking of Strampus, insane player himself, he was able to hold his own in that 1v1.
Yeah, I mean, good matchup for him out there. He's able to just bully the Aatrox out of lane, unfortunately. Slunt getting the opposite experience down to the bot lane. He was just left to farm. Every game, Slunt is left to just farm and says, all right, buddy, we're going to see you in 25 minutes. You better be strong, okay? He goes, yes, sir. And then he does his best, but it's unfortunately wasn't enough this game. But we got something going on here earlier.
Yeah, UCSB definitely does have a stronger level 1. Ash slow, absolutely insane. If they take a bit of... wait, this is interesting. The E going out. Rosethorn, however, knows. He actually just knows. That's insane.
Well, we could be getting wrapped around by Silas. Could be going around the red buff. We can't actually see. Could even be further beyond. No, he's chilling.
He's just chilling. Maybe he's just waiting for the cooldowns. Maybe he knew there wasn't any reliable CC in his back pocket just yet. But hey, at least now they know. Hey, Zhao Danny. He started E.
Yes.
Maybe try to bully him out. See what you can do to get that level 2 prio over there. I think UCI playing a bit more defensively, not even trying to go for the ward on top side, going for the ward on the Raptors was definitely the call here, because also, once again, level 1s, Victor's kind of hard to even do stuff with level 1, especially with the unevolved E, and Rel has, if Rel on the off chance uses W early, you never know.
Yeah, absolutely. Do you get that ward trade-off? I'm not sure UCI actually knows that they got the ward back near that red buff, so there may be a little bit of a toss-up and an advantage towards the side of Santa Barbara. But we're going to have to see. Strampus with a cool skin.
Oh, that's a beautiful skin.
Chosen of the Wolf.
Yeah, it looks like, as we talked about here, Strampus is already going in for some early game skirmishes. He does get the grass proc. Fortunately, Jason does not yet.
Looking for it. That's all top lane.
He's trying.
It's a grasp simulator.
Yeah, it looks like, you know, that is the Rage bot lane, so we assume that they were going to be pushed in. I think, as I saw last game where they were getting absolutely kind of bullied by Ziggs in the lane, I think now they're trying to be the bulliers.
I like that. Yeah, I mean, Ashe, Senna, this is a lane designed to bully. Rel, oh, look at that. Ooh, that is a true friend, Cerulean blocking that Ashe W like that. We're seeing a lot of that in the bot lane. Top lane's going to be a lot of these skirmishes. Big wave already crashing here.
That's going to be, you know, their level 2. One thing about Victor is Victor just does really good, even if you just stick him in a lane and farm.
Yeah.
Because the moment he gets even double upgrade, quadruple upgrade, all the way to his ult, he just becomes an absolute menace and force to be reckoned with. So, you never know.
Yeah. Sorry, I love we go top lane. We're grass procking, we're fighting, we're swing, swing. Bot lane, we're shoving the waves, we're poking them down. Mid lane, we're
standing still.
farming.
Yeah, but that's a nice truce, you know.
It is.
A little bit of a break. But Strumpus actually doesn't want to give Jason any break.
At all. No, Jason has 4 CS. Strumpus really using this early game prowess on Mbessa to his full advantage.
And Bessa's a really good brawly type of champion, especially because she has no mana, and also she's really easy to just go in and go out because of her absolutely insane passive. Unfortunately, Jason is facing the brunt of it. I thought, if I'm being honest, I definitely thought Nocturne would try and play more towards topside, especially seeing how this matchup would work out. But I don't know if he is, and I think he's gonna get caught out.
Does spot him out with the ward. Rosethorn wants this scuttle, but Yilu is in a great spot to flank it back. Rosethorn knocks away that fear, and we're going to be out A-OK. No scuttle for oh, wait, does he want it? No, we're just warding. Actually re-engaging here. Rosethorn going to take a little bit of damage, knocking back. Yilu has no E to move. Rosethorn dropping low, but it's not going to be enough to find the kill. He's going to scurry on to that top scuttle, and bot will go to Poplar.
Yeah, really good play by Poplar. He's able to get that scuttle.
Oh, that was close. Sorry.
Oh my goodness. Brilliant. So scary. Going into it, looks like Rosethorn is very low, but he is going to try and take the top scuttle as he does have Prio. J-Way also having Prio in that bot lane, trying to bully Cerulean out with that range, but it's just not going to be enough to even try and get a kill. Does slow him out to lane, though.
Yeah, we can nuke a little health out of there. They're just fine doing that. Stromp is up here. Aggression. I mean, these trade patterns are just so clean.
Oh my goodness. He goes in, goes out, goes in, goes out. And he also gets a grass proc every time. Beautiful. But once again, you know, honestly, I thought that we were going to see lower HP bars on the side of UCI for Gorka and Cerulean, considering the range differential, but they're playing it really well.
I forget. I believe in the last Ashe change, they took some damage off of her W and kind of put it onto her auto attack, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, Danny getting chunked out there a little bit in the mid lane. Silas is my ban in solo queue. I think that champion is crazy strong.
I definitely do agree. However, my most hated champion in all of League of Legends is Fizz. And Pyke. So they will always and forever be banned for me. We're going to be TPing down up in the mid lane. That means no TPs for both mids. So if they want to do any TP cheeky plays, that's not going to happen. Gorka is still holding strong. He does have a pretty decent amount of mana, 2 left, and both HP bars are pretty settled. Not understanding how this happened top lane, but Jason is really holding his own.
Yeah, health bar's about even here. They both have D-Shield. Strumpus, notably, though, does still have a health pot, so doesn't matter, I guess, after the reset, if he does manage to take the reset. But across the board, we're pretty much even for now. I like what I'm seeing bot lane. I like that UC sent... Strumpus, maybe looking for something. We're going to have to take a look back at that in a second.
I know. It looks like he's just going to try and push out the wave, not doing anything else towards it. I don't know why, but in my head I was like, level 6, he's going to go in. He's just going to go in no matter what. But he did not. But it looks like a fight's happening here.
Yeah, speaking of going in, Jason wants a piece of that, and no, sir, he's not going to get it as Strumpus disengages. And we're going to be A-OK for now. Both top laners have teleport available. No doubt they will be used here.
Yeah, Strumpus is just playing so well. Yep. It's insane. Beautiful. Looks like right now Poplar is going to try and play for grubs. We have 3 people from UCI going down mid. Unfortunately, it's not going to be enough on the range to try and get anything, but this provides Prio. Prio is going to be really good here, especially now that they see that they don't see it just yet, but they will see that he's going for grubs. As long as they deny 1 grub here, by the way, that he does not get feats.
Yeah, that's good by Poplar. He's going to go ahead and cast this stolen Maokai ult, but it's not going to amount to much, unfortunately. UCI got one thing on their mind, and it's those grubs. Being able to take away 1 is good. Poplar finds himself a little bit in there. Stromp is going to start beefing with him. Cerulean on the side does find his way onto Yilu, but the Mbessa ult is going to come out onto Nocturne, who is not level 6 quite yet. Has to flash away to save his life. Yilu on the backside is going to be A-OK. UCI opt for the disengage, claiming 2 grubs.
Yeah, that's 2 grubs. Negates the feat, but it still provides the advantage for grubs. Sorry, I don't know why I forgot the name of it for a little. Speaking of that, I was looking back at that fight a little bit. I don't know if you noticed, but Silas actually stopped that Mbessa engage from going on, negating the slow. So no slow, not being able to catch up to them. Really good, but it does provide the ward, the deep ward that is really exponential here. Oh, going in on a little fight here, though.
Danny gets extended on there by those Silas chains. J-Way is here to clean it up, but the damage from Zhao Danny's just too strong. First blade going over. Cerulean here to lock down J-Way as well. Danny goes with a flash ult. Unfortunately, a minion was in the way. Bomb did not quite hit. I like the enthusiasm, though.
That was beautiful spacing, but we have to hold our thought just yet as Rosethorn is going to try and negate. He is level 6. He does smite it, but it might not be enough Cerulean on the jungle side.
Yeah, Poplar's a little bit squishy here, gets knocked back. Does block that stun from Rel, but it's not going to be enough. Almost found that kill under Rosethorn, but it's not quite there. J-Way is here, but hang on, Jason in the box did TP. I missed a flight past my screen. Rosethorn slips his way out of there, actually manages to get away with the flash.
Oh my goodness, and he has Phase Rush to get out. Beautiful Gorka getting taken down by the turret. Slunge with an absolutely insane Ash Arrow. That's a 1-0.
Clean from Slunt there, perfectly timing that Ash Arrow so that he took aggro, the Victor took aggro as he was stunned. That was impeccable.
So much stuff happened here at once, but we have to break it down. Xiao Denny getting fully broken down, all his utility onto by Silas, but unfortunately it's just not going to be enough with that minion block. Rosar negating the potential that Poplar has. J-Way getting taken down, unfortunately very low. This is unfortunately one of the picks that the really bad thing about Senna is that she cannot match a lot of the roaming and a lot of the brawling prowess that Rel has. It's just unfortunate, but that's just a champion differential. That's 2 picks going down there. Rosethorn, unfortunately for Jason in the box. Look at that phase rush and the flash. I don't know if he has that one rune, you know, where it's like where you use a summoner spell.
Nimbus Cloak.
Yeah, Nimbus Cloak. I don't think he does. But if he does have Nimbus Cloak, first of all, demon. But second of all, he got out and he negated a pick going on to Jason. No snowballing there.
Yeah, speaking of runes, Rosethorn had the presence of mind to keep that play going, right? That whole play happened where they invaded Nocturne. They backed off. He said, no, I want more. He went back in and really just found that incredible play thus forth. Strampus getting chunked out a little bit. Top lane Proud not going quite his way anymore, Renee.
Yeah, I believe when Strampus went down for the fight in the jungle, he did lose, I think, 1 to 2 waves. And that does put Jason at a little bit of a, pretty big potential. But speaking of that, Rosethorn going straight in with Cerulean.
Yeah, he's finding a couple roots there in the back. Cerulean finds a pick as well. Papa, the main target here, will help secure UCEI's Dragon. 2 kills going over to UCI so far. Gorka dropping low as Yi Lu is in the way here, trying to do what he can to find another kill. Ash Arrow does come out to buy him a little bit of time, but Zhao Zanny got to pick up that kill. Slunt, the last man standing, unable to do much more, though. Fantastic fight coming out of UCI.
Oh my goodness, that was beautiful. Really good peel. And also, but we have to talk about that Slunt arrow. I don't know if it was intentional, unintentional, but it did buy him a bit more time. Yilu was able to burst down the Victor. I don't know, if I'm being honest, I don't know why he didn't pop the ultimate earlier. Maybe just a little bit of a buffer. Maybe the cooldown wasn't there just yet. Also, maybe he was stunned. We never know. But regardless, that's insane. Zhao Danny once again going for the Merctret's first item. He's playing for his team.
Yeah, I really like that about Zhao Danny. He's able to play for things like that with his replay.
Yeah, looking at this replay, we see Poplar trying to go in, but as we talked about, he has nowhere to go. There's so much CC. Yi Lu getting able to pick that pick off Slunt, getting that stun, but it's just not going to be enough. Cerulean here, really good spacing as well. The amount of times that Ash was just not able to walk up because of his absolute dominating presence, beautiful.
Yeah, we did see on live there for a quick second, Gorka was caught out by Yi Lu. He did claim himself up a kill. That Silas pick bringing in some value. But Grub's now the only objective up on the screen. That is our main prio for now.
Going into the rest of this game, Quincy, right? We have a lot of top prio. It's absolutely insane. Bot prio, I wouldn't say it's gone, but I would say this Ashe is proving very beneficial for the rest of their team. Jungler, however, Poplar can't move. I don't know where he's able to even walk up. That's going to be one Grubs going towards them. Rosthorn Wing in.
Cerulean with a beautiful flank here, unbeknownst to Poplar, does get stunned up. TP coming in from Corky in the bot side. That's Zhao Danny coming in hot. Cerulean trying to find that back and storm in on a couple. But here comes Strampus in the back line. The assassin coming through. Maokai cleaning up 2 more members for the side of UC Irvine. It's a death ball, but it's going the way of Rosethorn. He's looking good right now.
Rosethorn providing absolutely insane engage and really good peel. We can break that down on this amazing replay. Once again, thank you, production and observers. Poplar once again getting caught out. This Nocturne pick, it might be the macro or it might just be the pick. Unknown, but he just can't do anything around this. There's a Silas ultimate trying to provide whatever he can, but it's just not enough. Senna all the way in the back from her team. She can't even get in W or Q range to support the rest of her team just yet. That, unfortunately, is just the harsh reality of collegiate play with enchanters versus these really brawly and tank engage supports. And also, brawling and engaging tank supports are useful without gold, right? They're useful without items, and if they're super far behind, they have stuns. When Stun is far behind, it's just very hard to provide a lot for her team because Black Cleaver isn't finished. Very expensive item, by the way. And as well, not a lot of healing or shielding can really provide them from getting absolutely bursted down.
Yeah, I absolutely agree, and I think that's a really good point. She's just kind of feast or famine almost, and it's going to be tough going into this late game, especially. They kind of need to make something happen across the map. I think the longer this game goes, the better it is for UCI. I think just, again, we have Victor, Corky, which are two incredible late game champs.
You know, looking at these really quickly, KDAs don't mean everything, right?
Sure.
But it does show a lot of how much kill participation is going on and how much they are participating. Well, it's not the same thing. But at every single one of these fights, 3-0-4, 3-0, 1-0-7. He's almost at every single fight, Krulin with 100% participation rate in this game. It means he's getting a lot of these really good roam timers, and unfortunately, the rest of UCSB is not combating.
Yeah, it's just been immaculate gameplay from Krulin, really. He had an incredible flank on that last play by Grubbs, catching off Poplar. He's been at Gorika's side when he needs to be. He's been roaming when he doesn't need to be. It's just been great gameplay coming out of him.
Xiao Danny looks like he was almost going to get caught out, but he got a really good flash. The root does connect. It does not. It looks like Ashe did hold her ultimate, I believe, because actually he didn't flash. He just used W to get out. My bad. Once again, a little skirmish happening in the top side. I don't know if they're going to try and dive, but it looks like they are.
They're going for it. Do not care about Poplar. Ashe Arrow does end up finding Rose Thorn on that Maokai. Not a lot going to happen from it, though. Cerulean once more. Magnet Storm coming through. Poplar now the main target after his teammate Yi Lu fell. But Nocturne actually finds that kill onto Gorika in the backside. Running for his life now. He's trying to get out. Cerulean on the hunt with Ignite and the help of some saplings. Maybe able to take him down. Rose Thorn sees the opportunity, and he seizes it with that W. J-Way finds himself in a little bit deep here. Xiao Danny's still alive to dish out some damage, but he's got to be careful. Slunt is alive and ready to go. The burst damage does come out from Danny. J-Way now the last man standing. It was close, it was far, it was near, but at the end of the day, UC Irvine are not able to claim J-Way, and that turret shot does not kill Danny. Fantastic team fight there from UCI, but close.
Oh my goodness, that was 3 picks going over to UCI. That's really bad, Quincy. You know, UCSB, they weren't at a really big, I would say, kill differential. They were at about I believe before this 3K gold deficit. Looking really quickly back at this replay, they go for the dive. The Ashe Arrow, I thought it went wide, but it did not. Really good hitbox. Cerulean absolutely chasing, seeing them, holding his ultimate too to wait for the rest of that team. Really well played. There's the Nocturne. He gets 1 pick, but once again, it's just Nocturne. He's not going to be able to survive enough. Slunt trying to go in to try and combat Xiao Danny, but Rosethorn with really great spacing, negating him off the Xiao Danny to keep him very safe. Cerulean, unfortunately, I believe gets taken down here, but the shutdown does go to Senna, and that is going to, we thought, pick it up, but J-Way survives on a sliver of HP. Regardless, that's a lot of gold going over to UCI. I believe they were able to pick up 1 shutdown. Gold on Senna isn't bad, it's just not preferential.
Yeah, you want it on that Silas or on that Ashe, maybe even Nocturne you'd take. Not that Senna, doesn't do damage, as you said, just maybe not preferential. But UCI going to claim their 2nd dragon of this game. They've got 2 dragons, 5 grubs. They are looking good with a 4K gold lead.
And I believe that's actually going to be their feat. I'm not 100. Yeah, it looks like that is going to be their feats. That was their 3rd objective. They're going to be diving Jason in the box here.
Does get that knockup, is forced to flash out of that rail stun. And now, this is when you have to look topside. Yes, exactly. Strompus is now the main target for UCSB here.
Nocturne has ultimate up in 1 second. It just came up. I don't think Strompus knows, though. Oh, I don't think they're going to even try to do that. They're just going straight for Rift Herald. I think this is a good play. Maybe they don't want to try and risk it, especially going all in on Strompus. No cooldowns might provide really bad. But all 4 of them were sent top lane, where Jason in the box, once again, unfortunately, playing supreme weak side. That's 3 people, and that's going to be tier 2 turret, I believe, going to UCI for free.
Yeah, he's just not able to do a thing about this. They're not going to pay any attention to him. He's a non-factor in this game, unfortunately. But I like this from UCSB. We're popping Rift mid. We're going to take the tower. Danny with a nice TP to maybe prevent some of this pressure from going forward. And the top side as well. Strop is going to claim that tower, and Bessa goes a little bit wide.
A little bit wide. Almost there, not quite. I agree. I really liked what they did. They were trying to take down turrets, get the bounty, because bounties are going to be really good for you moving forward. The issue is, we know that UCI is a 3 TP team, right? So even if they try to go for that pick, Rift Herald, I think just specifically for UCSB in this game, was not as beneficial. It is still a pick. It still allows them to negate that from UCI, regardless, really good. But unfortunately, they just can't make as much use as they would. Maybe if they got a pick topside or even wasted like a flash, one flash off Strumpus is really good because that provides him a bit more weaker, makes him play a bit safer.
Absolutely. Could not agree more. Unending Despair finished on Rosethorn. That guy is going to be hard to kill. Thimblewinter as well.
Oh my goodness. How do you kill him here, if I'm being honest?
No,
Ash,
yeah, you're not wrong.
We have Black Cleaver finally alive on Senna. We do have Kraken. Apart from that, I'm not seeing a lot of damage here. I think Rosethorn honestly can just sit.
Yeah.
And Ash can't really do much, especially with the absolute insane brawling potential that UCI has.
You're 100% right. It does kind of have to be Ash, but it's even being Ash with the Black Cleaver, that'll help, but it's just going to take so long still.
I don't, maybe you go, no, she's not even building or even looking towards second item LDR, and I don't know if that's even strong enough to do so. I honestly think with the way that things are going, UCSB needs to get a pick, and they need to get a pick on a shutdown on a carry fast. The issue is UCI's macro and vision is spectacular. Vision's on the whole top side of the jungler. Right now, no one can contest Strumpus because if they contest Strumpus, tier 2 or tier 1 in mid go down.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they have the comp for it, right, Santa Barbara? They have Nocturne Ash to try to find these picks, but I think you're right. They're playing a little bit, or I should say UCI is just playing very, very well around vision. They're never straying too far from each other, and we're not wasting a ton of time in side lanes, right? We're just kind of going mid, and at least at this point, and not too deep into the jungle.
Yeah, Strumpus does have ultimate here. I honestly could see a world here where they just dive, and if Rosethorn just starts tanking, they get the ultimate onto Ash. Ash does have flash and barrier up, however. I believe they know this, so they're not going to try and risk it, but I could have seen a world.
Yeah, they're just going to take that tower in their face, and on to the next play. Let's see. We have Dragon up in a minute 30, which is kind of our next play. Atakan spawning in not too long as well. I actually don't know where the timer for that is up on my screen, but we know it's within the next minute.
Yeah, I believe this is a new patch, and the League Observer tool might not be updated for the new patch. It unfortunately isn't up there. Atakan does spawn in 20 minutes. Right now we're at 1935, so there's around 25 more seconds for Atakan to spawn. There were more kills a bit on the top side of the map with the jungler and more kills just falling for skirmishes down there, especially with all the grubs getting taken down. It's a pretty low kill game, so most likely it is going to be voracious. So that means another GA, which unfortunately means UCI goes for another ballsy play when no shutdowns being given up.
I like it, and that's a-okay. Today I learned Atakan spawns at 20 minutes. Thank you for teaching me that, Renee. Well done.
It scares me because every single time I see 20 minutes, I'm like Baron.
Right.
And then it's just Atakan, but Baron's now at 25.
Yeah. I like it. Jadani happy to clean up some waves here on the top side. Atakan now being rather, if we're taking Atakan versus Dragon, we're picking Atakan.
100%. Jason in the box. He's pretty tanky though. He does have Iceborne.
Yeah.
He also has the wounds, so no one can heal. But Rosethorn going in. Oh, tanky. I lied. His HP is just gone.
Yeah, that was all Danny.
Oh my goodness.
Slammed.
Jesus.
Rosethorn with a snap engage. You blink and you miss it. Cerulean with the follow-up. Popper tries to do something with the Nocturne ult to the backside. Asher does come through as well. Jason in the box focusing onto Cerulean to the backside. And there's the Ambessa ult finding onto Slunt. That's going to be the wrap for him. He tries to flash forward, actually. Tries to find Gorka. Gorka's no spell. Slunt is playing out of his mind. The kite, he does eventually fall. And hang on, Renee. I thought this fight was UCI, but it's coming up blue. UC Santa Barbara coming out big here.
Oh my goodness. That was insane. Rosethorn, very tanky. It looks like he might get out. He is going to get out, I believe. They're just going to try and get these bounties, but actually Rosethorn doesn't want to get out. He wants J-Way. He says, you know what? If you're going to try and kill my team, I'll go one more. Yilu is trying to posture as well as Jason in the box. It looks like Rosethorn is going to go down. This is a 1,000 gold shutdown for either of their two carries.
Really want to see it on Silas, I think.
I know, but
he's stalling so long.
It's just really tanky.
Unending Despair, staying true to its name there.
1,000.
Unending indeed. A lot of tempo wasted. No Dragon here opportunity now, actually.
I know, but 1,000 gold for Dragon. It's 1,000 gold right now. They do lose soul point, but we need to look at this replay because you're right. A blink of an eye, you think everything's going to happen. They get a really great engage on two of their team. Jason is going to peel out Cerulean, but let's look at Slunt over here. Slunt is so safe. It doesn't matter. Oh my goodness, he flashes onto Gorka. Rosethorn is not able to catch up. He has no cooldowns left. Stromp is trying his best to catch up, and he finally takes him down, but before all the damage is dished out. When Ash is alive, Yilu goes ham. It does not matter. Who are they supposed to peel in these situations? Unfortunately, right now, Gorka is just not online. He doesn't do enough damage, especially he did, I believe, go Blackfire Torch first item. It does help in the long run, but as of right now, it's just not enough pure burst damage to try and combat this. Rosethorn, as we see with this absolutely disgustingly tanky display, can't survive for a long time, but if he can't get on his carries to peel, what are they going to do? And Dragon actually goes to UCSB.
You'd love to see it. This is what we're talking about. They claim their first dragon here. UCI looks like they want to fight, though, and they're going to get one. And Bessa ult does land on a Poplar. That's the jungler of UCSB. But now they found a new target, and it's Jason in a box. Tries to find that ult onto Danny to slide himself out of there. But Danny with a nice W is going to get out, committing that flash to find that kill. Cerulean on the bot side here to find the engage. Magnet Storm plus a stun onto Slunt, who's flashless, by the way. And he is going to be taken down. Danny does knock down the top winner in the side as well. Jason falling, flipping heads here for UCI.
You know, I'm seeing a little bit of a parallel from this game and the last game, right? Oh, wait, let's hold that thought as Yilu unfortunately does get caught out. He did TP, but it's just not going to be enough to help him. And Cerulean putting a little bit of a dance show on his body. Unfortunately, the shutdown does go to Zhao Danny. 5-1. Insane.
Love to see it. That shutdown from earlier as well, going on to, from Rosethorn, going on to Jason. Jason had 1,000 gold extra going into that fight, unfortunately getting caught out. Wonderful engage there from UCI, I do believe, as they've script together. Oh, you finish that point that you were going to say. A parallel from earlier.
Well, first of all, I think UCI engaged there on the topic of they saw Silas was top, right? They had the ward on Otacon, which means that they knew someone was going to be there. Right now, they're posturing towards Otacon, but quickly to bring it back last game, we saw UCI lose one fight, and they just went straight for another. I think UCI knew they're still ahead. Maybe the fight that they played was just misplayed, right? Instead of letting UCSB get that tempo, snowballing with the 1,000 gold lead that they had, what if they just engage when the time is right? And then nothing else can happen. Quickly looking back at this replay, we see the absolutely long-range engage. Jason does get caught out. Corki is his target of choice, but it's just not going to be enough. Zhao Danny is going to be a little bit thirsty here and go for that flash. We didn't see this on the map, but it does look like, you know, Jason is holding his own just a little bit. It does look really close, but Zhao Danny is able to clean it up. The rest of the fight, insane, but going back in real time.
Straight into a team fight here. Cerulean finding himself a pick out, and that's 2 picks that we unfortunately did not catch for the side of UCI, and we are heading straight to Atakan. This is the voracious Atakan. So we saw it last game. We're going to see some withdrawals happening. That's that GA effect, as well as permanent bonus gold each kill.
It's just so sad. It's just so sad. Right now, they're going to be up in XP. They're going to be up in gold, and they're also going to have a free, I believe, 2 to 3 minute GA for
straight into Baron.
Voracious Otacon. And oh, you're right, that's straight into Baron. And the best part here is we also have no TPs on the side of UCSB. Wow. This is, unfortunately, the freest Baron I've ever seen.
Yeah, I mean, the timing worked out phenomenally for Irvine here. They were just able to waltz on over. A quick step out the front door, and we've arrived at Baron Nashor. That's going to be taken as well. A huge swing of both tempo and gold in the side of the Anteaters.
That's 7K gold differential right now. I don't know, honestly, right now. UCSB looked really good, honestly. Even though they were just a little bit behind that fight, and that snowball momentum really was going to, I think, push them towards it. I don't think it's a loss for UCSB, but losing Feet, losing 2 Drakes, and losing Otacon and Baron.
Rosethorn follows. He follows the yellow brick road, and he found himself Jway, and Yilu does find that double root from the ult as well. Jway seems to be the main target of him, but now Rosethorn finds himself in the middle of a couple of enemies on the side of UC Santa Barbara. He's tanky. He's not going anywhere. I lied. He's fleeing the other direction, but Cerulean with the engage here on the bottom side. Going to find something. Up on the top side, though, we do have Yilu getting shut down. Strumpus wants more. He's walking forward. Does not have ult, but Slunt does not have flash. He's got barrier, though. I lied. He already used flash, and it's a wrap, ladies and gentlemen. UC Irvine looking dominant this game, claiming yet another team fight.
In normal situations, I don't think they would have taken that fight. But the moment they have Voracious, they know, just go in. It doesn't matter. And as we've seen, that fight was so forced.
Yeah.
Like, absolutely so insanely forced, but it works out in their favor. They're ahead. They have, once again, Voracious Otacon. I don't know what else they can do here. Right now, I think, specifically in that moment, UCSB looks to just be too far down. They have bounties up, but it's going to be really hard for them to even carry out bounties right now. They can't really push out lanes. They can't really take an objective. I honestly think even GA is still up, so they can also go for another dive.
Yeah.
And they won't lose because they also have TPs up coming up.
Yeah, they can run straight in here. They do not have to fear a thing. They do have 2 people on the sidelines. This is a good opportunity for Santa Barbara to go in. They can knock off 2 of these withdrawals. Jack in the box, Jason in the box finds one. Strumpus dropping low. He's going to respawn in just a little bit here as he turns the tide. Jason now following low himself, but there come the withdrawals. Strumpus needs to get out of there. I think maybe you just take the death even to respawn a little bit quicker. Zhao Danny was not there up in that top side. Going to claim up some camps for himself, but that was a fantastic play from UCSB. They got the withdrawal off of 3 members.
That was the inhib turn, however, once again, they're withdrawn. So they're just back. That was only 300 gold as well, so no bounties are going out. A beautiful Ash arrow, though. very tanky.
Yeah, this guy's going to take a while to kill, but a fantastic pick if they can get it. The damage coming through Redemption going to keep him alive for a little bit longer. Cerulean has entered the chat, and he's brought the CC with them. The Storm from Victor comes through. That's my arcane character, as Yilu has to run for his life, unable to do much more. Danny on the pursuit. Cerulean on the side. Danny flashing forward to finish that kill. Renee, I do believe this is the end.
This is the end, Quincy. UCI, absolutely spectacular performance right now. Beautifully well played. Look at these absolutely insane KDAs once again. They are just showing how much participation they're doing, how well they're playing together as a team. UCI taking the win, I believe.
Yeah, UCI in strong fashion are going to claim this series in a 2-game stunning matter. And they're not done here. They want more. Cerulean going in.
Oh my goodness.
Gentlemen, this is just mean as they Nexus eventually falls. And UC Irvine are your 2025 UCEI Invitational presented by Xfinity Champions.
Champions! That's absolutely insane. Really well played. UCSB put on a spectacular performance going 4-0, but UCI also going 4-0, taking the win. Quincy, we have to talk about that game first of all. Every single player just playing so out of their mind. Fights probably going back and forth a little bit, but UCI just knows how to put the tempo. They know how to get ahead. They know the game.
Yeah, every player there on an individual level just incredibly well played. I want to shout like Cerulean, especially with his engages, were just always on
Spectacular.
There's never a moment where he's in the wrong place or engaging on the wrong person. Is fantastic gameplay coming out of him.
Yeah, and then I also want to shout out a little bit for Gorka and Zhao Danny as well, but I also want to shout out Jason in the box, and I also want to shout out Slunt. Let's be honest. These players played really well. And of course, every other player has played really well, but I'm just saying these players, you can see where they stand out and shine in their individual plays. Slunt has really good micro. Yeah. He's also able to have really good spacing, and he tries his best to go for the priority targets. Looking at these fights, he's not trying to break down, this really beefy Maokai or trying to break down this front line. He's going for anyone that he can hit in a safe range without trying to prioritize his position. Jason in the box, weak-sided, both games in a row. That's just maybe unfortunately the life of top lane in this passion this season, and also from being such a star player. But he still is able to come out on top. He's going even, and he's not feeding, Zhao Danny is a rock. He plays with his team. He knows how to push in his advantage. He also knows how to take his fights, right? If he W's out, he knows when to W out. He also knows when to W in on the amazing, spectacular Corki.
Yeah, well, it's an incredibly solid player all around. And then Rose Thorn really bringing it home there a lot of the time. Just fantastic engages. The one time was a bit, let's get in there.
Yeah.
But it was aggressive, but
Voracious.
I like it.
Just voracious.
And he ended up buying them a lot of time in the end. Fantastic plays all around the board.
Mm-hmm.
A big congrats to UC Irvine for being our 2025 champions. Running it back. Ooh. They were last year as well.
Oh, my goodness.
Nobody able to take them down, unfortunately.
You never know. But these players, we also shout out also all the teams who came out to UCEI today, as well as anyone that watched. Thank you guys, for coming out, for supporting, for watching. It's, just absolutely a spectacular, amazing thing to see people supporting these insane players, and for them to just, come home and know that they tried their best and they played their best.
Yeah. Some League of Legends for you guys today. I hope you enjoyed this series. I certainly did here.
I did.
At the beautiful Red Bull North America. Yeah, we do be loving League of Legends. See all these hearts on Renee's tie?
Oh,
that's because
I don't know if they can see it, but
they're there.
Hopefully, that's what they're for. I promise.
League of Legends. We do have more content. We're not done here. Don't worry. But we do have more content for over the weekend for you guys. Saturday, Valorant Day. If you like Valorant, you're there.
Ooh.
Sunday. What's Sunday, Renee?
Overwatch.
I just got chills.
I know, it's insane. So we're going to have some absolutely spectacular gameplays from even more UC school system people coming down here, playing at the LAN here at the Red Bull HQ in Santa Monica. Also, once again, thank you to Red Bull for having us here, and thank you to Xfinity. If you guys want to go get yourself a Red Bull, go get yourself a can.
It's good stuff. It really is.
Beautiful.
At the beautiful venue here today. Now, thank you guys in the crowd for coming out as well. Don't worry. Again, we're not done. Right now, behind the scenes, way back in the sweatshop, the prod is cooking up a replay package for you guys. So don't worry, if you missed any of that action from that last series, it's coming at you hot. Don't you worry. In just a minute, as soon as we get the old confirmation. But we gotta talk more about the comps. Draft.
Okay.
UCI was looking great in draft. I saw a lot of comfort from UCSB, but Irvine, it's almost like playing towards the meta a little bit more, maybe.
I would agree on that. I think looking into a lot of, I don't want to say solo queue, but even like competitive level gameplay, we're seeing more AP bot laners being traditionally taken in because of how good and how strong they are. Because they can either play really safe or they can snowball. TP, the early TP changes as we saw in game 1 here in the finals, really well played. It's just so safe for them to farm as well, to go and scale towards it. In addition, AP items and also some runes such as Arcane Axiom Arcanist?
Axiom Arcanist.
Axiom Arcanist with the AP damage going onto that ultimate is providing really strong. So I would agree there. I think the Ashe and the Kog'Maw pick from UCSB in these 2 games were really good. They're long range ADCs, they can be played safe, and they're also pretty good and decent pairings with either tank or enchanter.
Yeah.
But
Absolutely.
I just don't know if it's enough.
Yeah, and we're going to take a look at our beautiful venue here.
Oh,
ladies and gentlemen,
my gosh,
on
look
your
at
screen
them.
right now is the UC Irvine Anteaters. As, I mean, all their beautiful faces, there they are. Hardworking team coming out of the day, happy as ever. A round of applause for UC Irvine.
Yay, good for them. Wow, look at them. They just look so insanely goated, if I'm being completely honest with you. Looks like right now they're trying to decide who to hold the trophy. And, oh, look at that.
It's
Oh,
everyone.
teamwork. That's so precious. They're going on to it. Look at them. That is a W. W's in the chat.
We'd love to see happy gamers.
Indeed. But, now we have to also wait and see, who's going to get the MSI MVP.
I forgot about the MSI MVP. Guys, somebody out of these 10 players in that last game may be the MSI MVP. Our beautiful lineup here. That's Jao Danny on the left, Stropus next to him, Rosethorn, Cerulean, and Gorica.
Yeah, absolutely insane players. And, wow, honestly, that trophy looks really nice.
Yeah, good-looking trophy.
Yeah.
They had
Good
graphic
for them.
designers for the whole thing, and beautiful-looking trophy overall. And big shout-out to UCEI in general for throwing this whole event.
Yeah, thank you so much. We appreciate you all for coming out, supporting once again. It means the world to all of us.
Indeed it does. Now, I believe, I could be wrong, we're going to a quick break, and we'll be back here with an interview with the MSI MVP. So don't go anywhere, I think. We're going to have an interview for you guys shortly, and we'll catch you soon. Maybe. Maybe not.
Oh.
No.
You know what? I'm so sorry. We are liars here on the desk. I have to apologize. But you know what? That's fine, because we get to talk about more League of Legends.
Gosh, I love League of Legends.
I do too. But you know what? I am okay to break down a little bit more about the game. How about that? I know you guys are probably sick and tired of hearing us, and you just want us to go to the interview and talk about the MSI MVP. I know you want to see their beautiful face, and I'm so sorry, but we're going to keep going here just a little bit more. I want to talk a little bit about, let's talk more about the jungler micro and also a bit of why they got prio, right? So we talked earlier, most likely they're going to be trying to prioritize the top lane, but let's just throw the absolute GOAT that is Jason the Box out of the box right now, out of the picture right now, and just look at the state, right? If they play more towards topside, Grubs, really good sieging power. In addition, it also helps for the lack of siege you can count, where instead of going that traditional 80 carry bot, you do go for that mage bot, but also they have Corki. Kind of negates it, but it does help a lot in that advantage. Dragons, in this state of the game, especially in collegiate play, they're strong. Definitely. Especially if you get Ruinous Otacon, it does help with that 25% increase, but it's just not as strong recently because League of Legends has centered this season around Noxus, right? It's centered around Snowball. It's centered around kind of almost ending games as fast as possible with as much action as possible. So you want to kind of centralize that action, and a lot of bot lane picks, especially going into these like Rel, these Maokai picks, it's hard to gank. It's also hard to dive now, but it's really easy to roam. Roam timers are really good if you just push out lanes. If you push out lanes, you just go top lane. You win top, you win, and then subsequently you also win mid lane a little bit in that sense too. And it also forces a lane swap, or it forces a negation of gold. You have to play towards top, I think.
Absolutely. I couldn't agree more. I really do like that you touched on the pace of this season, right? We're action, we're Noxus, we're aggressive, we're getting in there. There's always something to do right now, whether it's run to the side and kill the Blood Rose or it's defeat Atsai. There's just so much to do. That's why I think this season even more, macro is going to matter so
100%.
much. If you can't keep the ball rolling, the ball is going to roll away from you, and then you lose it, and then the game's over before you know it.
I know, and you have to catch the ball.
You do, and it's
you
hard
have
to catch the ball.
I know. Quincy, I want to ask now. We've seen a lot of champions, right?
Yes,
going into this series. Although we have seen a lot of, decently pick champions. And by champions, I actually want to talk about our absolutely amazing interviewer.
Thank you so much, casters. Welcome back to UCEI, presented by Xfinity. We're here in Santa Monica, joined by the lovely Rose Thorne of UCEI. Congratulations on your win. How are you feeling?
Thank you. Yeah, I'm feeling really good. Our team has been practicing pretty hard, so it's been kind of lame playing Maokai a few games, but at least we got the wins.
Yay! I'm so glad. And I know it's been like a long day, and you guys have worked together and resiliently took down for the win today. So I was just wondering, how were you guys able to come up to this point? Like, what were some of the things you guys did as a team and like synergize together to take this one?
Yeah, I think in the past, especially in the past month, like we worked pretty hard on each of us setting our like own individual goals, and then also like our team goals. And every single practice day is just meant for hitting those goals. So I think we're just focusing on ourselves, and that's really what we've done to help us get the win today.
And talking analytically about the game, I know it's like the new season, and we're in like the Noxus season. There's a lot of like new things and stuff like that. How was your team able to adjust to those changes?
Yeah, I think we were able to adjust pretty quickly because I've always been pretty objective oriented, and there's just now a bunch of new objectives. So it's really easy to tell my team like, oh, this objective is spawning, we should play for this. And the next play, oh, the next objective is spawning, we should play for that. So I think for champion picks, we kind of recently got really, into Corki and Maokai, and we've been playing that a lot today. So besides that, yeah, I think that's why we've been able to just, learn the new season pretty fast.
Yay, I'm so glad to hear. And I think one last thing everyone has been wondering, who do you think is the MVP for your team?
The MVP for our team. I think honestly, Cerulean probably played the best. He had a lot of sick engages, and he kind of showed a lot of the confidence that he has in scrims when he pull the trigger on like champs like Rel. So definitely would give it to him. He kind of set us up for these fights pretty well.
And is there any last shout outs you want to like give to anyone in the crowd, anyone watching today?
Yeah, shout out to my girlfriend Bella. She doesn't really play League, but she watches a lot of my games, so super grateful for her for coming. Shout out to all the staff who helped prepare for this event. This was my first live audience match, so it was a pretty fun experience. Shout out to my teammates and the staff who are working really hard to just continue improving and make more wins in CLOL. So yeah, shout out to everyone who showed up. It was really, really cool.
Wow, thank you, Rosan. And I know that you give Curly an MVP of this match, but actually, selected by the casters, we are presenting you as our MSI MVP. And yay, we got you this special gift. I am not really sure where it is at the moment. Oh, he's coming. And here it is! Yay! Congratulations!
Thank you.
Yay!
Let's go! Let's go!
Yay!
Wait, give him the box.
Oh yeah, let's get the box for him too. Get some pictures out for him. Look at the team. Let me move out of the way. Yay!
Okay. I done you.
All right, thank you so much for watching, and I'm not sure if we're going to bring it back to casters, but in case we do end at this point, thank you so much for watching day 1 of UCEI. We definitely have some more days. We have Valorant coming tomorrow and Overwatch coming the day after that. So be prepared and stay tuned to watch us over the weekend. Thank you. Bye.